Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
August 16th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Took a little bit of a focused approach today. I put off a lot of discussion around Israel, and there's a lot of overlap to what we're going to discuss regarding Israel today, but a lot about what's going on in regard to the ongoing genocide and some of the updates I put off. I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow, and I put this off, as well as some of the other foreign policy. Now, this definitely today relates to foreign policy. As you guys have seen over the last however many shows, there's clearly something that at least I can see that a lot of other people are picking up on what I'm sensing, that we're all sensing, but at least speaking for myself, that I'm sensing or recognizing the same problem we've been dealing with for a very long time with the two-party illusion, the politics around all of it, but something that's more intense now than it has been. And I'm not even getting into the election in general, but just this push around the ideology. And I can't help but notice the coordination, excuse me, with that, along with Israel's ongoing collapse. And I think that is such an obvious timeline there. And I think that it's more than just Israel taking advantage of what the influence that it has over the United States and seemingly all of its politicians. I know it's more than that. But I'm going to go through today the obvious nature of these things and highlight this with some undeniable realities of the prophetic perceptions of Israel's leadership, of the conversation of how this has been used in the past, the obvious and many different connections to the border itself in this country, the overwhelming, and I don't even know how anybody can deny the overwhelming evidence of seemingly every politician we can talk about being influenced by Israel. And I mean to the extent of to the detriment of the American people. And I think it's very shockingly obvious. And we're going to go over the recent, it's part of Trump's ongoing, rally, or rather campaign presentation. I can't think of the right word for that, but it's going around and having their different rallies and different conversations. And it was around a specific point of stopping anti-Semitism. I guess, coordinated with Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's wife, former Sheldon Adelson. And I think what's alarming around all of this is the conversation that was had that maybe wasn't expected to be so widely seen. Everything is these days, but of Donald Trump expressing things that I think would shock even the average Republican voter out there. And I want to go over what this shows you. And the bigger point of today is sort of the manufacturing of consent in a lot of different ways. And this is around, as I discussed in the title, weaponized migration and experimentation, because we're going to talk about monkeypox if we have time, but generally the idea around all of this stuff being used to drive you into a position where you're making choices for the interest of the agenda. This is not something new. It's been around for a very long time. And that's one of the things I keep seeing are some of these just classic, long-used, easily identifiable manipulations that are happening right in front of us. And I'm wondering if it's really just that there's this lacking of influence, whether it's from the United States or anybody else, where I'm perceiving this as the influence coming from outside. But my point being maybe we're being manipulated to the point that the majority is there. I'm not saying this as clear as I should, but my point is I've always talked about the majority, the silent majority, the reality during COVID-19, that we all saw that. They were desperate to make it partisan for obvious reasons, but I don't think that was the case. And people challenge me, and I could have been wrong, but I see the same thing building after every conversation right now more than ever with what's going on with Israel. The part I'll get into tomorrow is just an obvious growing reality from left and right and middle and everyone that's aware of the illusion, generally seeing what Israel truly is. And it's not about all Israelis or all Jews, but the Zionist government of Israel and the influence and the tentacles around every other government that they have. This is very obvious, and it's nothing to do with race other than Zionism using different races and religions to accomplish that. Christian Zionists are the most prominent Zionists today. And I think what's important to see is that this might be the overreaction to the fact that people are just seeing all of this. And the reason I'm saying that is because we're hoping at the very least is that all of this is that reaction, and it's not really the fact that people are just this susceptible to such basic manipulations. I don't want to believe that. I like to believe that the average person out there is smarter than they like to give us credit for. The average person out there is more compassionate than they like to give us credit for. I believe that. So today, keep that in mind, that it could be either or. The reality being that it might be that this is so desperate because people are really seeing through it and the machine is trying to keep you from recognizing that. Or it could be somewhere in the middle. That's why I'm going to hope it's not the opposite of that, but that it's just so overwhelming because this is an important time frame. It may actually be the most important election of our lifetime for them, not for you. It's just one more example of another, bastardized election system that does not translate to the outcome, which I've been saying from the very beginning. But today, the main point about the UK, about the United States, all of this conversation of illegal immigration and this such a classic division tactic that we're seeing in front of us. And this is not to say that the immigration that we're seeing is not there or that it's not important. I've never said that. In fact, I think the opposite. But it's that these things are being used. They are real. These are real people. But that doesn't mean because they are there that they embody everything that the narrative is presenting for you, that they're all, I was just talking about this morning. As far back as you want to look, one of the tactics that are used, let's just say African Americans going back to Jim Crow era, and the idea being that they're going to come and they're going to rape your women, right? They're going to take from you. They're going to take your jobs. They're going to take your. Now, of course, is there some element of that exists? Always. In any dynamic, with any race or religion, you'll find a bad person in there that might do those things. The point, though, is that that's always weaponized against the unwitting person. To think that every one of them that's just who they are. That's how they were raised. That's what they all think. Can we not see the same hallmarks in every historical conversation? Israel's doing it to Palestinians right now. The West is seemingly collectively on some parts of the political spectrum doing it to just any immigrant in any conversation. You will find levels of this, both the reality of just those bad people that exist and also the larger part, the weaponization of that, whether that means planting people in these groups or flooding it with group people that are already willing to take advantage of a system because maybe their house was destroyed. Maybe they were displaced from where they live. Maybe they watched their family get bombed in front of them. And so maybe they are going here to take advantage. The point is there's a much bigger story than just they're coming to take from you because they don't want to. They hate you because of your freedom or whatever nonsensical binary platitude or whatever you want to call it. Just the things they shove down your throat to get you mindlessly marching forward in the direction of their agenda. That's what's important to think about today. And of course, the digital ID, the technology, all the peripheral, if not main agendas around all of this. I frankly can't help but see how clearly it's being used to keep your attention anywhere. But the most disgusting thing I've ever had to watch in my life, the genocide ongoing against the Palestinian people. I'm willing to argue that this is the most, what's the best word to use? This is not just the worst genocide in history, but there's so many words you could use, but I think that sums it up. And it's not necessarily because of how many people were killed to compare it to other numbers, but because of the space, because of the time frame, because of the amount of munitions used, because of the narrative around all of it that wants you to believe that it's just. It's not just happening, it's just, and we're doing the right thing and we're defending ourselves, and not to get too far off into that, but there is a very clear overlap to Israel in this conversation today that we cannot get away from, that does have to do with my opinion, but also a lot of the facts that back it up, at the very least, just one part of this that we can verify, making this happen, driving the kind of things we're seeing in the UK, in the United States. And we can prove this to some degree. I frankly think it's by and large both the Israel, US, UK kind of apparatus overlap that's much bigger than just that. But I think we have to see the fingerprints all over this. I'm going to start today with a smaller, unrelated story, but I find it honestly, I just find it interesting. But I think it really does go to manufacturing consent and how easy it is to come out with a pretty damn clumsy story, if you ask me. Just lazy, but it'll work. Some people will be tricked by this. Some people, even if you know, like me, that it is, I shouldn't say no, but that I feel it's a fake story, I'm still going to be in my mind. I'll still think about it when I eat some candy, and we'll talk about this in a second. But my point is that we're going to go through some of these to start that are, just getting your mind in this certain conversation. And then we're going to go into some conversation of the left, two-party, the right, two-party illusion, Donald Trump, the election, the recent conversation, Twitter, Elon Musk, and the whole big roundabout conversation. So let's start here. Oh, I forgot I did include this as well. Same kind of point, manufacturing consent conversation. I wanted to ask you guys this, since I've never really addressed this, and I haven't seen anybody else, at least not, I'm sure it's out there, but I haven't seen it. They made this big point about stopping using hashtags, right? That before we get into their justification for it, that just people got pressured or rather just influenced to stop using them. And I've never stopped just because I'm not usually one to sway with the way things are going. I've just been using them, and I think they logically make sense because you can hit the hashtag and look at what other people have said around the conversation if they've also put a hashtag. Like, doesn't that just seem like the most obvious useful tool? But weirdly enough, Elon comes around and they start making all these changes that clearly add to the ability to hide the manipulations from you. Like I'll point out in a minute about the likes, removing the ability to see their bot campaigns. Even though it was already available to do it if you wanted, they then shoved it forward and said, now you can't see the likes. And Censored Man pointed out that had made it you were no longer able to identify the bots. The point here is they suddenly said, well, don't use hashtags. And then eventually they said, well, it'll reduce your reach, or it'll reduce I don't know if they said explicitly that they will suppress the reach, but it's pretty roundly acknowledged that if you put hashtags, you won't get as much reach. Why does that even remotely make sense? If anybody wants to explain that to me, I'd love to hear it. Personally, I think I know what it is. It's because it stops overlapping information. So this without the hashtag overlap, or at least most people stopping doing it, you don't get the cross information. You can't hit that hashtag and look at what everybody else is saying and what their other opinions might be. You get sucked into the Twitter files version of what they want you to see today. And I'm going to make a big point about this with this ridiculous list going around of all the seemingly of the most ridiculous, cartoonish, fake journalists out there. A few of them I think are okay, but we'll go into why it's just this crazy thing. The biggest truth tellers of today, when all they're these are some of the worst cartoonish people that I could point to, objectively so, routinely wrong about big things, but who cares, because Twitter files and this is the team. And I think it's important to think about. But my point is that I find that strange. And I wanted to think about why things like this are happening. It's in the manufacturing consent conversation. I was looking at this and I'm realizing how few people are actually even using these hashtags anymore. And I think it's all about coordinating, creating choke points, coordinating the flow of information. I think that's very obvious. And I just wanted to point that out. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on that in the chat or elsewhere, because I find these things very surreptitious. Now, this was the video I was talking about. Censored Man posted this, and this is a strange story. I mean, frankly, before you even watch it, I really don't like to normally flavor, what you should think about it, but I find this to be to use the word I just did, cartoonish. You'll see what I mean. I find this almost impossible to believe that this is the way it went down, and I'll give you my thoughts why afterward. He writes, a food bank in New Zealand accidentally gave out candy laced with meth. It's a real story. Whether it actually happened, I'm even questioning, but apparently it did. It was roundly reported. I'll read that afterward. Here's the clip.
Bank has apologized after accidentally giving out sweets containing meth.
We received an alert of concern by a food parcel recipient who said that they had tried funny tasting lollies.
Auckland City Mission in New Zealand said the pineapple flavoured sweets were anonymously donated to the charity, and they might have handed them out to 400 people. Each meth-filled candy is believed to contain 300 times the amount of methamphetamine someone would usually take, and have a street value of around £470 a piece.
So in other words, a deadly dose, which is not what happened to people that apparently tasted them. So that's one reason I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense. 300 times.
At least 3 people, including
the normal dose. That's ridiculous. That's death without question. But people tasted them and didn't die. So maybe they have to eat the whole thing. Maybe that's what they mean. Just a lot about this seems very strange.
A child were treated in hospital before being discharged.
A child, right? You're going to tell me this thing has 300 times the amount of meth for one use, and a child eats this and then they just are okay? I guess so. I mean, the whole point is not even whether it's fake, but something in there tells me this thing is literally manufactured from whole cloth.
The sweet has the label of the Malaysian brand Rinda, who said in a statement they want to make it clear that Rinda food industries do not use or condone the use of illegal drugs in their products and will cooperate with authorities.
That's that whole dumb thing where if they don't come out and say that, you think that they do. Are we this dumb? Like, Trump didn't condemn the bad thing. He must like it. We're really ridiculous that way. If they say this is what we shouldn't do, then we must do the opposite. Oh, they said Trump's the bad guy. He must be the hero. It's this game that aimed at the right more than ever right now. It happened to the left during COVID. It's the same kind of thing where we pretend that the opposite of what they want is the truth. It's like this. If I could speak in the lowercase, uppercase kind of way, that's what I'm doing right now. This ridiculous thing where we've gone back to we've progressed to the most ridiculous level of propaganda. We just assume the opposite. It's so silly. Like, they can't think that far ahead. What I'm saying is so the company has to come out and be like, we said we don't use drugs in our candy. So make sure you know that. It's like, well, duh. Nobody assumed. I mean, it's funny to me. But anyway, the point about this, do we really believe that this is what would be that they accidentally, just think this through for half a second. So how would this possibly accidentally happen? So either this is one completely manufactured, whether it's, I used to make this point a lot around the game of Halloween, where every year remember when we were kids, it was razor blades in your candy, which I don't think anybody I've ever known anywhere in the world has ever seen that, but we get told that. It's certainly possible, but I find it to be something more about just control and fear and so on. Then eventually it changed into something else. Oh, no, and then it was drugs. Oh, no, now today it's the cannabis, because that's much more likely. I would even argue easily possible, because you just get them mixed up, right? Or something falls in or whatever. My point, though, is it's always about, and on that point, though, even a child, you're not going to die from cannabis candies as much as they want to hype that. It is not the case. As I'll take Willie Nelson's joke, the only way cannabis is going to kill you if a pound of it falls in your head. This is easily verifiable with the actual science, but they'll screech, ask Alex Bernenson. He'll lie about it all day long because cannabis. But the point is that I don't believe that this even actually would have happened this way, right? What I was saying is that they would be pushing this coming up to Halloween soon to get the hype going, I guess, but that's just a thought. But so they're going to pretend that these candies went out through the factory. So that means that they got wrapped. So that means that it was inside. So that means somebody in the factory had to have done it. I mean, that's the only way you can logically break this down. Not maybe they work for them, maybe they were in the factory. The reason I'm saying this is because what they say in there is the amount of money, I forget off the top of my head now, you just heard it, is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So you're going to tell me that some random person's going to do this so they can just go home and laugh about how that thing happened? They don't get to see it happen. I just don't buy for a second, to belabor the point, that anybody would spend that much money to put drugs that they're not going to be able to use or they're not going to get to see affected out in there just to go, haha, I did that thing, and sit at home and laugh about it. That's crazy. And frankly, I don't believe it's ever possible. I mean, it's obviously possible, but the idea that would happen, I find that so, there must be another motive. Somebody made them do it. They paid them to do it, whatever. Or let's just say, here's another logical possibility. The candy company's rival paid someone to do it. That would make sense. All of that is to say that things like this, we need to question. Or everything. You know, the old saying, question everything. I just want us to keep our minds in that place. With stories like this that are so weird, to me, it just shows you that there's a missing component. That's all we need to leave it at. Something doesn't add up here. And if we don't find anything new, then we leave it there. But the point is that we need to have our minds in that constant, stay vigilant perspective, where every story that comes around, whether it lines up with what we want to believe or whether it makes our chosen ideologue look like the hero, whatever it is, question it. Break it down. Go, does that really make sense? Would Trump really say that? Would Biden actually do that? Is Kamala really that smart? Ask the questions. This person says, this was no accident. He wanted to test their new drugs on kids and see how they would react. Well, that's actually a very valid and possible suggestion. Of course, the high-minded journalists in the world will tell you a conspiracy theorist for asking something as logical as that's clearly happened in the past, but, crazy. But the point on that is to segue into the next possibility, and this is the idea that these, that we're being tested on. That's just as likely as anything else. It really is. So let's take this to the next point. That this has happened before. I mean, in really dark ways, not just putting something in candy or, spraying something over the San Francisco Bay, Operation Sea Spray, to see whether people would die, and one of them did. Real story. This is experimentation from your government. And the question I would ask right now, if we know, as we do know, this is a verifiable story, I'll pull up that article about the 239 times that they've tested on Americans unwittingly with biological chemical weapons or different aspects of it, whether this is something being done on a larger scale. I don't even think we should. Quite frankly, I think you know my opinion. I think it's a verifiable reality, whether it's spraying in the skies or something else. And the question is that happening from other countries or involving other countries? Just to keep that in your mind. But we'll check. This is a story about I think it's in the UK, a company giving contaminated blood. Well, that brings back the conversation of the Red Cross, which I'll point out in a second since this overlaps. But it gets darker when you find out that they did it on purpose, just to see what would happen, for science, of course. This is what your governments are. And if we can't wrap our minds around that, the rest of the show is not going to make sense to you.
Often spent in hospital. Richard Warwick was born with haemophilia, a blood clotting condition. Dozens of haemophiliac children like him at Trelawn's College, a specialist boarding school, were given contaminated blood in the 1970s and 80s. As a result, he contracted hepatitis and HIV.
One of many times that's happened in different countries, by the way. And yet when we bring up the conversation of the COVID injection and the verifiable reality of the spike proteins being present in the blood well after, you're a crazy person, apparently, despite the most valid example you could ever show. A dangerous cytotoxic protein that we know is killing people. Look, it's in the blood. We can prove it. But you're crazy. Shut up. Red Cross won't acknowledge it. Funny how it works.
My wife lost a child because she was told to have the baby terminated because of the risk of HIV to the child. So we're never able to start a family.
30,000 people across the UK were given infected blood, the biggest treatment disaster in NHS history.
And the other question to ask is, okay, what happens if we never found out? Think about that. Do you know how many things that we never found out about that happened that we just don't know about? I don't know, probably a lot, but we don't know. The reality, though, is that we know that your government's actively, like, if we never found out about any number of things that we've talked about, we know we could prove that they would never say anything because they weren't until we found out. So my point is, what would they have called that? What would they have blamed this 30,000 strong problem? I don't know, a new virus popping up? Another side effect of something they wanted you to suddenly not like anymore? I mean, this is how these things are used. See this is where it reminds you, this is not being some conspiracy theorist. And other than not in the derogatory sense, it is when you realize that is what we should all be doing, theorizing about how your powerful people in the world or the governments try to conspire against you, whether it's because they identify you as a problem or whether they just, you could go off on theoreticals forever. This is how they view you. This is their own policy. You can read it in their documents. This game they played where you were ever of the mind that we shouldn't be asking these questions. That is the crazy thing. And at the same time, though, you need to temper yourself to not fall into the trap laid for you by those same people. We're watching it happen on Twitter right now, where they come out and say, you're all going to do this. And we all said, no, we're not. We're just going to break down what we think is the truth, and we're going to do our best to prove it. And then guess what? The Pied Piper of all the idiots out there comes out and start driving people in the direction of choosing to spread false information, choosing to get caught lying about Venezuela. Oh, look at that. You did exactly what they said you would do. That's not saying what they said. That's proving that they're making you do that. That's how this works. Manufacturing consent, driving you into it, social engineering. I still believe most people on Twitter, even if they're accidentally sharing false information, are doing it with good intentions. There's a huge factor of this that is being engineered right now. And you've got all these people, some of them good intentioned on the right, who are desperately defending it all because they just think that you're doing like with Elon or any of the rest. We need to be able to identify that there is misinformation. There are people who deliberately spread misinformation, and that's part of free speech, as I've always said. But we can acknowledge that without being a lefty or whatever weird game is going on in your mind. So this is what we always need to think about, right? How they're playing these things against us and what they would do if we never actually found out the reality. Like right now with Twitter, like I was just saying. What if we never truly find out what's going on behind the scenes, even though I think we can all see it? Well, you'll get set a narrative and you'll believe it for the rest of your life because that's how they want you to anyway.
But what happened at Trelawn's College was even more shocking because the children were deliberately given infected blood as part of an experiment. After decades of campaigns, the government says it will now speed up compensation.
Oh, great. So you had to beg them for years to just speed up what they said you deserved. Cool. No, nobody went to jail though, right? Oops. We accidentally, deliberately experimented on you. Here's a little bit of money, but you'll wait 5 years or longer. I mean, you can't even laugh about that. Like, it's like we should cry about how horrifying that is. And this is just another story in the background. You could talk about glyphosate. You could talk about endocrine disrupting chemicals, talk about PFAS, dioxins. I mean, you've gone forever. All over the world. How about the COVID-19 injection, right? Just thousands of these examples. But yet we're going to pretend that those very same people, many of which are all on Trump's Elon side, but they're the government. I hope you always hear me when I'm talking about this, that I see them all as one thing. So when people try to pretend that we're being partisan and focusing on one side or the other, I'm just highlighting the problem in the moment. I see Trump and Biden and Kamala as all part of your government who are trying to manipulate you. That's what I see them as. And it's the same thing, no matter how you look at it. They're all trying to play you. And they're doing a good job for some people out there.
That includes lifetime support payments for all victims, an extra £10,000 for people used for research without their knowledge, and an extra £15,000 for the former pupils in the notorious TLAV case.
Oh, good. So that's what it's worth, right? Your child potentially being murdered in an experimentation process, $15,000. Good to know what that's worth.
For Richard, it's not enough.
They would test these known infected batches on children just to see how quickly they would get the diseases. £15,000 is not only insulting, but it's derisory.
The multi-billion-pound scheme aims to begin payments by the end of the year, but time is running out. Of Richard's 120 school friends, less than 30 have survived. Gargi Patel, Good Morning Britain.
Right. So by the time their parents get the 15 grand for the child to be dead, no one goes to jail. That's the reality. So what the point is, we're living through that right now. We've talked about this a lot. Here's the the Red Cross. This is still, this still to this day blows me away. I believe we were one of the first to highlight this. We were not the first. I believe somebody sent this to me, but we were one of the earliest to really kind of ring this bell and constantly stay on this. But there's a lot of people out there that were trying, some brought this to my attention. We don't label blood products as containing vaccinated or unvaccinated blood. It reads from the Twitter account for the podcast from the American Red Cross, as it says, the COVID-19 vaccine does not enter the bloodstream. But we know as a matter of fact that's not true. In fact, as I've shown 100 times now, I've literally posted 2 peer-reviewed studies, one from the NIH, National Library of Medicine, and another from nature.com. I think actually technically 3. Now I take it back. There's 3 or 4 now. I forget how many times I've done this. All of which prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it does enter your bloodstream. Many of them that show that it goes on at least for 30 days or more. And I simply said, this is what I've constantly tagged them on. Yet another peer-reviewed study finds that you are wrong. How is it that we can know this and yet you're still standing by that statement? You're putting people in danger. You know they've seen this, especially because I'm constantly over here retweeting it. It's almost got 1,000 likes on it. They've seen this, guys. You know they have. On top of that, we're either just the point that means that they know that they're hiding that. How else do you take that? Do you know how much has come out proving that the spike protein doesn't stay in your shoulder muscle? That was debunked a long time ago, and yet their policy on their website is still the same. We just recently covered this again. Now, the reason I brought this up is because of that blood story, but I'll show you this since somebody sent this to me recently. Oh, and this is just my tweet about it. Jan shared this, tagging me. Apparently, Alex broke the news about the Red Cross blood donation form, which is exactly the form that we went through in the breakdown, which good, glad people are covering it. But he says, TLAV and Ryan nailed the blood bank contamination early, very early. And this is Wall Street Ape saying, we tried to warn everybody. Alex Jones reveals the blood cross donation form that you've had in the vaccine may be ineligible. And really, to be quite honest, frames this in a very inaccurate way personally. But here's what he says.
Q79. Have you ever had a coronavirus COVID-19 vaccine? Yes, no, skip. If the answer is yes to the question, please call 1-800-RED CROSS before coming to donate to determine if this will affect your eligibility. So they're saying if you've had the vaccine, it affects your eligibility.
Yep. Yeah. And then it just breaks down. This is the same stuff we've been through many, many, many times. It's important to know. Now, if you want to get more on this, you can break it down. Going back to this one's from February 2024. That was the newer one. This is from September 2022. Let me go even before that. And I think in one of these, I have the video where I literally, it's a audio, but I put the video background for Red Cross where I call them. And I have them on the record in the midst of this, not now after all this time where they've edited. And in one of these shows, I've got like the different edited timestamps from the different Wayback Machine of every day, and they changed it many times. And I have them on the record admitting that this is a problem, that they know what it does. And we also have these old clips, by the way, that we played, I don't even know how many times, where there was a brief moment where this was reported on the corporate media. In fact, it was this as well as that Pfizer guy who admitted this, and then they had to make him walk it back. But this was on corporate media.
Your COVID-19 vaccine, you're going to want to listen to this. The Red Cross says anyone who has received their COVID-19 vaccine cannot donate convalescent plasma to help other COVID-19 patients in hospitals. That plasma is made up of antibodies from people who have recovered from the virus, but the vaccine wipes out those antibodies, making the convalescent plasma ineffective in treating other COVID-19 patients.
Yep. So I'll include both of these for you. So my point is we're living through this right now. They just ignore it. They put it away. We have to, I guess, wait 10 years for it to finally come back around because it suits their interest to make this happen for some reason. And then here's 10 grand, shut up. Well, that's the world we live in unless we want to change that. And the ideologues out there desperate to maintain the two-party illusion are not going to change that. Seems pretty obvious to me. I hope we can agree. But here are these two articles. Red Cross still claims COVID jab does not enter the bloodstream. And this is the newer one, or the older one, vaxxed Red Cross blood donations. That was the point he was highlighting. Now, this was circulating. And I'm only going to make a quick point on this. These are all still kind of these opening points that are related, but are more tangential. I saw this going around, and I'll show you why I'm hesitant to even bring it up. So this is Los Angeles Times. I saw it on a lot of platforms. This is reported all over the partisan media as this is what happened. And it seems like it probably did. Frankly, I don't think any of this stuff is as secure as they claim it is. On top of that, I think it's because they want these things to be manipulated so they can then go, look, we need to reimagine the whole system. We all see that happening. And my question is whether this even happened or whether it was allowed to happen. But it says hackers may have stolen Social Security numbers of every American. But if you read this, it's not all of them. And there's a lot of back and forth about, read it for yourself. First, I just think the obvious point here is that this is about trying to justify the Americans that we're not secure. We need digital this and digital IDs, and it's all the same stuff. And look, even if you don't think that's why this happened or it's manufactured, that is the solution. Read it for yourself. They're all aiming in that direction, and we should be concerned about that. But I asked this just, the little social media thing, and it says, and this is in the article too, no Social Security Administration, the Social Security Administration has not officially confirmed the breach or the number of affected individuals. Okay. So I saw it, I'm like, okay, so this is it's could or may, but if they have yet to confirm it, they could be hiding it. Obviously, that's certainly one of the possibilities because they don't want to be seen as, but for me, the way this all seems to go is they clearly want us talking about this. They want this to be a thing where we're worried and we want the solution, which they're in the wings waiting with. That's how I would see it. But since it says they haven't even confirmed that it even happened, or let alone how many, I think we should leave it there. But you want to listen to a lot of people hype about where this is going to do, then there's a lot of partisan talk out there. But I find this to be about driving us in this direction, right? Your personal information is just not secure. We need a better solution. And then sure, they'll be there with it. They're waiting. Now, on this side note, I wanted to highlight this. I thought this was interesting. There's all these and I'm very resistant. Only recently have I started using some of these AI, you ask the AI on Brave, let alone any of them, just to see what you get. And sometimes you get some interesting points, and they always give the source material at the bottom, at least on Brave. So I like that. But I just don't like using these things. I know maybe I'll be the guy resisting. I mean, I'm not going to get any pushback here. I think we're all very worried about where this is going. But nonetheless, I thought this was interesting. So I typed this in to see what it would give for Ryan, myself, and to see what that would say. And weirdly enough, it popped up with not only me, but with my home address and my office number. I thought that was pretty strange. So I think one thing we should recognize is that this thing is definitely, it can scrape information out there from damn near anywhere. So I think that's important to recognize that this stuff that is the kind of world we're stepping into, where if it's out there, it can be scraped and it's going to be utilized. So I don't know why we would want to lean into that anymore. Then I looked at Grok, which I thought was interesting. I'm actually kind of blown away by what this says about me because I guess I shouldn't assume that just because it's Twitter or whatever, that it's going to be negative or I don't know. But look at what this says about me. And I'm very kind to him, actually. It says, Ryan Cristian in the Tennessee troubadour of the truth, apparently it says, as some might call him, the vagabond of veracity. It says, here's what the digital winds have whispered about him. Last American Vagabond. It says Ryan Cristian is the founder and editor of this platform, which has become a beacon for those seeking news that's not just served with a side of corporate sauce. His work has been recognized for diving deep into topics where others might fear to tread, earning him the title of Hero of the Week by some who appreciate his commitment to uncensored information. Where the hell's all of that? You guys, the point is, I find it funny that this can be so broadly scooped up, and it's like, this guy is the one people look to. One of these things called me the oracle of information. It's crazy to me that that's can be the way this is framing me, but yet we get boxed out from just about every major platform. No advert. I just think it's interesting. It's sort of like how we have this crazy reach that we can prove, but yet we get suppressed and censored on every platform. I don't know. It speaks for itself, I think. But it says a man of many hats. Oh, and then it overlaps, by the way, with oh no, it does say from discussing intricacies of weather modification to hosting podcasts that delve into everything from privacy devices to geopolitical chessboard. It says his platform isn't just about news; it's all about community engagement, fighting for what he believes in. I mean, I like what it's saying. I still am very resistant and adverse to just all of this stuff, but I find it interesting. If you're looking for Ryan, you might find him not just in Tennessee, but also in the digital realm. This one then overlaps. I just did Ryan in general, and it overlaps with this sports, where there's people with Ryan that play football and boxing and stuff. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. I want your guys' thoughts on where this is all going with the training of AI, because I'm not using especially Twitter because I don't like the way that these things are being used against us. Not just in the sense that we're literally training these devices and these tools to be used against us, in my personal opinion. But it's strange, isn't it? I wouldn't expect this to frame it this way. I'm not viewed positively from either side of the paradigm. So I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Now let's talk about, in the same vein of conversation, and manufacturing consent, the overlap of Twitter, as well as the Trump sphere, like all of this kind of building into the election conversation. This is about Trump's assassination attempt. Now, my whole point here, that I've said many times, that I believe pretty strongly that the right now more than anything is being manipulated. I mean, the two-party paradigm as a constant reality is being played and manipulated and being socially engineered. We're all under that that gaze, I guess. But right now, more than ever, I can't stop seeing how obviously the right is being driven into the position that I think the left was pushed into during COVID-19. And so what I think is interesting here, not only the obvious weirdness of the whole thing, oh, look, he doesn't have an injury on his ear after 12 days. Like, why don't we all think that's shockingly ridiculous? But, that makes me a conspiracy theorist, apparently, to point out like an obvious biological reality. And again, I don't even know what I think that means. I'm not suggesting I think it was all fake. I just think there's something very weird where we can't collectively, it's like not being able to acknowledge that we're like, that it's daylight outside. It's just like this, what? How are we actually pretending that it's not the most, anyway, this is interesting to me, and it only adds to the weirdness of this. So if the whole game is that, that the left is either tried to assassinate him, or the deep state, or the argument from a lot of it would be that the right is, at least some of them are sort of the ones trying to fight for this good direction. I don't know how the paradigm perceives it right now. Whatever you look at it as, this I find interesting, that a Republican apparently, or actually, that this is released by, so Congressman Clay Higgins released his preliminary investigative report on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. He states that the FBI scrubbed the crime scene. So the FBI. Nonetheless, I find it interesting the way that this all goes down. Like, to me, obviously this could mean that they tried to take him out and they're trying to cover it up. That's certainly one of the ways this could be seen. But on top of that, to me, it is more indicative of the fact that this is something big. I mean, I guess the way I'm trying to say is that from the right perspective, this seems like almost the larger upper echelon of the Republican side of this have just taken the basic, like they're the ones putting up the basic official narrative, as it were. Maybe with a little bit of sort of like, maybe they let it happen because they don't like Trump. But the narrative is basically the official narrative, all of the information which came through the FBI. And so if this is the way it went down afterward, which is that they cremated his body in a weird time frame that makes it seem like they're hiding something, how does that line up with that perspective? You get what I'm saying? Like, so it's just this weird, to me, it seems like the paradigm, like it's not left versus right in this, like always. There's something very fishy about the way this all went down. I think we all sense that. But I caution us from leaning into one side or the other, because I think this is about the entirety of our government trying to manipulate whatever the outcome really was. I mean, I honestly don't know where I land with this, because there's so much misinformation from all sides of this, inconsistencies, lies, anyway, this is one of the most odd stories I've ever covered, because it just seems like the more it goes forward, the more it is getting buried in, new theories, conflicting information from all sides of this, even directly from the FBI, directly from the Secret Service. It's so strange. Now, to this explicitly, it says, oh, actually, I forgot I have this up right here. This is directly from the report itself. Let's see, page 5. So here's the top. Congress of the United States, preliminary report. This is the one part I wanted to show you. It says, my effort to examine Crook's body on Monday, August 5th caused quite a stir and revealed, that a disturbing fact. The FBI released the body for cremation 10 days after the 13th. Now, you guys tell me, is that normal? When the investigation is still ongoing, I find it near impossible to believe that they would decide to cremate the body of all things when there's still an ongoing investigation. Like, even if you feel like you've established, you've done your autopsy and so on, that it's still a piece of evidence that still may end up becoming more relevant. When you cremate it, you stop that. To me, that's crazy. On the 23rd, Crooks was gone, it says. Nobody knew this until Monday, August 5th, including the county coroner, law enforcement, sheriff, etc. It says, yes, Butler County coroner technically had legal authority over the body, but I spoke with the coroner and he would have never released Crook's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The coroner's report and autopsy report are both late, it says, as of Monday, August 5th. They were a week late. The problem with me not being able to examine the actual body is that I don't know 100% if the coroner's report and the autopsy report are accurate. Now, of course, that would be called conspiracy theory by either side that wants to call it that. We saw during this, the right start calling you conspiracy theorist for saying things around Trump's assassination. How funny that is when it's something they don't want you looking at, suddenly you're a conspiracy theorist. My point is that we should always be able to ask, why wouldn't we question that? Just because the CDC says something or the White House says doesn't mean that it should be blindly taken at face value, but that's what the certain journalist class wants you to think in some cases. Well, the autopsy wouldn't lie. Well, of course they would or could. Somebody could easily pressure them. They could bribe them. So his point is accurate, of course, but you don't know whether it'll be looked at a certain way. And it says we will actually never know, which he's right. Yes, we'll get the reports and pictures, etc., but I will not. I guess the point to make is that's always the case, isn't it? Just because he wanted to look now does not suddenly mean. My point is that you could get any coroner's report and say, well, we don't know if that's true. And you're right. See, that's what bothers some people is that they will go, well, you can't trust anything then. Well, yeah, that's correct. It doesn't mean you disregard everything, but you find a logical, intelligent balance where you recognize that, yes, I can look at the coroner's report or any other report like that and recognize that it could also be false, or he could be misinformed, or he could have made a mistake. That's just called logic. Anyway, it goes forward and saying, again, similar to releasing the crime scene and scrubbing crime scene biological evidence, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigation. I don't know how I can disagree with that. Isn't that, I find this pretty wild. But is it any different than just about any other thing we've covered? Lahaina, East Palestine? It's only seen differently, different lens, because it's kind of the left versus the right, as opposed to just the left or the right being kind of in control of the cover-up, right? It's this. I just find this to be no different. And what it tells me is that there is something that went down here that we really don't know. I have a lot of theories. Sure, we've went over them during our coverage, but I feel like it's going to be stuck there. That tells me that something happened. Now, I wanted to show this because of what Teachers for Choice said, but since it's coming off of Brad Miller's tweet, here's what he said. And I completely agree with him, by the way. that pretty ridiculous Twitter spaces with Trump and Elon, which, again, for those that may just be tuning in, it would be ridiculous if it was Kamala Harris and Elon, just like it's ridiculous if it was Trump and Elon. And the point is that all of them are ridiculous. In this, Trump was the typical Trump, his rambling non-answers and kind of, and I got to be honest, I found the way he described the shooting to be very suspicious. You listen for yourselves, not from a partisan lens. And it's either way, that is, which means you don't either come at from a left lens thinking that everything he says is criminal, or the right where nothing is. If you listen to it objectively, it's very weird. Very weird the way he goes about it. And that's what I'll go to the comment from Teachers for Choice. But he says, Brad Miller, the Elon Trump conversation was boring as hell. It was. And Elon's a terrible interviewer. He just is. He stutters a lot. He doesn't make clear points. But he says, I'm no fan of either. So I wasn't expecting to be impressed. Yet it was still worse than I expected. And this is objective. The right will want to make you out to be some secret lefty for saying that. But look, these are, I know Brad. I interviewed him in this room. He is a nonpartisan person. And we collectively have the same kind of perspective on, rather we share the same perspective on just collectively all politicians for the most part. So it says Trump speaks almost entirely in vague abstraction. That's just what he does because he allows people. That's my point about right down the middle. You'll read it into it what you want from it. And it says, and childish hyperbole. That's all he does. There's never a sense of nuance or complexity in any of his ideas whatsoever. Elon's portion was also totally empty of substance. That's what they do. And it says Elon cares about free speech about as much as Trump cares about his fellow Americans. But Teachers for Choice says, and this is what I did pick up out of it. He says this many times. He said, it blows me away that Trump still says the bullet hit his ear hard. It hit hard. He says it a lot. And that there was a lot of blood. Both statements are easily proven false, but he could care less. I find this strange because what was my first point? That I know ear injuries bleed a lot. And you guys all saw how many ridiculous screaming blind followers were first to say, you're wrong. Not if it's here, not if it's there. No, you're wrong. Here's a study that shows blah, blah, blah. They were wrong. I knew it because I've seen it myself and I've watched it. But yet then weirdly, what happens? Trump comes out and goes, yeah, I heard ear injuries bleed a lot. And it was bleeding everywhere. He says that in damn near every interview he talked about it. Oh, then those people suddenly got quiet. Oh, whoops, Ryan was right. But we're going to pretend like it's just so silly how partisanship acts. It's childish. They only wanted to defend what they thought was the narrative. And when he shifted it, they go to that, they go there and then they stop. They just ignore it. But the point is, it didn't bleed a lot. We all saw that. Whether they wiped some off or not, it was not a lot. So it is strange. It's just a passing point to show you that there's something off about this. Very, very clearly. I still, if I had to just pick, and my point is I don't think I know at all where this really ends up, but it seems like this was a coordinated effort against all of us, involving somebody, clearly involving a lot of different angles, but clearly I think this involves something from outside this country. You guys can decide for yourselves. Now, speaking of that, main point here. There's a lot going on in the world. And we're seeing this kind of explosion, or really just kind of like this, we digressed back into this conversation that we had a lot around the caravans and the migration, which has always been there. And it is a classic tactic that we've seen used a lot. So I really hope at the very least, no matter what we have, and we're going to go over a lot of evidence, that we would be willing and able to question whether this could be used, if not manufactured, for very clear purposes. And then especially that we can stand back and acknowledge the undeniable reality that agent provocateurs, intelligence apparatus, how would you say that? Intelligence organizations around the world take advantage of these things, especially when they manufacture them. But whether or not you've seen and this is what we've talked about with these, military age males and so on. The point is that, this could be used. But the idea of turning this into they are the problem, no matter how you view this, is pretty disgusting. No matter how you're viewing this, if your idea is that they are doing this, look, the only way you could make it their fault is if you think that these people are doing this because they collectively hate the UK or hate Americans, and they're all just deciding to together in some mass coordinated thing, which how would you even think that's possible? Individuals do this because, we want to destabilize things. Well, that's not even the reality. From in their conversation, they're the ones pointing at something. They're the ones arguing, because I agree with that point, that this is being engineered. But so if it is being engineered, how then do you turn around and say bad immigrants? How do you say it's Islam? It's in the United States, it's the Mexican immigrant. Well, yes, there are people that are present in there, but you just told me that it's being engineered. See what I'm saying? Like this, it's weird. I think what we're seeing in all of these, like any other conversation, is the same people we see, like the Loomers of the world, or like any number of people out there that are driving in their hateful narratives that work for Israel, work for the U.S. foreign policy, that are based on nothing but partisan team sport politics. Because we can see that there is migration. But if we can't stand back and recognize that this is being used and not fold that into the way we understand things, then you don't want to see that. That to me tells me that you have an agenda. So Kevork Almacian, who's a very, very intelligent person who I've spoken with more than once, he runs Syriana analysis. He has a really measured breakdown that I want to read for you guys about this very topic. And then we're going to go over this video that I just think is, again, cartoonish. Even the way that this person's voice sounds. I mean, everything about this is, it certainly could be real, but the way that it then gets used online and out about, look, this is the problem. Like, well, let me play it first. Let me read what he says first, and we'll go into this. Because this is what we're seeing, and I can prove to you that this is being manufactured. And so we have to think about why this would happen, if we know that. Why they would make people in the UK think this is the reality. And this, again, I can't stop seeing the obvious overlap to what Israel's trying to accomplish, both from a prophetic perspective, but also just destabilization for the interest of their agenda in the Middle East, but also just to get people not paying attention to what they're still doing as I'm saying this. But also that there's any other number of overlaps that are involved with foreign policy of the UK, foreign policy of the US, where they're achieving things as well. But we have to see how this is exactly what they want from you. They've said this publicly, and we'll get to all the evidence. But first, here's what Kevork says. He says, this video, likely staged, wholeheartedly agree, by the way, is currently being shared on Twitter. Allegedly filmed by illegal migrants in the UK, which again, how would you even know that? How do you know they're illegal? Maybe they're just migrants. But see, that doesn't matter. It's like with the same thing in the United States. You have people that are literally coming up to the border fence, and you've got Republicans calling them illegal immigrants. They haven't even tried to cross the fence yet. How are they illegal if they're just migrants at that point? But that's the whole idea. They're all illegal immigrants because that's become the narrative. It's just lazy. But it goes on to say, and I would like to share my views on migration and the refugee crisis in Europe. To begin with, he says, I am a migrant living in Europe, namely in Germany. And my perspective on migration has evolved since my arrival. Today, he says, I find myself positioned between the polarized views of the so-called left and right. And I believe both factions are being manipulated to foster instability in Europe. Exactly. Having originated from a war-torn Syria, and the same point he'll make, why is it war-torn, right? Who's driving this? What's the outcome? That's the main point. He says, I have witnessed firsthand the consequences of the brutal regime change war initiated by the United States and its allies in 2011. Allies being chiefly the UK, Israel, and plenty of other European allies. He says this conflict has led to a significant influx in refugees into Europe. That's verifiable. Not because fleeing for a better life, they're fleeing from your destroyed life to anywhere better. That's the point. It says, displacing millions of desperate Syrians whose lives have been irrevocably destroyed by the war and the illegal sanctions imposed by Western governments that have targeted their basic means of survival. And let's not forget the horrifying not even a side story, but in the moment now, since it's not related to what we're talking about, of all the missing children from Syria. Same thing's happening in Palestine right now. And I'm sure we'll hear about this after the fact as we go through the worst parts of this. But there was a whole series of investigations about thousands of missing Syrian children that never got found. This is part of what happens every single time. And it's, again, you could argue it's the main agenda. Maybe it is. At the very least, it's one of the side agendas where when war happens, there are the worst people in the world and you see them stoking it all over, that take advantage of that, stealing resources, human trafficking, drug trafficking, all of it. So think about that now in every other field we're talking about, in the UK as well, anywhere else. But he says prior to 2011, the term Syrian refugee was virtually unheard of. Additionally, it is crucial to acknowledge that Iraq was subjected to an illegal invasion, occupation, and devastation by the US and the UK in 2003, resulting in another wave of Iraqi refugees and migrants seeking refuge in Europe. Now, even just stopping right there, how is it possible that we could pretend that it's their fault that they're fleeing what your countries did to them, or our country, wherever you are in the world, right? I shouldn't. I'm in America and I live in the United States, so what our governments did to them. I mean, obviously, even if you think, let's just say somebody then left their destroyed home after watching their children starve and their home be destroyed, and then went into the UK or the United States and then acted poorly. And let's just even say they committed open crimes. Well, yeah, they should be held accountable for those crimes. That's how that works. But we can still be objective enough to go, well, I can understand why he might be a little bit angry. or especially when you get there, and I'm not trying to rationalize or justify any of it. It's just called being, having the wherewithal to get why things might be happening. Now, it's the nuance to it. The point being that on top of that, then we can stand back and see whether that person might have been there and then been called a terrorist just because he's there from another country, or gets attacked by other people for acting a certain way. And now you can see how these things happen. Or then you add the element of other people that want them to be seen that way, driving it into reality. And then the average family over here gets attacked as well. Then maybe they act differently because you see how this acts. You see how it spins out. All stemming from what they created with a bunch of random innocent people. That's how this is the reality of what we're talking about. It says the situation in Afghanistan. Now, to be clear, by the way, because I shouldn't even try to address the people out there that I know would be coming at this from a dishonest angle. But let's just say, for example, the worst situation we're talking about. Women being raped, murder. There's no justification for that. Whether it's Israel doing it for fun in Gaza, or a random migrant doing it because he's angry, or because he was stolen from, or just because he's a bad person. Nobody should be rationalizing that anywhere in the world. And I'm not doing that now. The point is to simply understand that does not then immediately make every single other person with all the different varying aspects we just discussed the same thing. But it says the situation in Afghanistan mirrors this pattern. So we've talked about Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. The same pattern: invasion, occupation, destruction, and subsequent refugee crisis. So we need to see this as maybe I think it's by design. That's the pattern. Invasion. And you get what you get. You get the justifications from this. You get to, all the things that happened during the ongoing invasion, war, weapon sales, all the different things we're always talking about. The occupation, control, resources, theft, destruction. I argue that comes into play when ultimately it's about destabilizing certain processes or hurting certain organizations or destroying different levels of business that you want to circumvent or actually outsource. And then refugee crises, which you then use for exactly what we're talking about today. This has happened over and over and over. Another critical example is Libya. In 2011, the Obama-Clinton administration conducted illegal military bombardment and killed the leader of one of Africa's most prosperous and stable nations. In all of Africa at the time, had the highest quality of life. Free education, free healthcare. And this is easily verifiable. Of course it had its problems. But to pretend that they were even thinking or even desired to liberate them is shockingly naive, especially since they then destroyed the country and then left it acting like they freed everybody when then they left it with an open slave market, where the very people they claimed they were fighting started selling them as slaves, the Libyan people that they claimed they were fighting for. That is your U.S. government. That is your U.S. government being led and involved with Israel and the rest of them, as you can prove. And the influx of the people, all these moderate rebels, the pipeline came directly from Libya, at least in part. And it says the most prosperous one of at least the nation at the time, who had been instrumental in limiting illegal immigration to Europe. So do you think that was by accident? They opened those floodgates, and that caused exactly what they then used to justify other actions. Destabilization, key among them, ladies and gentlemen. The aftermath of Gaddafi's removal is evident today. A key aspect of this entire discussion is that very few Europeans who oppose illegal migration and advocate for the reparation of migrants have spoken out, the repatriation, So, to send them, to put them back in their countries, have spoken out against these unlawful invasions. None of them that he can see, very few anyway, have spoken out against these invasions and the exploitation of the national resources of Middle Eastern and African nations, which is the cause for what they're upset about. He says it's important to recognize that these nations possess enormous natural resources and demonstrate significant capabilities. Historically, prior to the rise of the Western world, these areas, and this is what you'll get the pushback resistance from people that want to pretend like they've always been cave-dwelling maniacs because they're just that disgusting of people. Before the rise of the Western world, these areas were known for exporting their scientific advancements and innovations to Europe, which was then living in the Dark Ages and was busy burning witches. This is not about white versus anything else, guys. This is about the reality that throughout history, it's not as simple as the way that we treat the world today. And I mean, this is the same way that we talk about the war on terror, and they frame all of these groups as, terrorists living in caves and they're barbarians. Well, I'll literally play Trump saying that in his speech to a bunch of Israelis in a crowd. Do you realize how shockingly racist and disgusting that is when you realize that places like Iran, for example, the one that he's aiming at, as I've said many times, is wildly technologically advanced. It takes half a brain cell to quickly look that up and figure it out for yourself. But a lot of Americans who don't want to know any better frame them as being the Islamic terrorists that we need to stop to save the world from the one of the largest points I'm seeing right now is this encroachment. We're watching civilization taken away day by day, and all it really is a lot of these tweets where they just don't even know what they're talking about, and they're framing simply a cultural difference, and that's stoked. It's leaned into the lowest common denominator by most people in the paradigm, or the leadership of the paradigm I'm talking about. Now it says the legacy of centuries of colonialism has now transitioned into a form of neo-colonialism to maintain the impoverishment and subjugation of these regions. Consequently, this has led to an increase in the number of migrants and refugees, obviously. Now, one aspect I'll add to that is that, of course, we have things like Russia, China in particular when it comes to areas like Africa, who are trying to make more advantageous deals with these entities. And look, I've said every time when I talk about this, I have no doubt that China, if and when they can, will exploit whatever they can. But the point is they recognize, just like I talk about with Russia. Now, yes, I could be too pessimistic here, and maybe you think they're the good guys of the world. I just flatly disagree. But my point is any of them will eventually become what the U.S. is when given the same amount of power and reach and influence. Russia and China, I believe, are the same, like next in line. My point, though, is that China or Russia recognize that it's advantageous to them right now to play that counterbalance. Again, I could just be wrong, but I think that's the obvious point. That you have them going, okay, well, look at the U.S. and even their own people, which is true, are seeing what they're doing. They're belligerently stomping around the world, doing what they want at the expense of everybody, and then calling it freedom. And they're stealing from people and resources based on this guise of bringing them some freedom and liberty. And all they really do is destroy everything and take what they want. It's shockingly obvious. Look at the countries they supposedly liberated. Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, Libya. We just talked about it. They're batting zero, apparently. So the point is, then China goes, okay, well, we're going to make an agreement with these people. And I promise you that they will take advantage. But the U.S. then goes, well, we don't want that. And so we'd rather steal it. And we want to make you look like the bad guy. So we go, China, bad guy. We can't let them make deals with these people. It's very simple to see. So when he's talking about the idea of the new conversation, right, to maintain the impoverishment and subjugation, that's what the Western world is key. The entirety of the African continent, for crying out loud, for the most part, has been kept in this impoverished position because they are benefiting from their resources. Same with Yemen, same with any number of countries. And here you got the other entities going, hey, well, I'll give you a little bit more. Why wouldn't they take it? Now, going forward, it says, having spent nearly a decade in Europe, he says, I can share from my own experiences that many people, especially from my native country, come to Europe seeking better opportunities to rebuild their lives. Now, I would argue that's by and large because you've destroyed what they have going on there or kept them in a place that is destabilized. But maybe I'm just too pessimistic or rather more jaded. And it says, in the aftermath of the regime change war in Syria in 2011, Germany imported over 5,000 doctors from Syria. And we're going to make a big point about this. I've played the video before about the gumballs, and I think it's an important point. He says these professionals are crucial for the healthcare system in Syria. Yet, they found their way to Germany. The point that we'll play the video in a second is that a lot of what the Western world does is essentially just scoop up all the top of people that would be, like the point they make is that the lowest aspect of it, the people that are too poor and too impoverished, they don't have the ability to come to this, come to the United States. Or anywhere else for that matter. So what the people that they do end up taking are the ones that might otherwise be able to help that country better themselves. Of course, that was if they weren't under the thumb of these other countries who pretend to be trying to help them. I argue whether they stayed or not, they're made to stay in this position with puppet governments that outsource everything for their benefit of the foreign countries. But my point is the same, is that they take these 5,000 doctors who would otherwise be helping that country. He says, yet they found their way to Germany. This trend is evident in various other fields as well. However, with a huge influx of refugees and migrants, bad apples could also come and create problems. That's just an inevitability. And those bad apples could be PhDs. But the point is that this view we have that it has to be this, anybody out there in the world is capable of very bad and very good. Anybody. It says, but one seldom encounters migrants who film themselves, like we're going to point out here, while contributing positively to society with work and tax contributions. Instead, it's often those engaged in negative activities who seek to showcase their actions. And then we should ask whether, why would they actually do that? What's the benefit to them to making a video showing themselves do the thing that gets them more hate, that gets them more, people wanting to kick them out of the country? What's the point? Now, maybe there is none. If you think this is real, maybe they just hate this country. But I think you sense that there's something very off about this. Now, he writes, in conclusion, I would like to address the content of this video we're going to show you now. It appears that the same entities responsible for instigating wars and generating the refugee crisis that he just highlighted are now backing right-wing sentiments in Europe to foster divisions and instability. So what he's saying there is whatever you think about this video, whatever you think about the crisis, these people we're talking about are using this. That's undeniable no matter what you think. It's easy to prove. They're pointing at these things and going, see, you're going to be overtaken by the Muslim hordes if you don't do what we think you should do. Let us kill Palestinians too, though. That's what we're getting. And in any of these elements, not just Israel, he's right. They're leaning into this and stoking these divisions. And it says, it seems that everyone is being manipulated. And such videos, I agree with him, highly likely fabricated or staged, are produced to incite civil war. This is a very real thing. As much as it's completely manufactured, in my opinion, the byproduct, or rather the outcome of what they're trying to accomplish, is very real. So here's the video.
This is our country now. You hear me, Kafir? You can't stop us.
I mean, guys, it sounds like Oscar from Sesame Street, or was that even the right person? Am I crazy? That sounds ridiculous. This is our country now. That's what he's talking like. That's what he's saying. It's our country now. Like, again, I mean, I know it's easy to fall into these traps, and it's certainly possible this could be what happened. But like when we see things like when they keep telling you that Assad just wants to gas people because he's a bad maniac, despite all the evidence pointing in the direction, and they just keep doing it. If anybody does it, we're going to blame Assad because he just likes to gas children. Apparently, you start going, well, hold on a minute. Like, it's certainly possible, but why would he do the one thing that they would need to, maybe they're faking it, right? Like, this is the kind of thing we need to ask. What is the actual logic to doing this? To coming out, this is our country, and who stands to benefit from pushing this out there?
Our country now. You hear? This is our country now. You hear me, Kafir? You can't stop us. There is nothing you can do about it.
Okay, let me ask you this. I think it's called syntax, right? There's nothing you can do about it. Who talks like that? Who actually? That's not just. That sounds, I don't know. I mean, it's complete assumption at this point, and I'm just theorizing here because it's important to consider things, and I'm always clear when I do that. But that to me it sounds like somebody trying to hide the way that they would speak, like with an accent. But ask yourself, who actually talks like that? That's not an accent thing. That's not another country thing. That's a weird, that to me screams fake. And actually, I'm being honest, and I know many out there, even my followers, will probably think it's just because that's where my mind is going, and it is. But if you've watched the Israeli propaganda that we've seen, I mean, this is kind of ridiculous, cartoonish things that they think that they can get away with, or because apparently they always have, and they're really just this bad at propaganda. But either way, I'll play it out. Listen to how dumb this all is.
Now, you hear me, Kafir? You can't stop us. There is nothing you can do about it.
On top of that, I'm pretty sure that guy's white. They're both white with one black guy there. So let's make sure we think about that when we're talking about the, hordes coming from the Middle East, which is the way this is being presented. I keep seeing these videos where they're going, this is what it's causing. And I'm like, there's like 3 white people there. I can see them right in the video. Doesn't matter though. It's all about the narrative. And then he pees on it. That's the video. So this person responds. Now, I mean, you tell me what you think. I mean, I to me, it's almost embarrassing how that feels wrong, right? It feels very fake and very, very coordinated. But, again, maybe that's just because we're super on guard. It's certainly possible somebody could just talk like Oscar the Grouch. I mean, that's certainly possible, but I think it's pretty silly. And again, this is the level of like kindergarten propaganda that we've gotten from Israel the entire time. Now, again, it's not just my grasping thought. We're going to get into the evidence, which I think ties a lot of this back to Israel. But to me, that seems pretty silly. Now, this person says, it seems to me that Israel is trying to stoke up mistrust between Europeans and the Arab world. Iranian security services claim that the Quran burner in Sweden, Salwan Mamako, has connections with Israel intelligence. I don't know if it's true, but it would make sense. And he says he saw a photo of that person carrying an Israeli flag. And guess what? There it is right there. He found it. Oh, I found it. Here it is. So what he's telling you is this is the person that supposedly burned a Quran in Sweden. And apparently he's part of the Israeli, he's, at least supports Israel. And, the point is, I think it's easy to see how a lot of this ties back to the same entities. But he follows up in saying there is nobody in Sweden who wants to burn a Quran or any other book for that matter, to their opinion anyway. But he posts the video of it. So there's one person simply highlighting this in that way. This is another one where, that's the same one. This one, the guy says, add to your last point, the reason for promotion of civil unrest, and this is what I see as well, is to manufacture consent for the removal of certain civil rights and liberties, for stability, for security. Now, you could argue that in the classic sense of just saying, well, we need to control your lives because terrorism, or you could see the very clear writing on the wall for digital IDs and digital passports and all sorts of biometric. This is everywhere. Every problem under the sun seems to have the same solution right now. Funny how we were able to highlight that during COVID, but we can't piece that together when they divide you using typical two-party illusion division tactics. This person says the people who supported the regime change wars are the people encouraging immigration, not the other way around, he says. Okay. And he says, and the leaders of the Western countries are puppets of something external to the country. The leaders of the Western countries are puppets of something external. I would agree with that to a large degree. But what he's saying here is something that I think is important to consider from, kind of the opposite. The people who supported the regime change wars, so your government, not one side or the other. I mean, literally, even if you see them as two sides, both of them support regime change wars. But my point is, it's all just your government using those tactics to keep you divided and not seeing who is responsible, them. But he's saying they're the ones responsible, not the other way around. Okay, so my point would be simple. That, I guess you could argue he simply means any of them behind those, and I would agree with that. But either way, my point is to make sure we don't fall in that trap that you think somehow it's the Democrats doing this or it's the Republicans doing this. It's your government, guys. It's as simple as that. And of course, the point being with this is this guy could be a average person who has an opinion. He could be a bot. I think that's one of the larger points today is how we're all being very clearly engineered using this new technological direction. Now, we're going to get into that right now after this immigration point, overlapping that with the Chat GPT, Peter Thiel, and Musk, and they're all being very clear about where this is going. Now, Arnaud Bertrand has an interesting addition to this, and this comes from a Nature study. Then after this, we're going to play that video that I think is very important to consider. But Arnaud highlights this study that I think is important to consider from those. Now, of course, the people that want to see this as the partisan view will immediately and question the study like you should question everything. That's always a given. But we'll just dismiss this because this is not what my belief says or what but consider this. This is a peer-reviewed study, which doesn't mean that it has to be true, but the evidence is interesting. And he says this fascinating Nature study by Jason Hinkle and others should destroy forever, he says, the myth that workers in the global South steal jobs at the expense of the global North. Interesting. Now, there is an element of this. You can't deny that there's going to be some element where somebody who comes in might be able to take a job that otherwise would have. But the point seems to become about race when in reality, shouldn't it be like, isn't this the whole point from the right? When you're talking about politics, for example, that it should be merit-based and not based on whether or not, you're black or a lesbian, right? Well, isn't this the same point, right? Oh, no, but we're treading in dangerous territory. The idea should be that if somebody legally comes into the country right? That they should be able to, it shouldn't be based on whether they're an immigrant or not. They should be based on whether they're better for the job, right? It's funny how the inconsistencies in the paradigm are easy to point out. But the point comes into play when we're talking about the idea that the governments could surreptitiously or deliberately let in a lot of people for their, let's just take the U.S. and Democrats and saying, well, we'll do this, we're going to get more votes, even though that clearly doesn't even translate that way anymore. I don't think Mexicans from Mexico or other immigrants are even all Democrat like they pretend they are. I think it's actually quite opposite. But either way, the point is that you can argue that letting people into the country could be used as weaponized migration from the own government's perspective. But if the argument is that they're just from the main point, stealing jobs, well, this study seems to add another angle to it or level to the argument. It says they find an astonishing metric that, quote, while Southern workers contribute 90% of the labor that powers the world economy, they receive only 21% of global income. So you could look at it one of two ways, assuming this is accurate. The idea being that, and I've looked at it, but assuming, you can look at the study and you could decide if you think they're misleading you for politics, is always possible, that this either means they're being exploited to an incredible degree, which then should, then the argument should be, like we were saying earlier, that we need to recognize that these are, it's the other way around, that they're being used as opposed to being, taken advantage of the country, but on top, or the other way, that they are coming in and ultimately contributing like anybody else, but ultimately getting a fraction of the actual income. So, but it doesn't mean the job is not being taken, right? But see, I just think these arguments are rooted in dishonesty for the most part. And it says meaning, of course, that the lifestyle of the North is subsidized by the work of the South. Now, it doesn't have to be North and South. This is just the concept as far back as you want to look of colonialism or subjugation. I mean, it's the same way with Africa and the UK and US we were just talking about. They maintain the situation. Now, of course, they blame it on the way they live their lives or their ideology or their communists or what, but it's not the reality. It's because they did this. They're taking from them and they're holding them in that position like anybody honest will tell you. So it's similar here. As far back as you want to look, you got people in powerful positions that exploit the people that are not. Now, today, we try to make sense of this in other ways, and this does have a level to it, but I think that's the larger point. But it says, if we lived in a fair world, those contributing 90% of the labor should theoretically receive 90% of the income, right? Not 21%. Concretely, the study calculates that an extra 826 billion hours of Southern labor, the equivalent to 369 million workers, is effectively appended to Northern economies as invisible ghost workers. He says, which is more than the total workforce of the United States and the European Union combined. And before I hear you say, he says, quote, yes, but it's all low-skilled labor. He says that's not true at all. As per the study, the South, quote, contributes the majority of labor across all skill levels. 76% of the high-skilled labor. That's crazy. 91% of the medium-skilled labor, 96% of the low-skilled labor. So it's quite the opposite, in fact, if you take this at face value. In fact, he says astonishingly, quote, the South now contributes more high-skilled labor to the world economy than all the high, medium, and low-skilled labor contributions of the global North combined. Now, of course, there's people that are going to come at this and say that this study's been manufactured to produce this because this is going to, certainly possible, right? But so it's important to look at it. My point is always with that kind of response, that's certainly one of the possibilities. But if you're just going to reflexively say that without proving that, then you're just making what you want of a piece of data because you don't like what it shows, right? So if that's the case, then look through it and point out where the inconsistencies are, point out where they're faking this or lying about that to achieve that end. Otherwise, it's just another study that's peer-reviewed that has data that seems interesting. And it goes on to say, you could also say, yes, but it's just a temporary situation. As global South countries develop, they'll progressively become like the North. But that's precisely what this study shows is impossible. Because what we'll get into next, the North's development model relies on appropriation from elsewhere. I think this is the crux of the point. That this left-right paradigm conversation from one side of it likes to argue like they're taking advantage, when in reality, it seems to be quite the opposite, where you've got the powerful, and again, pull this out of your mind of the U.S. versus Mexico or something like that. Just pull yourself out of it and just recognize powerful people and those that they subjugate. This is what happens, that they've kept this situation where they're using these people to keep, it's like with Africa, like we just said, that they keep this dynamic going, which keeps them impoverished. And if they ultimately wanted to develop, like I don't know, a gold-backed dinar to be able to enrich themselves or use their own natural resources to give people free healthcare, well, they go regime change for freedom, and then they leave Libya in ruins. And then they can keep taking their resources. That's what they're trying to do in Venezuela. They did to Bolivia momentarily. This is what they do, ladies and gentlemen. So in this point, whether you think that's the full reality or not, it is a part of this conversation that we can't deny. And these stats they're showing are pretty compelling. Look at it for yourself. And it says this implies two things. One, the North has no incentive for the South to develop because their very model depends on appropriation from the South. And two, the South can't develop like the North because they have no South of their own to exploit. They need to find their own model that doesn't rely on exploitation, akin to China, who developed their own with their own workers and is progressively using more and more robots as its workforce gains and skills. Now, I think Arnaud Bertrand has a positive perception of a lot of things China, but some of these things aren't inaccurate, what he's saying. But I still always feel that China, like any other government, would take advantage of what they can, where they can. I think that's quite easy to prove. But nonetheless, the point is that they are taking a different path. He's highlighting. And he says also the South catching up with the North is not the direction at all, except for some rare exceptions. The studies show that on average, quote, wages of Southern workers are 83 to 98% lower for work of equal skill within the same sector. And these wage gaps, quote, have increased substantially over time across all skill levels and all sectors, indicating a steady increase in absolute North-South income inequality. It's no different than the inequality we experience in this country in and of itself. Now it says, so what's the solution? The study concludes that, quote, development and poverty eradication and any plausible trajectory for reducing global inequality, which I'll always point out should not be the responsibility inherently of any individual, or the government should not say it's our responsibility to help these people. I personally would. I think as an individual, I think we should. It's charity, right? Showing compassion for people that are struggling, especially when you can recognize that your government put them there. But again, it's about freedom and liberty. It should not be your responsibility. You have the right to say, I don't care that they're suffering. That's your right. So I always want to make that clear. I'm never of the mind that the government should be able to tax you for something that they think we should. It should be about, again, frankly, I don't think the government should be taxing you for damn near anything. And I think the government should be there to uphold the Constitution, and that's about it. But back to the point, requires a shift in the balance of power between North and South. The point was reducing global inequality. The study concludes that the development and poverty eradication and any plausible trajectory for reducing global inequality requires a shift in the balance of power, such that the latter is able to reclaim its productive capacities to meet human needs. Now, of course, some might frame that as taking from the North, but realizing that this is what we're talking about is just leaving the resources to these countries. But of course, my point, whether we're talking about war or anything else, as I've said many times, I'll point out in a moment, the U.S. government runs on the blood, or rather resources, of other countries. So if you remove that, the government itself would collapse. I mean, we can see that this government's held up with shoestrings and bubblegum with the, what is it now, $40 billion, trillion of debt? I don't even know anymore. I could look at the clock, but I frankly think it's irrelevant. It's just a number that we can't even fathom. It's only a matter of time. They've built this in, just like with 2008. They know what they're doing. The point, though, is that we can recognize that that's what we should do. Let the lithium and gold of Venezuela be Venezuelans, and let that help the people of Venezuela, despite what your government want you to think they're doing. It's already provable that they were doing that before they stopped them, or a number of other things, which, again, I could easily argue that those governments would exploit their peoples. But that's for the Venezuelans to deal with. The idea that we pretend like it's your response, isn't that the very thing I just said? It's funny, the Republicans would tell you that it's not our responsibility, but then at the same time, then cheer them on for regime change because bad communism. Doesn't that seem like it doesn't make sense? So many things like that. But it says, towards this end, international wage floors and minimum resource prices could help reduce price inequalities and limit value transfers, ending in unequal exchange, or rather just the idea of, if they're individuals or companies, I don't think government should be forcing other countries to do anything. I shouldn't even have to say that out loud. But it says, where was I? Ending unequal exchange will also require ending structural adjustment conditions on finance and democratizing the institutions of global economic governance, so that global South governments are free to use industrial, fiscal, and monetary policy to pursue sovereign developments and reduce their dependency on Northern capital. essentially what I was saying. And but it says such reforms are unlikely to be handed down from above, obviously, for the reason I just said. Such reforms are unlikely to be handed down from above. It will require a political struggle for national self-determination and economic sovereignty, similar to the scope to the anti-colonial movement of the 20th century. But it's not just a struggle for national self-determination. I mean, you've literally got your boot on their neck. So like with Iraq voting that they want the U.S. to leave, which they're doing again, but they've done before, and the U.S. just said no. Oh, so that's how it works out. They want self-determination, and you say, nope, sorry, but we respect your sovereignty, except that's literally what you just said you did not respect. So read the study. I find that to be very important. So let's watch this video, keeping all this in mind. And I'll stop it here and there, I think. This is a video that I think is important. A man giving a demonstration on immigration. And I've played this before in the past, actually, using gumballs as representations for, I believe, 1 million immigrants. And this is a very easy thing to understand. Now, again, don't take this from a left-right perspective. Recognize that what's being discussed here is what we just read. Like going back to the point to where you're not taking resources from other countries, really that you would then allow them, the people in those countries, to help better their own situation. And should you want to help them, you can help them from where you are, but it should not be something we force on anybody. And the ultimate point being, in my opinion, without the colonialization, without the constant occupation and theft that these countries would end up developing like they did long before, where they were put in this position by the current power structure, which again, like Kevork was pointing out, is easy to prove.
Some people say that mass immigration into the United States can help reduce world poverty. Is that true? Well, no, it's not. And let me show you why. This gumball represents the 1 million legal immigrants that the United States has taken every year on average since 1990. Now, who in the world deserves our humanitarian compassion? The World Bank has one measure of the desperately poor of the world. They make less than $2 a day. And how many people make less than $2 a day in the world? Well, let's start with Africa. In Africa alone, there are 650 million people who make less than $2 a day. 650 million. And in India, another 890 million people, desperately poor. China adds another 480 million people, making less than $2 a day. And unfortunately, the rest of Asia has a heartbreaking 810 million people who the World Bank says make less than $2 a day. And finally, there's 105 million of Latin America's population that are desperately poor. All told, the World Bank says there are 3 billion people in the world. 3 billion people who are desperately poor, making less than $2 a day. That's 3,000 gumballs. And every year, we take 1 million and suggest that we've somehow made a humanitarian difference. Of course, we don't pull our immigrants from these desperately poor populations, do we? These people are too poor, too sick, too disconnected to make it here as immigrants. We tend to pull our immigrants out of the better off poor of the world. And Mexico tends to define the type of immigrant that we bring here because the plurality of people come from Mexico. And Mexico is poor. How many people in the world live in countries that have average incomes lower than that of Mexico? And the World Bank tells us that that number is these 3 billion plus another 2.6 billion people. 5.6 billion people in the world who live in countries with average incomes below that of Mexico. That's 5,600 gumballs. And so what is it that the elites are telling us? They're telling us that when we take this 1 million immigrants, that we somehow or another are tackling world poverty. And we have to do it regardless of the effect on our unemployed, the working poor, the most vulnerable members of our society.
And look, you should never dismiss the reality of just immigration, weaponized migration, any of it, having an effect on society. It's not a racist thing to point out. It's just how it's the reality of what he's describing. When that many people, and that's part of the weaponized concept of it, of destabilization, right? As I thought I made clear, it's not just about jobs, right? I thought I was very clear about that. The point is that's one aspect that usually gets focused on. I was very clear about the destabilization, about how this is hurting people, about how there are things happening. Thought I was anyway. But the point on that is that we can see, you've got the left side of this in the paradigm clearly pushing for immigration. Then the normal game is that, well, the right is against that, but that's not even accurate. There's still clearly immigration that happens under the right. My point is that you have it coming from a different angle. You have the other elements of this. And this is a global dynamic. The reality is that these things are being driven, and you could even simply take it from a foreign policy perspective, that you're destroying people's lives that then end up flooding, like with Venezuela, like they admitted to doing Bolton and Abrams, the caravan that comes because of their sanctions and starvation. And so either way you look at it, they're all driving the same concept. But, it's always framed as a one versus the other kind of game.
Regardless of the effect on our natural resources. Even if we went by the most radical proposals in Washington, which are to actually double our immigration to 2 million a year, which would totally overwhelm our physical, natural, and social infrastructures, we couldn't make a noticeable difference. And we may be really hurting the impoverished people of the world, because the million that we do take are among the most energetic, often the better educated.
And this is the point that was being made in that study, right? And so I don't think this is by accident. I think this is by design. And the game is to keep it this way at the expense of literally everybody. And then people stoke these flames for certain agendas at certain times. And I think this is constant. And there's a lot more around it, but I think that's obvious.
Certainly the most dissatisfied people, that if they did not immigrate, would be the agents for change to improve the lot of all the people in these countries. The true heroes in the global humanitarian field are the people in these countries who have the wherewithal to immigrate to another country, but instead stay in their countries to apply their skills to help their fellow countrymen.
Now, obviously, it shouldn't have to be said, but the point would be that, I believe in free movement from a worldwide perspective, human right. So if somebody wants to move because they want to move, that's their prerogative. But I agree with the concept that if my point is not about whether they should be told to stay there, rather that our system and our governments exploit that, draw them over, and try to make that happen. Right? I think that's the main thing.
Unfortunately, our immigration system tends to entice these very type of people to abandon their countrymen. The impossibility of making even a dent is actually worse than it looks here. Because last year, when we took 1 million immigrants, these countries added, births over deaths, 80 million more people into the impoverished population.
Now, that's the secondary problem, right? Why is that happening? Of course, they want you to think it's because of who they are. It's because of what they believe. Sort of like how they want you to think they hate us because of our freedom. It's all the same game, guys. And at the end of the day, it's because the West largely sits in their comfortable locations and doesn't care unless it's happening in front of you. And this is not necessarily everyone out there listening. It's not your fault. If you're aware of it and you don't care, then it is. But a lot of people just don't understand how this works and understand how your governments love to project the idea of freedom and liberty and democracy and then go over and rape, murder, and pillage in your name and then take from you as well when you're not looking, right? That's the main point. And so all these people in these countries that get added every year after year, it's because of these these actions that exploit these foreign countries. And I think it's just constant. It's policy, guys. If they truly, there's a point that I used to make all the time. I'm sure it's changed by now, but simple. And again, my point's always the same as before, is that you should not be obligated to help anybody you don't want to. But the reality has always been, and $30 billion, give or take, was enough to solve world hunger. WHO has made that, I'm sure the number's more now, but last I used to look, that's what it was. And again, it shouldn't be anybody's obligation. But and then all these programs and everything that's happened, and they spend far more than that to do all these things in the bureaucratic processes, which rarely amount to any positive change like we're seeing. Instead, they could just go, here's $30 billion and save the world's hunger problem. But the point is, Now, again, I'm not suggesting that they do that. My point, though, is they could. And the point is that if they did that, well, then there wouldn't be something to exploit. It would be, okay, imagine a world where there wasn't massive hunger, locations of people starving to death, and all of a sudden you took an action that caused that. Well, wow, that would be very pronounced. Why are those people all of a sudden starving? Because you took things from them, because you bombed their country, because you keep these places in constant subjugation and constant fear and poverty. It's harder to see, isn't it? Good analogy. It's sort of like now them using placebos that are actually just the same vaccine. So then when you look and go, man, they had heart attacks and blood clots and their eyes stopped working. Oh, but guess what? Same thing happened in the placebo. No problem at all. It's how they work.
And this year, Congress is bringing in 1 million legal immigrants. And this year, according to the United Nations, these countries are expected to add another 80 million people. And next year, you can be quite sure that Congress, unless stopped by the American voters, will bring in another 1 million immigrants. And these countries, unfortunately, will be adding another 80 million people.
So one, it should not be perceived. I mean, it's always, there's an overlap of anything bad with anything. People could have negative intentions behind any choice. My point, though, is that it doesn't have to be racist to say that we don't think we should take immigrants. I guarantee it'll be near impossible to happen because I think the system runs on that. And both the left and the right are very aware of that, otherwise known as your government. And they play the back and forth game to keep you divided about it. My point, though, is let's just say every American was like, you know what? We're in a bad spot. We are to stop all immigration. And we voted for that. It should not be perceived as racist because I think ultimately you can recognize that there is a self-interest, and a lot of places could probably feel the same. But I don't think that'll happen. But I want us to stand back and consider how that's the way this is always framed, that somehow the right, and there is clearly an engineered level of very obvious racism around this conversation, but some people who just see the numbers and go, why are we doing this? We're struggling here. I don't have enough for my family. Like, it's not always one or the other. It's not some binary game. That's the way they need you to see it to keep you guys fighting each other. The reality here is they're going to keep, pretending we need more immigrants to come in. The right's going to, counterbalance that with the other extreme, both of which are keeping war going, which causes the migrants to come in. Both sides benefit from the exploitation of these countries. And then there's your two-party pair. It's the constant. It's the counterbalance, right? It's the feedback loop. It's everything we're constantly doing. They're telling you what they want you to hear, so we keep thinking they're on your side, and everything just keeps zombie walking forward.
Into these impoverished nations. We could take 5 million a year, but we'd never get ahead of what's happening in these countries. Not in this century. Don't you see? Immigration can never be an effective or significant way to deal with the suffering people of the world. They have to be helped where they live.
Again, in no way, at least I'm suggesting that we should then be on the hook to help those people. I mean, even with our governments being responsible by and large for what's happening, that the individual out there should not be on the hook to have to help people over in their countries. I'd like to believe that as human beings, that a lot of us would feel the desire to do so. One, because your government acted in your name. But again, in no way would I ever argue it should be obligated, because that's not freedom. That's not liberty.
99.9% of them will never be able to immigrate to a rich country. There's no hope for that. They have to bloom where they're planted. The only place that 99.9% of these people can be helped is where they live. Let's help them there.
And the overall point, again, is that the reason that they might need help is because of what our foreign policy has done. Now, again, that's not going to be literally every situation. I'm sure there are people that are, governments that are poorly managed. Either way, by and large, what we can see is provably the fault of exploitation, without question. And so if we want to talk about helping, that will be the first step you would take. Stopping your government from keeping them in that position and exploiting them from whether it's resources, whether it's funding, whether it's gold and silver, whether it's their top 1%. That's what they do. That's such an important, if not one of the most important aspects of this conversation. And you rarely get that in the left-right paradigm back and forth. Now, a couple other points I want to include. This is some of the things we're seeing circulate, and this is just one I plucked out. You're going to see them all over the place. This is somebody got kind of prominent during COVID-19 conversation. That's even like the WEF thing about own nothing and be happy. But frankly, I see share kind of a lot of misinformation lately around a lot of these topics, like a lot of people on Twitter, and that's their right. That is free speech. It says when 6'4" bouncers start getting lynched in the street, which didn't happen. It's a beating. But this is my point from before. We're seeing like where this, I said there's a weird thing happening around this. You've probably seen it as well. Look at these people getting lynched in the street. I keep seeing this. And I'm like, okay, well, all I see is somebody getting beat up. Are you intentionally misusing the word lynched? Why is that happening? I honestly don't know, but I find it interesting. By gangs of immigrants, he says. Well, okay, the video in Spain, by the way, you can see one black guy and then seemingly all the rest of them are white and then looks like one Hispanic guy. Okay, where's the assumption? Where is this coming from? Do you have any evidence to suggest this is anything other than a bunch of guys beating up a doorman? No, not that I can see. He could be right, but this is the kind of thing we keep seeing. And all the video is, you can see them all right there. There's one black guy, and then the rest look either white or Hispanic to me. Not even remotely what the current focal point is. Oh, there's two. All right, that's all it is. And so they end up beating this guy up, which is messed up. It's also stupid that none of those people helped him. They're bouncers for crying out loud. But why does this become a problem about immigration? Gangs of immigrants, because that's the current narrative. That's the big conversation. That's what is being pushed into your consciousness. And then again, the lynched in the streets. Now here's what's weird. This video is shared over and over with the same thing. When a 6'4" bouncer starts getting lynched in the streets by a gang of immigrants, this one says invaders. Okay, where are they getting this word from? Is it some kind of Israel app for propaganda like we see in there? Oh, every one of them. Every single one of them. Are they all bots? Probably. That's what we see happening on Twitter right now. It's not just unique to Israel. We're being gamed right now, guys. It's very obvious. Or they're all just sharing the same thing, which is kind of just as creepy, like literally just reposting the exact same thing. My point is, if you scroll back far enough, you're going to find the lynched in the street to other discussions that we've talked about where they're not being lynched in the street. They're being beat up. Maybe it means nothing, but these are the kind of things that stand out. You start to see a pattern and you go, okay, well, where's that coming from? What's driving that? Why is this? And I think there's something happening here. I think this is part of some kind of ongoing social engineering campaign. Now, don't forget, by the way, that we've talked about this in regard to Israel in particular in the U.S. conversation I've made this point when it happened. It's almost even more incredibly conspicuous that people just never talked about this again. But we talked about this on January 2024. A suspected terrorist at the Texas border, when that was all the hype, turns out he worked for Mossad. They argued at the time these are not the person. An Azerbaijani terrorist is what they said. And they tried, and the guy, remember, this was the guy that came up and said, "You'll know who I am soon enough." And all of a sudden, you got these reports. It looks like he's a Palestinian. What do you know? Except later, it got shown that he was actually working for Mossad, who came through Jordan, and we all broke it down in here. And guess what? When the right was talking about this as something that could be used to talk about how the bad guy Palestinians might be immigrating through our country because Hamas is going to do what Israel said they were going to do, it was everywhere in the right conversation. But then when it got shown that he wasn't, he was actually working for Mossad, it was like on a dime. Nobody talked about it. Doesn't that seem interesting to you? Well, at the very least, you can clearly see that Israel is abusing the migration to manipulate you or achieve their own ends, because there's nothing but endless stories showing Israel infiltrate this country for their benefit at the expense of Americans. But we're not allowed to talk about that because apparently that makes you racist to show what this government's doing to your government. Now, we also talked about this in general on the January 2024 Texas border crisis, the new January 6th, weaponized migration, and ICJ rules merit to Israel genocide claim. The point was weaponized migration and how the overlap to Israel and a lot of other aspects are very easy to prove. So I'll include that for you to watch. I'll also include this discussion, overlapping this with the current situation in post-October 7th genocide. Israel's mass displacement of Gazans fits the strategy of using migration as a tool of war. And it goes into overlaps of how Israel has done this before. It's what they've done many times. Now, here's an interesting point. Dan Bilzerine has been circulating online today. And it's funny, Patrick Bet David is the one interviewing him. This is just one of the clips. It says, Dan Bilzerine explains why he has recently come out so strongly against Israel and the consequences of doing so. And it says, they're literally trying to kick me off the board of my company for those tweets. And he reads some of them. And what I find interesting is he's overlapping this with the conversation of immigration, I believe in the UK, but also with the idea that Israel is, counterbalancing it as part of the problem. Now, the reason I think it's interesting is because I've seen a lot of this where people are highlighting that, look, there is a connection here. Tommy Robinson is literally working for Israel. It's not hard to prove. There's something where you can see this being driven. And what I think is interesting is that the right side of this conversation just is like almost desperately trying to ignore that. Here's what he had to say.
Muslims aren't the problem. The open borders and motherfuckers and the media attacking national.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to warn you. There's a bunch of cussing in this video. Earmuffs for the children watching the show.
Nationalism, pushing DEI, transgenderism, and destroying moral values are the problem.
So he just simply said that it's not the immigration that's the problem or anything else he listed. It's what the last party listed off, which I agree with. And that's not unique to the left as much as the paradigm wants you to think that. But the point is that he's highlighting not immigration, but simply that there is a weaponized aspect to this. Israel is doing what they've been doing for a long time.
August 4th. If you don't put America first as a U.S. politician, you are committing treason. Supporting Israel is bad for America. Netanyahu is a convicted war criminal, and Israel is not our ally. We fought way too many wars for Israel, and we certainly don't need to give them any more money. July 25th.
He's reading these tweets, by the way, like they're supposed to be shocking. I mean, literally everything he just read is an easily provable fact. The guy is literally accused of genocide by his own people, by every entity of every aspect of the international organ. I mean, it's unreal. And on top of that, we've gone, I make a joke out of it, that the only time the two-party paradigm agrees is on war, and we're usually, two things, on war and Israel, and we're usually at war because of Israel. It's not hard to prove. But I find it funny that Patrick Bet David is sort of like, these are supposed to be shocking, and at the end he makes a point that I'll point out.
These idiots have ruined movies. Everything they put out is literally propaganda. And then all of a sudden we got scripture here. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Is this recent, comments you're making about Israel a recent thing, or have you always had these beliefs?
It's more recent. I didn't really realize.
I honestly don't know why. I mean, I know why. It's because it's manufactured, but it's so strange that people don't identify, again, more of them are now, that it's weird to act like it's somehow untouchable. Like, I can't believe you're criticizing Israel. Like, my God, like, you want to explain that? Like, really? Of all things in the world right now, you would not need to explain is why you'd be criticizing Israel. But it's still strange how the upper echelon of the conversation still acts like it's some taboo. It's because they've been engineered to think that. It's been long-term manipulation. But as even Greenblatt accidentally exposed, it's a generational problem, and they've lost. People see it. It's too late. They are openly genocidal. They are openly raping and murdering and pillaging and torturing, and that's what they're doing. Not every Israeli or every Jew, but clearly what they've turned that population into. Just like in this country, which we're pulling ourselves out of, hopefully, we've become warmongers. They're driving people to believe that war is what we continue to do, but for freedom, for good things. But again, I see all these things breaking down. We have an opportunity to change it.
Realize what a problem it was until recently, and then everybody was scared to say something about it. My brother told me, like, you can't say anything about it. They'll fucking kill you. Like, everybody basically said that I couldn't say anything about it. And actually,
this guy's got like 1 million followers, by the way, just so you know the reach.
Now they're like literally like trying to like kick me off the board of my company because of those tweets. So, like, shit. Yeah, I've definitely had a lot of like negative pushback, a lot of my Jewish friends, but I don't give a fuck. It's like one of those things where I know that it's the right thing, and the fact that everybody else is scared to say it makes me, feel obligated to be vocal about it.
Why do you think?
Now, I don't know if you want to dig into his other discussions, and maybe he thinks it's only about Jewish people. I don't know. It doesn't matter in my perspective, because I don't think that. There's an overlap like there is with Christians too. I think it's about Zionism. Now, you guys can decide for yourselves. I know plenty of you don't think that, but the reality, I think, is pretty easy to prove. And so my point is, what he's saying right now is accurate. Now, I don't know what he may be thinking something else, but my point is what we're describing here is Israel. and what they're influencing and what they're manipulating. It's shockingly obvious. To make that only about Jewish people is exactly the game of Zionism, which a lot of Jews, more day by day, are standing up and screaming about because it puts them in danger.
It's the right thing.
Because I know that they're a fucking parasite. Like, they provide the U.S. absolutely no value. They've done so many things that, would constitute, an act of war against us. I mean, USS Liberty, Lebanon Affair, I mean, I can go on and on and on and on and on. But, I think they knew about 9/11. I think they had JFK assassinated. The first thing that he wanted to do, right before he died was, make AIPAC a foreign entity, and not allow them to have nukes. And then all of a sudden this fucking guy's dead. And Jack Ruby, who is Jack Rubenstein, I mean, it's just like, and then you just, I don't know, man, I can't ignore all the shit that they've done. They sold our secrets. Netanyahu lied to us about weapons of mass destruction. We fought all these fucking wars. My friends have died over there. And I just look at what they provided us with, and it's fucking, it's not nothing. It's like a negative, it's not, even if they just didn't do jack shit, that would be, bad, but they've actually done things to hurt us over and over and over again. So this whole thing of they're our greatest allies, just complete fucking bullshit.
And it's crazy, again, that we can't just collectively acknowledge that. It's overwhelmingly obvious. I mean, I'm willing to bet you anybody out there who might go, wow, that can't be true. If we just sat down and laid this stuff out directly from corporate media platforms or whatever, it's everywhere. How many times they have been spying on Americans, cheated the U.S. government, stolen information, sold it to our enemies, assassinated people. I mean, it's incredible, and that's the provable side of it. I mean, I shouldn't say provable. That's the public surface level side of it. Now today, it's all provable. Now the reality just beneath that surface is also coming out. It's all been provable for a very long time. But isn't it crazy? It's things like the USS Liberty, the people that were there, the survivors of that, the veterans of USS Liberty will tell you, anybody that will listen, that they tried to kill them and our government covered it up. But yet we go, no, you can't say that. It's crazy. It is incredible. This is why a lot of us are so blown away that it's actually beginning to get dismantled.
And, we send them $100 billion, then they send AIPAC $100 million, and then they distribute it to our politicians, and every politician is a little fucking AIPAC handler walking around and telling them what to fucking say and how to.
Now, that's Thomas Massey, by the way. It is very easy to prove. I mean, even before he said that. But the point is that he made that very public in an interview, which was that every one of them have their AIPAC guy. And every one of them get tapped, and they have to, basically it shows influence and control over their policy. And they admit this. It's on the surface.
Vote, and it's just like, look, I'll donate like $100,000 to politicians, and they call me up like, hey, you need anything? Like every week. I don't need shit. I fucking sit on my ass. I don't do anything. I don't care. I don't fucking break any laws. I don't need any favors. Like, I just gave it to them because I didn't want to see any more fucking retard, Democrats in there. So, but that's 100,000. Like, what does 100 million buy you? How many fucking phone calls do those guys get?
Exactly.
And so, like, I just know how it works, and the system is broken. Like, these people get into office and they don't have very much money, and they get out of office with fucking tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not a fucking accident, right?
And what I think is interesting too is that obviously you can hear about what he's saying. He's clearly, I don't want to assume, but it seems like he's a Republican or at least conservative, and he clearly has a negative view of Democrats, which I agree, but I have negative view of all of them, so left and right combined. But what's interesting though is that where he's coming from is a stance that a lot of Republicans would call him an anti-Semite, maybe even a lefty. Isn't that interesting? And on top of that, what he's saying is that they are the problem. And so I don't know how he then views the Republicans that say otherwise. Does he think that they're rhinos? You know what I mean? It's interesting. I'm not there to ask him, so I don't know. But I find it interesting that this deviation is happening, and this is where people involved are getting uncomfortable with it. And I mean, like the power structures that are desperate to keep us held in this.
Is that an Israel thing, or is that anybody? Because China's doing the same thing.
Oh, and this is an important point. So it just kind of shows you Patrick Bet-David just kind of doesn't know what he's talking about here.
Money, and they get out of office with fucking tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not a fucking accident, right?
Is that an Israel thing, or is that anybody? Because China's doing the same thing.
China doesn't have they don't have an AIPAC. Like, right. Israel is the only one that has a fucking, like, a lobby in the U.S. fucking, giving these politicians money.
Okay, no.
And don't forget, we literally played it's MSNBC, for crying out loud. And it's not because we trust MSNBC. It's because they're facts, whoever says it, showing you that they shifted right? AIPAC shifted from just kind of general lobbying to like direct financial in campaign funding. Which is just, that's crazy. And it's different than anything else. It shows desperation, guys. They are pushing to the limits because they know they're failing. That's what that is. And so it just shows you that the average person doesn't even know that, or even this journalist doesn't know that.
Every country, the big ones all have lobbyists. They all have lobbying that they're doing.
Not in the U.S. They're registered as foreign entities.
Right. I mean, if you're talking about, are you going?
And I'll be clear. I would be willing to argue that there are lobbying groups that are probably either have the interest in mind of somebody else, but at the end of the day, it's not a publicly stated is like, we're a China lobbying group lobbying for the interest of China as Americans. That's just doesn't, it's special in a very dangerous way.
Going to the dual citizenship part, big ones all have lobbyists. They all have lobbying that they're doing.
Not in the U.S. They're registered as foreign entities.
Right. I mean, if you're talking about, are you going to the dual citizenship part with Israel, Israel?
That's another problem is a lot of our politics.
So he conflates the idea of dual citizenship with the idea that AIPAC should be registered as a foreign agent. I'm like, why? It just kills us. Wish TLAV could have that reach and that platform, right? With all the, it's like, it's amazing to me the lack of understanding and intelligence from a lot of people out there with major platforms. But hey, I shouldn't be hating. At least he's out there talking to him. At least he's having this conversation. But it's frustrating, right? There's so many people out there that are on the cusp of something that just, it kills me.
And if you're talking about, are you going to the dual citizenship part with Israel, Israel?
That's another problem is a lot of our politicians have far more allegiance to Israel than they do the United States. I mean, that's a whole nother issue as well.
It's true. It's not about racism. It's obviously it's an easy, like when you've got people that are literally part of the IDF who actually constantly advocate for things that are even unconstitutional as long as it promotes Israel, Brian Mass and plenty of others, you are literally acting against your country. It isn't, whether it was Israel or Britain or anybody else, it's the same dynamic, but they'll love to try to make it about racism because it shows you how weak they are. So here is a clip that I recently played from Adam Green, which overlaps this with the prophetic side of this. Now realize the Ben Gvirs of the world, the Smotrich, the religious Zionism party, the most, if not all of the leading the coalition, the Knesset, the Likud party, Netanyahu's coalition, they are almost, they have the mindset of the prophecy, the idea that this is bringing on the end times. And this they've stated this publicly, guys. The idea that ultimately we're in a position now where we need to drive this into reality, that we need to drive the Christians to be annihilated, which is what they actually believe, because that'll bring on the end times. But it's good for Christians too, because it'll bring on, the return of God. But the interesting part is that Christian Zionists see it as the Jews being annihilated, which will bring on the end times. Point, though, is here is a rabbi speaking, and he's a reasonably prominent one, speaking about how weaponized migration is being driven because this is what they're trying to accomplish. So it's just something for you to consider. It doesn't prove anything, but ask whether this is part of the conversation. I think I think that. It's not just Israel, but every one of these elements, whether it's the UK and the US keeping it going because they want to be able to continue exploiting these countries for the maintenance of their own countries, or if it's somebody else driving it to be able to destabilize or driving on the end times, whatever it is, you can see that these powerful entities are actually stoking this. Not left or right, but your governments.
End of days, you're going to need the iron of Esav, which represents Edom, which is the West, Europe, and the Americas, to get intermixed with Yishmael, which is basically Arabs and Muslims. How in the world was this ever going to happen if not for this refugee crisis? At the end of days, you're going to have this intermixing between Esav, Edom, which is the West, and the East, which is the Muslims and the Arabs, making this through this influx into the world. They're going to have a far larger birth rate than the indigenous people there, and they're going to sort of conquer by number. And there are many different sources for this, where there will be many, many people killed and so on and so forth. So the idea of having these refugees come into Europe, it's no longer a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's just simply a fulfillment of what it was meant to be all along. This is the fulfillment of the Hazal and the prophecies.
We have to be able to consider that at some level, this might be coke. Like, let's just even say you think it's all organic. you don't, we're not going to at least consider that the people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, who are just, I mean, these guys are psychopaths, ladies and gentlemen. They have come out and shown you this. They have praised rape and called them heroes and acted like people should be murdered in their beds because they're animals. You don't think for one second that they might not drive that, even if it's organic, then come and stoke those flames because they see an opportunity, if not completely manufacture it because they've said so in the past, like Netanyahu and others have had leaked videos where they tell you that they can use the United States however they want. They can control the left-right paradigm because they're easy to manipulate because it's constant. All of these videos are out there. I've shown them to you. So with this kind of overlap, we have to ask whether we are simply being used and that the left-right paradigm are just extensions of that being used.
This has to happen, and this is just another sign that we are nearing, the completion of this tikkun of the entire world.
But we know one thing, right? That when it comes to the classic Rome, which is Europe, they're finished.
And you don't have to be a prophet or a great analysis for that. You have to open the TV or the internet and see that exactly what was prophesied then, that the sons of Ishmael are going to go and cause havoc around the world. So France is completely barbecued. England is next. Now half of Europe is completely half dead. Now look what's going on in America. So, now in a country near you.
Asking what's going to be with the guy.
And again, this idea that these people are somehow inherently lesser than, like it's explicit in Israeli ideology. They treat Ethiopian Jews as lesser than and second-class citizens. It's openly discussed. Let alone, or Orthodox Jews that don't believe in Zionism are literally beaten up in the streets. I have a clip they'll show tomorrow where they have Zionists burning down the houses of anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews in Israel right now. Because it's not about Judaism, it's about Zionism. My point is that it's inherent in their ideology. They are racist. That is Zionism. Zionism is racism.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
And that is Avi Shalom, a highly respected British Israeli historian, speaking with Human Rights Watch about the apartheid state that Israel is, based on literally every leading human rights group in the world, including Israeli B'Tselem. But the point is, what I was saying is that clearly they're racist. Like, that's on the surface. And so what we have is the bleeding into that of other conversations in other, like, what's interesting is that historically, your entire government, left and right, has been blind. They still are blindly supporting Israel. But it used to be kind of the other way around in an interesting way. But today we just simply have it's shifting more from within, that not the actual parties. They're playing it based on politics, but you've got the left largely now at least calling out what they're seeing, and you got the right who is more so being blinded. But I think it's like with COVID-19. It's not as partisan as they want you to think it is. It is slanted, but it's not the same. My point, though, is that if we pretend that this is what they're making it out to be here, all these, hordes of immigrants running in, it's all, based on the idea that somehow they're lesser than, right? That they're meant to do this because they're the unwashed hordes or whatever they're calling them in their clips. And one of them said something like that, that they're like destined to play this role. Like there's a level of racism there that you cannot ignore. And then when you add in the reality that this is being driven to happen, whether it's by belligerent foreign policy or something much more nefarious, how does that add up? If you're manufacturing the very thing that you're pointing at, then it's not even like this is the same as saying God gave them Israel when literally it was Britain and they were choosing between multiple locations, the Balfour Declaration. You can't go on pretending like it was God given when you chose the location and it was given to you by another government. But it's the same thing. That's what Zionism does. Manipulates you.
On in America. So, now in a country near you.
Asking what's going to be with the Goyim when Mashiach comes. Will they be destroyed and annihilated? Someone asked, who cares? Okay. As a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. Every individual, no survivors. Not only as a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. In modern terminology, they call it cultural genocide. They'll be annihilated. They basically learn there's going to be cultural genocide. That, you know what, the Goyim as they exist as Goyim, b'fnei atzmam, that's done with. Batul u'mavutul.
Yep. Now, to be clear, obviously, that's just one person, right? And a lot of these, typically the ones that are shown, the rabbis saying, a lot of them are very extreme. But let's realize that the majority in this conversation coming from the Zionist-controlled Israel are extreme. That's evident by what they're doing right now and what their government almost by and large is okay with. You just don't see from the highest level of corporate media a debate about whether it's okay to rape people and calling them heroes and without recognizing that there's something very dark happening with that society at the very highest level. And not just one or the other, right? But like the entirety. Like my point is always, it's not every Israeli or every Jew. But the reality of where they've drifted because of what Zionism has done is undeniable. They need to be saved from it like anybody would. Now here, this brings us into the conversation of what, at least in one part, this is being driven to accomplish. Now, this is just one element of it. This is the one that I think is the easiest to see, which is what we've talked about it more than once. The idea of and I'll include the SAVE Act conversation as well. From the American perspective, the idea of using immigration to manipulate people into asking for the very things we were fighting against during COVID-19, in this case, a digital identification. SAVE Act, Real ID, and ID 2020. This is the Real ID Act conversation where they have this included in the SAVE Act, where this is one of basically to break it down quickly, there are multiple options, most of which most people won't apply for or won't apply to them. And then the Real ID part of it is going to be what is used going forward, especially when some of these get knocked off as they become not possible anymore. And then we've got retroactively, or rather kind of grandfathered in, this idea that this is the only thing you're allowed to use. Of course, to stop illegal immigrants from voting. That's all it was about, which I agree. If people aren't legally allowed to vote, we should care about that. But you don't need the digital ID aspect of this to pass this bill. But that's what they're doing anyway. It's a Trojan horse for, as I said, using the two-party illusion and the election to usher in digital IDs. Here is Whitney Webb saying, first of all, Disclosed TV posting this, saying, new, the U.S. Office of Biometric Identity and Management plans to, quote, improve facial recognition technology for minors by collecting biometric data from immigrant children down to the infant. Now, before everyone jumps and goes, that's what Biden and the Democrats do. This largely was pushed forward during the Republicans' control. The idea that we need to protect the innocent children during the immigrants and the MS-13 and the coyotes and all that. And look, I agree with the fact that we need again, it's one of these elements that is completely allowed and exploited by the power structures. But the idea that we don't need more biometric scans and more digital IDs to stop that problem. This is only using something that we care about. Same thing. It's like the same with the safety bill about children and child pornography. They're using what we care about, which we all should care about. Stopping these absolute creeps out there that are doing this stuff, but using that can manipulate you into asking for censorship, giving them the tools to do it. So the point is that this is a bipartisan, as always, because it's just your government, push for biometric scans, for digital ID, technological control. She writes, there is no way that this remains exclusive to immigrants. Completely agree. Both parties are pushing a biometric entity entry-exit system. That is the new biometric wall Funny how they all ended up agreeing on that. Isn't that interesting? That will lead to biometric digital ID. There is a truly global push for this. And if you want to stop the Technocratic Agenda 2030, you must do all you can to opt out. She had another recent, I think it was a clip that was from that same interview with Jamie Dore. And one of the points was that, like, well, what are we going to do? Everyone takes your data. So that's not the truth, though. If all you think are the main platforms, they're only things that are there, well, then yes. And if you act like that's going to allow you to just go, well, too late, it's already happening, well, then you're just letting it happen. There's a lot of other platforms that may not be as major and prominent at the moment that we should lean into because they don't ask for that information. The problem is the same thing as always. The people that are stuck at the top of the paradigm who want you to believe they're on the side of freedom when really they're on the side of maintaining the status quo act like you should listen. It's the same as always. It's the same names, the top of either side of this, that are weirdly connected to the CIA and tapped into the same groups, but we trust them like they're somehow outsiders now, pushing you into the same position. Now, maybe you'd like to think they're going to change it, but it's funny. We can look back over 20 years, and those same people have always been there, and yet we still get stuck in this hamster wheel because that's how it's designed. Opting out is how we need to do this. Now, we should, I'll include that one as well. I'll also include this. Oh, wait. Oh, I think I just lost it. Shoot. There was one more. It was what Paulie said. Let's see if it's still there. Nice. Okay. Sometimes it won't let you go back. So after Whitney said this about opting out, Paulie, a Fringe View, says, ditch your smartphone. Imagine if the big influencers all promoted a smartphone strike. Cancel the data plans en masse. This would cost the control system in terms of dollars and implementation of their strategy. It's a good point, but it'll never happen, unfortunately, because all of the big influencers are invested in these things. For example, like I myself just lit a fire into my butt because I was mad at myself for not doing that, even though I've had this for a long time. That's why I had the recent interview with Hakeem, Technocratic surveillance, privacy devices, and opting out of the control system, where if you watch the interview, I really enjoyed it. We talk about some really interesting things to start. We talk about the privacy phone. I bought the Above phone a long time ago, and it just, again, no excuse, but it's just busy. There's a lot going on, and I get it. But my point is that shouldn't have been enough to stop me. So I now have it sitting right here next to me. And I've been trying to fold it in every way that I can, even if it takes extra time. And again, like I briefly pointed out, we're going to come back to it once it's available. They're going to make a TLAV laptop. If it's an above, they call it an above book. De-Googled, privacy, set up as if it was made for me. Having all the apps in different space, and what I would argue is best suited for somebody starting in this field. Watch out for that. I'm excited about it because I believe in this product. And on that note, if you either of these things you want to get right now before that, there's the code for it. And if you do, there's the link, and then use TLAV 50 as a code to get $50 off. I really do believe this is the direction. Whether you use this phone or something else, I believe that we should be going in this direction. This is part of opting out of the system. Now, where this is going, it's happening in the United States. As I just said, the SAVE Act and everything else is driving us there right now. But as always, they use these vassal states to drive this in and normalize the conversation when it's all coming to you soon. It's already happening in a lot of ways in the US, in the UK. But as Camus is pointing out, it's already there. In Australia, it's happening in the UK. It's driving out. It's not some hypothetical. It's not even some kind of like subtle conversation. It's Digital ID Act being pushed on everybody right now. Here it is in Australia. As he says, Australians won't have to pull out their license. Oh, he's quoting what the video says.
Australians won't have to pull out their licence at the pub anymore under a gold standard digital ID being developed. Government Services Minister Bill Shorten is today unveiling the new initiative. It means when you enter a club or hotel, a digital token will be sent to that business to verify you are who you say you are without transferring them your data. It also cracks down on scammers by limiting data shared with businesses.
And here is one from the UK. So the point is simply that they're piping this like convenience and benefit. And at the end of the day, it's surveillance and control. That's all it is. Labor's Digital ID Act is an extreme risk honeypot, he says, of information, which I don't know if honeypot applies to this, but you listen to what he says and maybe it's used differently in other locations. Oh, no. So this is, oh, never mind. I believe this is the Australia as well. I thought I had one for the UK, but the point is clearly that it's across the world, guys. It is happening all over the world. Not left or right, not one country versus the other. It's just a roll. It's just like with the COVID-19 thing. There's something much more nefarious happening around all of this. And if you're allowing yourself to be driven into it because of some tangential conversation based on left-right divide, you're being played.
Remember that COVID app that came out from the Morrison government, cost us about 70 million, had about 2 men and a dog take it up. It was an absolute shocker. I'm not so confident the government's going to get this right. I'm worried about my information. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Peter, you should be worried about your information. We all should be. I mean, there's a number of different layers to this. The first one is this Digital ID Act that was passed earlier in the year is setting up the framework for a digital surveillance state in this country. And it wasn't that long ago in the 80s when people were marching the streets about the Australia card. Well, we've now seen the Australia card in digital form on steroids roll out, and many of us who opposed that bill going through made the warning that this would become mandatory very quickly. I mean, the Act says it doesn't, but this will creep into our everyday lives, and within months, the Albanese government is rolling out a new version of the same thing. So that's the first thing. People being tracked is the first thing. The second thing I'd say is I have no confidence in governments being able to keep our data safe. I mean, the private sector struggles enough. We've seen numerous data breaches over the private sector, and we've seen numerous on Parliament House hacks and all sorts. So this is a massive honeypot of data that will be built for hackers who will just go to this like moths to a flame. This is a really bad idea. That's why I've introduced a digital ID repeal bill into the Senate, and it's been co-sponsored by a number of other senators, Canavan Babbitt and others, and Roberts and Hanson, I should say. This is bad law, and we are walking into a digital surveillance state trap in this country.
Yep, completely agree. Here's Nigeria Digital Identification Management Program. It's coming up all over the world, and I'll include one of Derek's. Let's see. There it is. Well, there's one of them. I guess this one too. So this is simply the idea. Derek's written about this a lot. This is from 2022. Exposing the digital ID is a human rights scam. Very important. That picture is perfect. This is the one that I think is most important. I mean, it's so crazy how this has been called out directly. This is the NYU School of Law. Literally warns, direct quote from them, that digital ID is, quote, paving a digital road to hell. Didn't mince words at all, did they? I mean, that's crazy to me. It's all right there. You know, and this is not like some conspiratorial. This is a simple reality of why there's no logical reason what they claim they need these things for are always shown to be half measures at best. This is about controlling you. Now, I'll include Whitney's article from February 2024, Manufacturing Consent, the border fiasco and the smart wall. It's very well done and just simply continues to show you what we've always talked about. They use the two-party divide to drive their agenda, the government's, back and forth, and it teeter-totters, and you guys act like you're pushing back and fighting each other, and it perfectly distills it right down to where they want to go every time. Until we can see through the paradigm, we will not be able to stop what's happening. And it's happening. I'm seeing it. People are seeing through it, but the ideologues at the top are continuing to keep people stuck. And it's hard to see because it's just like with COVID. We're all alone. I'm the only one that sees this. And the truth was we all saw it. But the media and the paradigm is very good at keeping you only looking at the very small percentage of people that they pretend is everyone. That's what we're going to get to this ridiculous list for social media. Well, they're like, here's the top 30 smartest truth tellers. And it's like, my God, that's the fake window right there. We'll come back to that. Now, let's talk about the idea of the recent Donald Trump fighting anti-Semitism part of his campaign tour. That's what I was trying to say earlier in the show. Campaign tour. I can remember that. But we had a great interview with David Icke a while ago about, as I titled it, Zionist infiltration of Judaism, weaponized migration, also in that conversation, and mainstream alt media. He's talking about the MAMs, as he calls Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, all the rest of them. He thinks they're all fake. And the point is that in this conversation, we talk about Sabbateanism and the roots of Zionism, and the point being the infiltration of governments and religions. That's exactly what we're talking about, and whether or not this is playing a factor. So let's talk about that exact conversation. Here's Donald Trump on the tour, campaign tour. Now, yes, this one, what's important is that people are framing this as some kind of anti-Semitism, like convention or something. Let's be clear about this. This is, you could see his Trump-Vance podium. This is something put on by him and his campaign, as well as Miriam Alderson. Now, she probably paid for it all because that's how this is working, but let's not pretend like this is just him coming to speak at somebody else's event. His podium is there for his campaign. And the point is, this is part of that because she is his one, if not the one of his chief financiers. And I'll show you why. But the reason I'm saying all of that is because, as this person rightly asks, can MAGA explain to me why are we flying Israeli flags on the campaign trail again? So even if you want to pretend that's not what's happening here, it's not new, and it should worry you. He's in the United States on tour for his American presidential campaign, and yet it's weird that he got more American flags than Israel. Doesn't that worry you? Doesn't that seem strange? Would it be weird if they were all Moroccan flags or Chinese flags or British flags? Well, it would if any one of those were there. But weirdly enough, when it's Israeli, you go, who cares? I'm not going to look, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to see it. Clearly, it's weird. And I think it's self-evident, self-explanatory. Israel has and I'm going to let you listen directly from his own mouth. He says things that are probably going to blow your mind. And it's usually because I think he's off the cuff and he says things that kind of just pop into his head. And one of the things during his speeches, it's so funny how he just kind of rambles and he starts his conversations by going, and they were blown away. And then then he fills the gap. I'll show you what I mean. It's funny, but it's a side point. He's just hyperbolic with everything he does. And it's funny how he just starts like that and then fills it in with what I'm about to say next and then deviates. It's funny. But here, this is about Israel having influence over what he does. At the very least, funding a presidential campaign on every side, by the way, because Kamala is in the same position despite the framing. But we're right now, because I'll give you a point about Kamala at the latter point of this. But here's the reason why, at this point, I'm focusing more on Trump and the right, because it's obvious to me, at least, that I think this is the plan. The whole point is that your government has selected this person to be in power. I know not everybody agrees with that. I don't think your vote translates. So that's why when I think the game is to Kamala is a clown who's a ridiculous airhead, at least that's what she's projecting, because even her own party hates her. And now you're being gaslit of thinking she's some amazing thing. What that's going to do is drive people to support anybody else. That's what I see it as. But on top of that, because I think Kamala Harris is transparently obvious. I think her own party thinks she's ridiculous. I think everybody can see that she's blindly supportive of Israel, that she has a terrible track record. So I don't need to expose that. So it's like trying to expose that Biden is senile. That's obvious. The problem is that a lot of good people are falling for Donald Trump. And I think that is what I need to highlight. And if you think that's somehow going to drive people to vote for Kamala, then again, you don't understand my opinion. I don't think that's how this is working. But you consider your opinion too. I could be wrong. So here's what Censored Man has to say about this first. Donald Trump attends, that's the way he frames it, I don't think this is necessarily accurate, attends a Stop Anti-Semitism event with Miriam Adelson. That's partly accurate, but this is part of his campaign. That's clear to me. But either way, let's just take for sake of conversation that he's still attending a Stop Anti-Semitism event. So remember this, people on the right who are you just went through years of being called racist Nazis because you wore a red hat, or anti-Semites because you wore a red hat? Can't we ask? And by the way, got censored because you were called anti-Semites? Got censored because you were called Nazis, even though that wasn't true? I know you're all out there listening, and I know a lot of you get what I'm saying, a lot of conservatives. But you out there listening who see that problem, who see Trump and the Republicans, the leading entities out there turning around and doing the same thing, you need to call them out. Whether it's Tucker or Alex or people on Fox News or the president himself, you need to go, you're doing the same thing. That's unconstitutional. By leaning in to stop anti-Semitism, by the way, which they claim is free Palestine, you're ridiculous. You're part of the problem. The problem is that a lot of people that are trapped in the paradigm don't want to say that because they think that's counter to their interests, even though it's true. So if you are a conservative out there and you recognize that's a dangerous weaponized thing he's being a part of, call it out. Don't be afraid of the cat turd weaponized, the whole MAGA thing that goes, Kyle Rittenhouse, you said something true, but it's bad for MAGA. So you're out, you're exiled unless you retract it. We'll let you back in. Like, that's cult stuff, guys. That's cult level stuff. Saying that Trump has things he's done that are problematic for the Second Amendment is easy to prove. You know, like we'll take the guns first and deal with due process later. But you're not allowed to say that because MAGA, just like the left, it's the same game. They're both ridiculous. The point here is that you need to call this stuff out or it's only going to get worse. He goes on to say Miriam donated $100 million. Oh, and that's just for this campaign, by the way, to Trump's campaign. And I'll go over why. It's because she wants annexation of the West Bank, as Haaretz is telling us. That's illegal. Nobody can say otherwise. It's easily provable. But he goes on to say, after making the donation, she urged Trump to allow Israel to annex the West Bank and prevent the creation of a Palestinian state. By the way, which is exactly the opposite of what Trump championed his whole thing about. Remember the deal of the century was supposed to be a state for the Palestinians? I guess now he was paid to not want that anymore. That's politics for you. And by the way, the deal of the century was a joke. All it did was enshrine the current reality before October 7th as the New Deal and called it a two-state solution with Israel still had control over. That's why nobody thought it was. They pretended like it was the thing is going to change the world, and everybody laughed about it. It didn't go anywhere because it wasn't real. It was a fake. But my point is, even the fake two-state solution, he's now being paid to not want. Now it says her late husband, Sheldon Adelson, flew Jonathan Pollard to Israel on her private jet after he was arrested from prison in the United States. Or released from prison after being arrested. Pollard was arrested for committing espionage against the United States for Israel, like any number of many examples we can prove, during which he gave U.S. intelligence to the Soviets in exchange for allowing Russian Jews to immigrate to Israel. His point is, she took him back to Israel because it's all about Israel's interest, especially at the detriment to the United States, as they'll proudly talk about when you're not looking. Here is what Jake Shields points out. Trump is at a Stop Anti-Semitism rally, again, which is his rally too, with Adelson. Adelson is a dual citizen of Israel who just gave Trump $100 million. Jonathan Pollard was the worst spy in the U.S. history. When Pollard was released, Adelson's the one that picked him up. The Sheldon, this is Miriam, the late Sheldon's wife, on a private jet flew him to Israel, where he got a hero's welcome. This isn't someone with dual loyalty. That is someone who has full loyalty to Israel and none to America. That's for you to decide, but I think it's quite obvious that should be problematic for people. But so let's take a look at some of the things he said. This is very problematic to me. It says, Trump speaks at Fight Anti-Semitism event. If it was Fight Anti-Semitism event, it would say Fight Anti-Semitism event. That says Trump fans. Text Trump to... This is a put on for Trump's rally. This is about Trump getting elected. So let's not pretend, for those that want to pretend like he didn't do that. It's exactly what it looks like.
The power, Miriam, of this lobby, this powerful, and it was for good, not for bad, of being Jewish and of Israel. And
he's talking about the Israeli lobby, by the way.
Unfortunately, they're not necessarily the same, because you have Jewish people living in New York who really don't support. You look at the New York Times, and they do not support Israel, and I don't think they support Jewish people. You want to know the truth?
Uh-oh, right? You're not supposed to say that out loud, that there are Jewish people that don't support Israel. Oops, because it's very real. It's a massively growing community. But of course, he has to add that I don't even think they care about Jewish people. Oh, so they're Jews that don't care about Jewish people. That makes a lot of sense. That's the whole safe-hating Jew dynamic, where we're not allowed to say that because we're racist, but people like Ben Shapiro can say that about Jews who are Jewish, who are very religious, but he doesn't agree with the way they view Zionism, so therefore they're not Jews. All you can see from that is it's about Zionism, not about Judaism. And that's the thing he's doing right there. He's denigrating Jewish people who don't believe in Zionism, because he's speaking to a bunch of rabid Zionists. That's what's happening here.
And you wonder where it all came from, but why did it come? And they have to get together. They have to be strong. Because it's never been under attack.
He's rambling, by the way, and you always get this, and anybody honest is going to highlight this. He doesn't even know what he's saying right there. He's filling the gap until he goes into a new point, which now he starts.
Like this. It's never been under siege like this. But 15 years ago, it was the absolute most powerful. You couldn't.
The lobby, where he just didn't finish the sentence, and I'm going to show you that he's made this point in many times. The lobby used to be powerful. It should be, rightly so, control over the government. But it's because of these new people that they don't. That's what he's talking about.
Have an AOC +3. They wouldn't have a chance of being elected anywhere.
Oops. Did he literally just say that before, when the lobby was that powerful, they wouldn't have had a chance to be elected? Yes, he did. on the record, just literally said they're getting people elected. They are the reason that if they, back when they were what they should be, and I'll play this clip for you next. He says it here too, that they wouldn't have been able to get elected. So wait a minute. So are you telling me, Donald Trump, that the people don't elect the people in Congress, but the lobby does? Yes. And by the way, I shouldn't have to prove that to anybody. All that's important here is to show you that Donald Trump just openly stated, because he's rambling, the exact thing you're not supposed to say. Too, in fact, well, a lot of Jewish people don't support Israel, but that the lobby is so powerful and should be based on his recommendation, and because of them, they're not. They wouldn't be elected if they were powerful like he wants to make them again. Democracy, right, guys?
And today you have AOC and some of these people, and they're pretty violent, pretty violent.
Oh, they're violent now? Because, you know, they support Muslims. They must be violent. Now, look, I don't support any of these people. And a lot of their ridiculous woke ideologies, and what they do support or what they pretend they do for their own political interest, you know, that goes both ways. The bottom line is they have supported a lot of very dangerous things that, in fact, have led to a lot of violence. So is Donald Trump. Just because the right only wants to look at it through the lens of the left and the Black Lives Matter, look at what the right is doing in the same exact way, whether it's destructive foreign policy and supporting things that Israel is doing, or having things happen in the same way from what they, like the conversation of the immigrant discussion. It's the same way either way you look at it. Both sides disagree, and that's why we end up in the middle, you know, with the rest of logical people that can see through the lies. But the bottom line is that calling them violent is, it's the same as them calling him a Nazi. And I don't know why honest people that are in the paradigm can't see that, because there are a lot of them. You have to recognize how hypocritical it is for you to scream about them doing this and misrepresenting Trump when he does it every time he speaks. And please do not hear this as bad guy. They're all on the same level.
And they hate Israel and they hate Jewish people.
Oh, so now they all hate Jewish people. Seriously? Do you realize how many Jewish people that are supporting them, how many Jewish organizations they're standing with as they point at what Israel's doing and the genocide they're committing? Guys, you as an average person, if you're able to pull yourself out of your paradigm perspective, that should insult you. As a Jew especially, you're telling me that they hate you. What about Jews' Voices for Peace, who they're marching with as they call out the genocide that's making Jews less safe? Or the fact that Zionism is the most dangerous thing for Jews in the world today, and that's what they're calling out. Now, I'm not going to say I know whether they hate something or don't, but for you to say that they hate Jewish people because they're criticizing Israel shows you how he's going to weaponize anti-Semitism. At the very least, allow them to do it to you. But, you know, constitutional rights and America first, right?
And he can end up winning because you're going to have the president, okay? So you're going to end up winning.
Don't worry, Zionist audience. You're going to have the president. You think that was accidental? You could, you know, as always, they're going to say that's not what he means. You're reading into it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But he just went on to tell me that the lobby should be this powerful, as I'll play for you next, or actually right now. And that if it was that powerful, they wouldn't even be elected, which shows you that they're electing people or not. But then you say, but don't worry, you're going to have the president, so it'll all be good. You tell me how that doesn't add up to an exactly clear picture. Now, let me play this for you real quick, and we'll come back to this. Here, as I've showed you before, is him saying this in two other instances. So it's not new, it's not unique, and it's not a misspoken word.
You know, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
That's supposed to be a racist conspiracy theory. It's not. It's exactly what we see today. It's the truth. That's what lobbying ultimately tries to do. They just pretend they don't. So here we have him saying that's what they did, and we know that.
And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
There's no misunderstanding that, guys. Israel, and he's not saying Jewish people, he's saying Israel, had control over Congress, and rightly so. Hey, but you'll have the president, guys.
You know, Israel was the most powerful lobby in the country 15 years ago. Today, between TLAV and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing, Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yep. So there's just no misunderstanding this, guys. He's literally saying he's going to give power back to Israel over the Congress. Now, whether you could pretend he doesn't mean it, you can play the JFK card and say he's lying to get elected and he's going to go. But what happened last time? The exact opposite. everything he said he was going to do didn't actually happen. And it went right with the same deep state agenda like they planned to. And it's the same game right now. I'm going to play you the clips where he openly says, we're going to continue to support Israel. We're going to continue to allow them to do what they're doing because we have to fight for Israel. All of his supporters who want to pretend that's not the case will tell you he secretly means we're going to stop the war. It's not what he's saying. You can hear him, and they don't want that. It's very frustrating that we can't see how obvious this is.
You do have, so you're going to end up winning. You're going to have the presidency and some of these people, and they're pretty violent, and they hate Israel and they hate Jewish people, and you're going to end up winning because you're going to have the president, okay? So you're going to end up winning, but you do have...
That just creeps me out, man. If you're an American and you're watching this as he's speaking to a bunch of Israeli Zionists, it should worry you. You should worry you what he's discussing about, right? When he's saying you'll have the president or that they should have control over the Congress. These are not mistakes. They're repeated sentiments.
You do have people, and it's amazing. The radical Marxist left and the sympathizers of the radical Islamic terror, who Democrats have imported from all over the world, have...
Well, I mean, see, this is playing right into a narrative that's rooted in, like, the idea that the Democrats have pulled in all over the... What are we talking about? Everything that you're going to highlight that draws these migration, it's because of a bipartisan war policy. And the idea, I'll make this point really quickly, actually, too. I think it's a good point that somebody made when he mentions Marxists. Where was that? Yeah, Dave Smith made this point. I mean, see, this is what I appreciate. Now, I mean, there's things I've seen Dave's that say that I disagree with, but I tend to see him as pretty balanced in regard to at least the two-party paradigm. And so I appreciate that because it's rare you find that in somebody that is, on Tucker or whatever else. And he says, I'm getting tired of this argument because it devolved into semantics and, frankly, stupidity. So let me bring it back to my original point. He says, I don't really care what you call the criminals who run our government. I promise I hate them more than you do, whether you call them Marxist, fascist, or whatever. Which I agree with. This game they play with, one's good and one's bad, it's all power structures and they will all collect at the top. Look at what we're dealing with today. And he says, or whatever, they have bankrupted the United States of America and driven our society off a cliff, handing the baton back and forth. And the same thing happens. He says the problem with Trump calling them communists or Marxists, aside from being inaccurate, it's not a left-right point. It's about facts and easy to verify stuff. He says, and making him sound like a grandpa arguing in the 1940s is the framing. He says between his position on Israel, COVID, and even his praising of the Secret Service, when Trump calls his opponents Marxists, he positions himself as the defender of the establishment. Think about that. Guarding against the radicals. Right? So it's like the Red Scare, like we're protecting our current establishment against the outside communists trying to take over. But he says this was never the appeal of Donald Trump. People supported him because he represented a repudiation of the Bushes, Clintons, Obamas, and the corporate media, or at least that's what he tried to project. He says a giant middle finger to the establishment. Besides, if we are a communist country, we've been one since 1913. Very balanced and objective points that people see. It's hard for people to call him a lefty, because he's clearly taking very prominent stances that are on the other side. He's libertarian. The point is that it's just, I love being able to point these out with a position like this from a person that it's hard for them to just denounce as somebody from the left, because it's easy to prove what he's saying is right. And the main point is, think about the dynamic. This is Trump from the new position and now the new election, positioning himself in exactly where it makes it work for the current paradigm. Before, it was against the establishment, right? Drain the swamp, change everything. Now it's to hold it and protect it against the new. How does that even make sense? It doesn't. People are falling for it just like last time.
Around their hatred of America and their hatred for Israel. They have hatred. Islamic terror, who Democrats have imported from all over the world, have united around their hatred of...
I guess he's just making a lazy point about immigration that they've imported from all around the world. I mean, all that does is make a lazy, unverifiable claim that somehow individual Democrats, or at least half the government by themselves, imported terrorists explicitly from other countries. But isn't the argument that they're importing it for voting, that they're bringing in immigration? Like, what's the argument of bringing in terrorism? That's just, see that again, it's lazy to connect it with the current talking point that it's overtaking the government. The UK is overrun with terrorists from Muslim countries. So now we're literally arguing that they're importing terrorism for, I'm not going to say that's not possible. I think they're all capable of this. In fact, I think part of what's happening is weaponized, like I said. But to pretend that's half the government versus the other half of the government, I mean, guys, how do we not see how dumb this all is? And on top of that, this is just a floated narrative that's probably going to be flooded through the Loomer ape, whatever that dumb dynamic is of these people that all just scream fake talking points that they can't verify because they've got some secret source, most of which later turns out to not be true. But watch.
America and the hatred for Israel, they have hatred. The toxic poison of anti-Semitism.
Right, because hatred for a government that's murdering children is because you hate Jews, right? Same point. He's going to weaponize or let them weaponize your criticism of foreign government. Is that okay, Americans that care about the Constitution? Republicans who believe in the Constitution, that he is and other people with him like Miriam Adelson and the rest that clearly are blindly supporting Israel are going to tell you it's illegal to criticize Israel or say Zionism is not Judaism or say, or rather, exactly, say it's not or criticize Zionism at all. Every one of these are protected under your constitutional rights or outlined by your constitutional rights that are inherent. Like, didn't they just pass a bill about weaponizing anti-Semitism? And didn't the right just frame that as the left trying to censor speech? And now he's doing the same thing? God, it's exhausting to have to point these basic things out. I'm hoping the average people out there are nodding in agreement and that I'm not lost in some paradigm sinkhole. Like, I'm sure you're sensing my frustration. It's everywhere right now. Everywhere. And this stuff is right in your face. Please help me reach the people that need to see it.
Now courses through the veins of radical Democrat Party. I mean, this is a radical group of people. I never thought I'd see that either.
So every Democrat, everywhere, radical extremists. So now they're just terrorists. Is that what you're saying? I mean, it's one step removed from calling them terrorists. You're calling them radical extremists. I mean, isn't that just a bit hyperbolic? I mean, a bit like it's crazy to me. Like, if you're going to call the left, then they're all terrorists, which, by the way, is not that far removed. We're talking about people that are supporting genocide, all of them. We're talking about people that have invaded countries, murdered children, raped and pillaged and robbed, and told you they're doing good things for freedom. They're all terrorists. But the point for him to claim that they're all radical extremists simply because they're the other side, you're dehumanizing. Historically, your government dehumanizes the group that they want to exploit. Do you not see right now that they're dehumanizing the other side of the paradigm, which has always happened to a degree, but it's getting ramped up. This is why I think right now this is not because of internal U.S. dynamics. This is Israel stoking this problem for a very problematic outcome that is not in the interest of any paradigm or any American. That's my opinion, but for crying out loud, can we not recognize how alarming this is? So if you're saying that they're extremists, what does that mean? Can you arrest them? Are you going to tell them, can you bomb them? I know that may sound crazy to you, but look at what's going on in the world. This rhetoric leads to something.
They have gone crazy.
And again, just to be clear, and I shouldn't always have to do this, it's just as dangerous and alarming and problematic as the left calling any Republican a Nazi. It's the same exact game. And that's what I'm always trying to show you, because then that drives people to think they can be, well, that's a Nazi. That's a white supremacist. We can't allow them to exist. We need to censor them. In fact, we need to take violent action to stop them, and it would be justified. Didn't we see that? Isn't that happening? This terrifies me because you're going to see people that think that you're justified in taking this kind of action. You could even argue that might have been what happened to Donald Trump with the shooter. I don't think that's what ultimately makes sense, but it's possible, and it would be problematic, and it's the same thing he's doing here.
And instead of expunging this hatred, Kamala Harris is pandering to it. He wouldn't even meet Bibi. He wouldn't talk to him, didn't want to talk to him, didn't want to mention when they finally were forced to meet. She wouldn't be there. She wouldn't be in Congress. And they were.
Yeah, Kamala's ridiculous. Nobody should support somebody like Kamala Harris, or frankly, anybody in Congress, but that's a hard sell for a lot of Americans. The point, though, is that she refused to meet with a leader of a genocide. Like, think about the effort. I mean, obviously, he's speaking to a bunch of Zionist Israelis. The bottom line, though, from an American perspective, which maybe you didn't think this would be seen by, except it's on Fox, is that ultimately you're talking about a guy committing genocide that the world can see. No matter what political narrative they're spinning, it's gone. It's out there. The world is never coming back from seeing Israel for what they are right now. That's clear. Now, they may try to spin some kind of political game over the process of the next decade that gets you to think that they've changed, but they are exposed. The government, the Zionist organization, not every Israeli, not every Jew, right? So my point is, this
were forced to meet. She would
ultimately her not meeting with a genocidal leader. How can you possibly criticize somebody for that? The only way is to pretend like she's the radical and they're the good guys and forget everything you can see. Don't trust your lying eyes. Again, they're all crazy. They're all bad. Trump and her included. But it's interesting to see that all of this hinges around whether or not you blindly support the genocide, which they all do. And they're all fighting and competing over who's more supportive of it, behind the scenes anyway. That's very interesting to me. So it's almost like you're being driven to go, but look, she shouldn't be with him anyway. And then you get called a lefty. It's all some kind of game they're playing. But the bottom line, it boils down to Donald Trump supporting a genocide, supporting a genocidal maniac, and then attacking people for not supporting that genocidal maniac.
wouldn't be there. She wouldn't be in Congress, and they were forced to meet. It was like she couldn't stay. She just wanted to get out of the room. You can't have that. She'll let it go. She'll let Israel go.
You can't have that? You're not allowed to not show up to see Israel? Apparently so.
We're here tonight because we believe that this vicious outbreak of militant and anti-Semitism is very militant, must be given no quarter, no safe harbor, no place in a civilized society.
Okay, so your free speech is no longer there. Like, let's not mince words, okay? Anti-Semitism is free speech. But that's not even what they're talking about. They're talking about pro-Palestinian support. But let's just even say you're out there screaming racist remarks. That's protected under the First Amendment. He knows that. He doesn't care, ladies and gentlemen. That's the point. Like with the Second Amendment, take the guns first, deal with due process later. As long as it works for him, I just don't see how people can't recognize, like all the rest of them, by the way, he's no different. He's playing you. But at the end of the day, right in this one point, he is telling you that anti-Semitism cannot be allowed. We cannot live in this world with that. And you know how that's being weaponized. And on top of that, even if it was genuine anti-Semitism, that is protected speech. This game of hate speech, isn't that what the right is always calling out? Look at them using hate speech to shut down our words, but oh, blah, 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 we're not going to listen when he says it about Israel. Don't be children. Be honest to yourselves. Recognize what he's doing and fight for what you believe in.
We must reject it in our schools, reject it in our foreign policy, reject it in our immigration system, and reject it at the ballot box this November, you know.
So reject it in our immigration. I mean, so is that just another, I mean, what does that even mean? So now you're going to, if you're picking out the anti-Semitic immigrants and saying you're not allowed in, but the whole point is you're not, I mean, it's just I feel like he just says things without even thinking about what they mean. Or, yeah, the last thing he says.
Ballot box this November, you know.
The ballot box this November, like just the point being that a vote for him is against or for fighting anti-Semitism, I guess.
Jewish people.
It's this last part coming up.
Jewish people have to not vote by habit. You vote by habit for Democrats, and the Democrats are really against you now. If you look at what they're doing,
so Democrats are against Jewish people now. Like, it's just so silly. What a weird inversion that is of what it's just so strange to me how things on a dime can change. Like Kamala suddenly some kind of political hero, even though nobody thinks that. It's the testament to propaganda. Right? I mean, to frame it this way is exactly what we're talking about. They're turning in criticism against Israel to hatred of Jews. They're going to do that to you, Republicans, if you're listening and care about where this goes and don't just blindly fight for a political side.
Absolutely against you. You have to stop. You have to be smart. People can't believe that. I mean.
So right there, the point was he ends with people. That's what I was going to say earlier. People can't believe that. And he just stops and goes, and a new point. I honestly believe he sets himself up with like the hyperbole. People can't believe. Oh, what was that thing? Oh, the thing I did here. That's better than anyone ever, anytime, all together. Never. It's just like this. It's just one big hyperbolic statement. It's hilarious to me, but it works for him apparently. But here is another aspect of this clip that I think is even more. So the one that really stood out to me is the idea that he admitted publicly that the lobbying group of Israel, it's more than one group, but you know, the main AIPAC group would have stopped them from being elected had they had the power that he thinks they should. He is on the radio saying that they should have that power. You have him telling him you're going to have the president. Oh, can I listen to this next one?
Kamala Harris will support unlimited migration from terrorist hotbeds into the United States when I'm president.
She probably will. But I want to be clear that I think that that is a bipartisan game. They just play it differently because we just described how that works. And you know Republicans are all about the fiscal aspect of this, clearly making sure that we can continue exploiting all these countries, right? That's classic. But the idea that they're going to continue to drive in, that where he goes with this, I find an interesting overlap to Gaza.
United States, when I'm president, we will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers, and we will deport them very quickly. And Hamas.
Okay, so you're going to be deported if you have a political opinion that he doesn't agree with. That's what he said. Now, I know you're super hyped up and emotional about the idea of jihad and whatever they're calling whatever's going on. The point is that, as he says, support.
We will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers, and we
sympathizers. Not support, but sympathizers. So you look over and you see somebody carrying out an attack. Let's just even say they're ISIS member, and you go, you know, I sympathize with that guy. Don't you have a right to do that? Yeah, I can say you're supporting terrorism, but you have a right to do that. That is called free speech. That is called having your own beliefs, whether religious or otherwise. Those are all protected under the Constitution. He is straight up telling you in another way, we will deport you if you have it. And you know who he's talking about. He's talking about the people supporting Palestine. There are Republicans out there that support Palestine, many of which probably support Trump. Recognize how problematic this is. He is being played like a fiddle by his funding, by the Israeli entity. They all are, for that matter, but he is clearly the selection, in my opinion. And look at this stuff being laid out for you. I'm going to violate your constitutional rights just the way Israel wants me to. Pick me today.
We will deport them very quickly, and Hamas supporters.
Hamas supporters. Okay, so now we went even further, because Hamas, first of all, is a group that's funded by Israel, which we don't want to talk about. But they're a group that is politically supported, who is openly fighting for the legal resistance of the Palestinian people, whatever crimes they're committing. It's easy to prove. So supporting the resistance against Israel is now, you could get deported for it. I mean, there's just something especially wrong with this, guys. It's mind-blowing.
Be gone. If you hate America.
Oh, and the good point, I am in the chat, points this out. And I say the same thing about whether it's intifada or whatever. These words have simple meanings. It's just because you've been propagandized to see them as terrorism. Jihad means struggle. Intifada means, I think it's resistance, or intifada is rebellion, or I forget. The point is simply that it means a benign concept that you could call, like I've said many, many times, if you want, you can call it the American Intifada or revolution. It's the same concept. And in many cases, it means struggle, right? Like pushing back against it, like he's saying for jihad. It means about pushing back against oppression. And yes, that can overlap with violence, just like the American Revolution did. But it's funny how we rationalize the ones we like. You know, that's always how this goes. What he's saying is you're not allowed to have this opinion in the free country we pretend we have.
If you want to eliminate Israel, then we don't want you in our country. We really don't.
Oh, look at that. I know there's a lot of Republicans out there that are arguing that Israel's a problem. Maybe not the majority. I hope it is. But so now, if you want this illegal state to be gone, which again, most logical people are calling for a two-state solution, even though that doesn't seem even remotely likely with what's going on with Israel and people like Trump. But the bottom line is that it's an illegal entity. It is occupying this country. This stuff has come out left and right since this ongoing genocide. So you're now saying if you agree with the legalities, which means they shouldn't be there, then we don't want you in this country. Yep. Now, who controls this country again? Who's influencing these kind of things? Who do you think? Again, it's this game of playing, like I got in that weird back and forth with CJ Hopkins about this, where he called me a white supremacist for saying we're occupied. Just because there's a classic game that's played using Zog overlapping with racist concepts, probably because they're overlapping them so he makes that response, does not mean that I'm arguing for white supremacist concepts. I'm arguing that a political entity is controlling the policy. Didn't we just effing prove that? Like, can't an honest person see that? I just think he's blinded to these beliefs or so afraid to be seen as racist. It's just generational, guys. The bottom line is that we can see what they are. I'm not talking about Jews. Again, a point to make every time. You can see major organizations of Jewish people who are marching alongside the protests, for example, were mostly put on by Jewish organizations. We didn't find that out until after the fact, as they went through some congressional push to call it all racism. He is part of that right now. And he's telling you, you're not allowed to support this. You're not allowed to fight against that illegal state. You're not allowed. I mean, look, even if you think it's based in racism. I'm allowed to think whatever I want, Donald Trump. I can think Israel shouldn't exist. That's what we're supposed to pretend this country is about, freedom of thought. But nope, he's telling you otherwise. Make sure you hear this.
I don't want you in our country. I will ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip.
What does that mean? So let's make sure you hear this. I will ban refugee settlements. He's not talking about illegal settlers. They're not refugees. That's a very carefully selected statement, in my opinion. You know what he's talking about? Palestinians. Now, we'll wait and see what happens. I'm not going to say I know for a matter of fact that's my opinion, because he's just making a statement, and Trump is notorious for saying things exactly the way that you're supposed to hear them, but doesn't mean them, or saying things that sound confusing when he means something else. It's just what he does. But think about this.
I will ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip.
Now, also, we need to know that Miriam Adelson already gave him $100 million so he would allow West Bank settlements. That's West Bank, but they're talking about settlements in general. They're all illegal. Mark my words. He just set out in words that he will ban refugee settlements from Gaza because terrorism. You know, the terrorists that funded Israel funds. But that means all the Palestinians that are currently in these refugee tent cities because they've been displaced, well, he's going to say they're not allowed to be there. I'm telling you, that's what he means. Now, I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But my God, is that that's I mean, there's not a word. That's worse than terrorism. You are displacing and bombing and murdering and starving, and these people are watching their children die in front of them, and you're going to come in and go, you're not allowed to be there. You're illegally. That's what Israel has done everywhere. Push them and then come out 10 years later and said, guess what? You don't have a permit. Get out of our land. Over and over and over. They've been displaced 14 times each just since October 7th. Here he is telling you, we're not going to allow refugee settlements. That's the only, I mean, there's no way you misunderstand that. Nobody thinks these settlers are refugees. Nobody's talking about them like they're refugees. Who is being talked about like they're refugees? The Palestinians. Man, I'm telling you, my gut is he knows exactly what he just did, and that really grosses me out.
And we will arrest the pro-Hamas thugs who vandalize federal property and make really life very, very difficult in this country for a lot of people.
Arrest the pro-Hamas thugs who vandalize, many of which have already been proven to have been vandalized by Zionists who are pretending to be them so that you get the same kind of sentiments here. But even so, if somebody breaks the law, yeah, they should be arrested. But all you're doing is setting a tone that if you have these thoughts, you're already a problem. And that is what will be seeded into the conversation.
I will put every single college president on notice, and we just lost another one today from...
I mean, God, I'm the first that will call out the liberal-leaning woke mindset of a lot of these people, if not all. But the idea that it's not even, that he is pressuring people in these positions to, like, again, he's just talking about Hamas and Israel. And the idea that they somehow are supporting these, when all they ever really did was support these people's right to protest Israel. And that got bastardized by the ridiculous cartoons like Stefanik screaming falsehoods that got later proven to be false by people like the police who were representing the reality that no, that never happened, even though she went on to lie about it still. They're all being paid by AIPAC, guys. There's no way around the influence there. Bottom line is this is unconstitutional.
Colombia. How weak, how pathetic are these people? How weak are they?
I mean, the true weakness is coming from people that are blindly fighting for a genocide because you get a benefit from it. I clearly don't support the politics of most of these people, if not all. But the weakness is not supporting it's leaning with the easy financial thing, as opposed to standing up for the right, hard, and difficult thing to support, which is fighting against a genocide, knowing that they will come after you. That is the tough thing to do. That's what actual leaders do. You're a coward.
Can you imagine these people running these colleges, and they're afraid to say anything even slightly negative to these groups that want death?
I completely agree with that. And that want death is a whole game to play with everything else. But the game about the woke ideology, 100%. And I mean, you could clearly argue that they played a part in that, or plenty of them just ended up in this dynamic and the fact that they're afraid to say anything to get canceled at their own school doesn't seem to suggest that they're doing it. But either way, my point is the ideology is there. And a lot of them leaned into it because they thought it would help them or they thought they believed it. But if you believe that that's some kind of left versus right game, guys, that is the whole point. The woke ideology is a manipulation played against the paradigm. I mean, guys, if we can't see how these things, these binary games work, and again, the people that don't want to see it will never see it. They don't want to pull away from their team sport politics that they think they're winning in this moment. And it only at times when it starts to feel like they're losing, do they open their mind to something else, but it's constant. The woke mindset is a government manipulation. It is, and in many ways, you could find Republican ties to this because ultimately it is not a left or right dynamic. It is about creating division. It is about hurting, and there are always people that lean into it from a political side. But it's the same game here. They're all going to abuse your censorship. They're all going to abuse your suppression for their benefit. All of them.
The American taxpayer will not subsidize the creation of terrorist sympathizers on American soil. It won't happen. Colleges.
Right. So you're not going to be allowed to get college loans if you have anti-Israel perspectives. You know, sort of like in Texas, they wouldn't give you relief that your tax dollars paid for during a hurricane unless you signed a document saying you would not boycott Israel. That's the same thing. How do we not see how insidious this is?
Will end the anti-Semitic propaganda or they will lose their accreditation and every single last penny of federal.
Wow. So even at a college where you're supposed to be opening your mind to different perspectives. Nope. Not if it's anti-Israel. Who do you think's funding that? Who do you think's driving that interest? Do you think Trump just wrote this down in his desk one day? Come on, guys. And I'll make a point about this coming up in a minute. You know, like somebody in the chat says, it's the woke left is the woke right. It's the same thing. Oh, that's actually not what he's saying. It's wake right. But I think the same thing. The woke right is just as bad as the woke left. It's just different flavors, and they're doing the same things. And it's hard for them to see each other in each other because they're doing it from a different way. Like with the libs of TikTok aspect of canceling people at these businesses because they dared to make a bad joke about Trump, right? And then completely defending, or what was it? It was a person in the UK who was posting things saying we should burn all these people alive in these buildings. And again, it's all speech. So I would also take a stance that these are just, again, it's extreme for some people. Whole fire in a theater thing, however you want to play it. I don't think words are violence. I think that the actions taken around them, and that's the responsibility of the actor. But the point was, they all defended that. The leader Republican paradigm. Again, I'm always talking about that as opposed to the conservatives and liberals. The point is that you're willing to support the canceling of somebody because they make a joke, which was, I wish he was a better shot. That's what they tweeted, or rather, I think it was Facebook. Whereas this person is posting something to make a point and saying they won't take me down and says, I'll burn them alive. And he gets taken down. They go, oh, censorship. How do we not see how willfully blind that is? We shouldn't support censorship anywhere or canceling anywhere. But the woke left is just as bad as the woke right.
Support. You'll see how nice they'll be. You'll see, they'll change their ways very quickly, but it's not probably from the heart. That's the problem. They may change their ways, but not from the heart.
You see, how weird this is? I mean, this is just a clumsy way of doing what they all do, which is that even when they come out later and say, okay, I'm going to change, you shouldn't listen to them because they don't mean it. Probably not, but it's all you're doing is how do we not see the division involved in all this? Shouldn't we at least hope that they're changing and lean into the positive? No, screw them. Never, because they're not you and you're not us and we're always divided. It's constant, ongoing, forever division. They're the bad guy. And the point is, isn't the whole game about working with the, crossing the aisle and the whole game with, it's just so funny how it's like the media used to pretend that they were balanced and not leaning one side or the other. What a game that was. And now they're just like, we're left and we're right. It's the same thing, right? They are. The design of the way the left-right paradigm works is they make sure that it never changes. So that's how this works. The left never works with the right. Right doesn't work with the left. They guarantee that we stay stuck in that mud. And that's everyone in that mud is wildly profiting at your expense.
They're changing it because that's brutal, but they're not going to change it from the heart, I suspect. As your president, I will once again stand with the state of Israel. I will protect American Jewish community. I will put America first. I will keep America.
But notice how he said stand with Israel first.
Safe. And I will defend Judeo-Christian civilization from the barbarian savages and the left-wing extremists.
Are you serious? You will save Judeo-Christian civilization from the barbarians? I mean, come on, guys. I mean, we cannot take this seriously. Do you realize that any representation of what you might see as a barbarian are all the people that they fund? All of the most wild extremists out there that they have funded into reality, like the moderate rebels, like the people like Hamas, for example, before they became whatever changed over the last 20 years. And I'm not arguing good. I'm just saying that you can prove that the organization changed as people grew up after they were murdered or their families were killed. Their families were murdered. The families were killed, and they decided to try to change something. And over the last decades, the group has changed more towards resistance. I think it's very clear, but I still think Israel influences that. That's why I don't support them. But the bottom line is, you can clearly prove that these people, Israel, the United States, have funded the most radical elements of everything they claim they're fighting. In particular, the very entity of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And he turns around and says, we're going to fight the barbarian. You know what he's talking about? The other entities that are not them. The entities that they claim are the ones supporting them, like Iran. Even though they're not really barbarians, are they? You're just being disgustingly racist. You're trying to make it about the Muslim hordes in their caves versus the civilization. This is the destruction of society. You think that those people in these streets are this? No, what he's doing is the destruction of society. You are being baited into what you just heard those rabbis talking about. Literally falling into this trap. I mean, it's just so incredible to me how obvious this all is. And I'm not saying I can the exact. There's a lot of vying agendas, but the fact that this is not in your interest is what I'm talking about. But I want to believe enough of you out there are also conservative or liberal or anything else, seeing that this is dangerous. My point from before is you need to stand up and call out these talking heads on the left or on the right, whatever side you're on. Right now, the Alex and Tuckers and all the rest of them out there that are blindly walking you into this, you need to call them out.
Who want to destroy it. Together, we will confront the forces of anti-Semitism, and we will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Save Israel, right? Save Israel.
Oh, the last thing he says is save Israel. There's Miriam Adelson. I'm blown away by everything he said on, the Congress. It's exactly, it's almost as if he floated every trope that we're supposed to pretend isn't real. And if you point it out, you're racist, but he literally says these things. And I'm not talking about Jewish people here. I'm talking about Zionists and the Israeli government, or Zionist other places in the world, Christian or Jew or whatever else, who are actively manipulating you for their benefit. And Trump is just a puppet in all this, if not an active part. Now here, a couple points I wanted to add to this. When they're talking about the idea of the jihadist, all the things they're talking about, we're going to fight against the jihadist. Okay, well, let's reiterate the point. Here's the former head of Shin Bet speaking with Hassan, reiterating what we've seen him play on that clip, that Netanyahu guaranteed Hamas would be in power because he needed to use them. Just like, guess what? Israel needs to keep the left-right paradigm divided to make sure they can control us. Make sure you think about that as this clip is playing.
Pre-October the 7th, do you believe Netanyahu was deliberately propping up Hamas in Gaza as a way of dividing Palestinians and preventing a two-state solution?
Well, his policy, and he didn't hide it, he's totally against a reality in which there is a Palestinian state alongside Israel. He said it. His policy, the way he explained it, is divide and control to make sure that Palestinians will not have a unified government. And the only way to do it was to do everything in order to maintain Hamas in power, even if it was necessary to approve sending more than probably $1.5 billion from Qatar. And every time when the security leaders, military and the Shin Bet came to him and told him, look, Hamas will not control his violence. And the moment that he believes that he can launch a war or a battle, he will do it.
Yes.
So he did not approve it. So it's not a secret. Yes, this was his former policy. He did everything in order to increase the power of Hamas and to make sure that Abu Mazen and the Palestinian Authority will not be able to create a unified government.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas. So what we did,
And that's him that you just saw in the other video. Former head of Shin Bet. Very, very clear. So my point is, as he talks about stopping the whatever they're talking about, the jihad and funders of terrorism, you mean them? Right. Because it's easy to prove. And it's also, on top of that, what the U.S. government has done all around the world. As Kenneth Roth says, we often forget Israel helped to create Hamas to weaken the PLO. And Netanyahu, I mean, quite frankly, I would go as far as to say they created Hamas. Doesn't mean that there wasn't an entity that was existing before they turned them into what they were, but they took this and turned it into their tool. That's the real point. And Netanyahu supported Hamas until October 7th. It's easy to prove, allowing massive Qatari payments to it as a way to weaken the Palestinian Authority and avoid pressure for Palestinian state. It's objectively obvious. And the point is that we talked about the tunnels and the Egyptian overlap. Guys, they were working this system. They were allowing things to smuggle back and forth. I've proven this from whether it's the National Geographic article or the Easy Dynamic that shows that they could see where they're doing this. And Israel, as the National Geographic article wrote, they would pop off a rocket here and there, which would be used to keep the system in place, which means the continued blockade, which then they could all profit from, which they allowed that. And most of the stuff they brought back and forth was food and toys for children, and yes, weapons too. But they did this to maintain this system. We're being lied to. Now, here's the Haaretz article. Even Haaretz broke this down, and this is a few days after October 7th. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. He said this as part of their strategy. Here's the Mossad chief in 2020 visiting Qatar, urging them to continue Hamas financial aid. This is Haaretz. But, you know, we're all crazy, apparently. Oops, wrong one. Let me save this for you. I've shown these so many times, and it's just amazing how people still pretend that's not the reality. Now, Censored Man points out some other stuff about these Trump back and forth. He says, Trump says he's disappointed that the Israel and Jewish lobby isn't as powerful now as it was 15 years ago. As we just played you multiple clips of him saying that. It's not a joke. He says, 15 years ago, if you said anything bad about Israel or the Jewish people, you were finished as a politician. But most powerful lobby in the country by far was Israel and Jewish people. Today, it's almost like what happened? Schumer's like a Palestinian. He does it again. He uses Palestinian as a derogatory term. I mean, guys, it's incredible. This guy doesn't care.
Territory who would believe this as Hamas wages a savage war in the south, Hezbollah menaces the north, and the Houthi terrorists attack at sea. In Europe, the streets of Paris, London, and Brussels are overrun by mobs of Hamas.
So just so it's clear, because you can't hear it that well, he said overrun by Muslims, talking about the UK and in Europe, and says overrun by Hamas. That's just lazy, guys. The point is, he's just delivering narrative to people who want to hear what they're being paid for, or what they're paying for. They're all Hamas now? Sure, why not?
Supporters changing their jihad slogans in the heart of the Western capital. And in America, the evil anti-Semitism is rampaging all throughout our cities, the Democrat Party, our left-wing media institutions.
Like, you mean the Democrat Party, left-wing institutions that have been aggressively pro-Israel and still are? It's a fantasy. Now, yes, they've tapered this back a bit because I think if left and right, they see that they're losing. They see that it's opportunism. They can't keep lying as Israel falls into the background. But it's obvious that they all blindly support Israel. All of them. RFK, Donald Trump, Biden, Kamala, all of them. They all get money from AIPAC. So this game that they're playing is only that, a game to keep you thinking one versus the other. And weirdly, like I keep showing you, all driving in the direction of Trump's success.
Candidate for the President of the United States, which is hard to believe. In our colleges and universities, they're going loco. They're going loco. Something's wrong with them. Really said this, I never thought this could happen. You know, just to get off for a second, years ago, my father was a big supporter of Jewish people and Israel. He's not Jewish. He wasn't Jewish, but he was a great friend of a lot of Jewish people. And if you say, let's say 15 years ago, maybe not even that long, anything bad about Israel or Jewish people, you were finished as a politician, right?
It points at Miriam, right? You used to control everything, right? You and I know you, right? It's just so funny the way, just right in the open.
You wouldn't do that, Congressman. You wouldn't do it anyway, but nobody would do it. The most powerful lobby in this country, by far, was Israel and Jewish people.
That's the second time he's mentioned it in this speech.
Today, it's almost like, what happened? What happened? What happened to Schumer? What happened to all these people? Schumer's like a Palestinian, right?
Same old shtick. He knew that would get a laugh because it's disgusting and these people hate Palestinians. I mean, it's just how do we not see that these people are leaning into the worst people in the world? Like, I mean, it doesn't matter what you think is the worst or what you. The bottom line is, can we not just objectively see that clapping about that is just gross? Again, it's if you don't think so, then you're blinded by the idea that you've convinced yourself that all Palestinians are one thing, and that in and of itself is a racist sentiment. Racism exists. It's not some left-wing concept. People who hate people based on who they are as a race, whatever they are as a person, that's racism. It's the same thing we've talked about in reverse when it comes to hiring KJP as opposed to the best person for the job. That's also racism. The point is you're able to see it in one direction, just like the left can only see it in one direction. Hey, there you go. It's the same old stupid game we're stuck in. And I genuinely believe that most people can see through it right now. We need to collectively call out these pretenders acting like they're leading the charge right now.
It's shocking because I grew up where Israel was just supported. My father was a builder in Brooklyn. And
I guess I'm having trouble. I can't even hear that very well. So the point's the same. Acknowledges that Jewish Zionists control elections, but sees it as a positive thing. I played you four clips now of him saying that. This one, he talks about Israel being, this was the one about the congressional medal. Just a weird statement. I'll let you listen to it.
I have to say, Miriam, I watched Sheldon sitting so proud in the White House when we gave Miriam the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the highest award you can get as a civilian. It's the equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Why?
The civilian version. It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets or they're dead. She gets it, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman. And they're rated equal.
Oh, right. So this Israeli citizen who is not in the military got the better thing. It's just a weird statement. And she says, did this man really just say that the medal he gave Miriam Adelson was much better than the Congressional Medal of Honor because the soldiers who get them are either shot up or dead and hers, she's healthy? It's a weird statement. It really is. Like, it's just this. I honestly chalk it up to just him rambling. He traps himself with things he says all the time. This one, I think, is more important. Donald Trump says Israel looks very small on a map compared to other countries because he wonders if there's a way to make it bigger. I honestly think a lot of times he does know what he's saying, right? It's a mixed bag. I think he rambles a lot and he traps himself, but it's sometimes he's good about saying things that either can be mistaken as something else or right down the middle. In this case, what does it mean to make it a little bit bigger? I think you know what that means.
We must stand with our friend and partner, the State of Israel. We will, strongly. And you'll be okay if you have the right president. You have the wrong president, like her, honestly, you don't have a chance. When you look at the odds, when you look at the map, a map of the Middle East.
I should love the substance to everything he says. It's just so funny. It's just, there's never any substance. It's always just platitudes and statements and, same thing.
Israel is a tiny little spot compared to these giant land masses. It's really a tiny spot. I actually said, is there any way of getting more? It's so tiny.
Is there any way to get more? Yeah, there is. It's called the Greater Israel Project. And he knows exactly what he's talking about. And they're all going, yes, exactly. That's what we need from Donald Trump. We need him to give us the illegal settlements that we're paying him for. That's politics for you. Like we paid him for Golan Heights and Jerusalem capital and all the other illegal things we stole from Syria and from Palestine. It's not up for debate. It's a provable statement from international law. Censored Man highlights this, saying people need to realize that AIPAC is literally just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Israel interference in U.S. elections. Miriam Adelson, who speaks with an Israeli accent because she was literally born in Tel Aviv, donated $100 million to Trump's campaign in order to influence him to make favorable decisions regarding Israel. Guys, that's not even secret. On the record, AIPAC is just one lobbying group that funds U.S. politicians to ensure they make favorable policy decisions for Israel. However, there's a plethora of other Jewish billionaires and pro-Israel groups that also fund political campaigns to guarantee that support for Israel remains bipartisan, which it is. So what's the? I thought we were just talking about how Democrats were all extremist terrorists, but we'll fund them everywhere, though. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Here's what she had to say.
Their president is Donald Trump. To recognize Jerusalem.
She said he made a promise to recognize Jerusalem
And to move the embassy to Jerusalem.
Both of which he did not have the authority to do, that are illegal. I mean, any objective international. The point is, people that say otherwise are pro-Israel. There are people out there that are anti, as well as just objectively in the middle, that will tell you that's not accurate. Same as Golan Heights. They were crimes. I mean, guys, I shouldn't even debate these things. The law is very simple. He did not have the authority to do that. Israel doesn't care, and neither did he. They just said it out loud and took it. It's the same thing. And she's praising him for these illegal acts.
He promised to withdraw from Iran nuclear deal.
Yeah, he pulled them out of the Iran nuclear deal, which all that did was show that they were breaking their agreement and gave Iran the ability to do what they did, which they turned around and called terrorism. It was literally written down in the deal that they could do exactly what they did if U.S. pulled out, because they had to worry that the U.S. would, and they did. Surprise, surprise. So again, lie on top of lie.
And promise
All right, so what you need to hear is that promise, right? Not that he decided based on American policy or what's best for Americans, which is the way they presented at the time. No. He was paid. They asked him he promised Sheldon Adelson that he would give them Jerusalem, that he would give them illegally the Golan Heights, that he would pull them out of a deal that was committed to before he was elected. Then he got elected, and guess what? He kept his promises to Israel. How many promises did he keep to you, America? Did he lock her up? Did he end the Fed? Did he give you the JFK from? No, none of those things happened, but he sure as hell kept his illegal promises to Israel. I wonder what he's going to do this time.
between Israel and Arab nations. Yes.
No, he really didn't at all. In fact, what he did was illegally, surreptitiously remove people from power and put puppets in place that were more amenable to Israel. Their peoples did not want that. Most of them have now gone back the other way. Saudi Arabia never actually happened, which is kind of like the part that screwed up the whole thing. The Abraham Accords were a manipulation. The point I always make is about the Sudan. You can't keep telling people that this was about positive change when all you did was call them terrorists and then say, well, if you join us with Israel, we'll just stop calling you terrorists. There's only one way to look at that, or two ways. Either they were never terrorists and they said they were to push them to be friends with Israel, or they were like, we don't care if you're terrorists as long as you're friends with Israel. They didn't change the point. It's obvious. Now we see all these things rolling back. Egypt was an obvious example where they pulled a coup, they put someone in power. Where's my favorite dictator? He famously said to Sisi. The people of Egypt hate Israel. All they got out of Trump was the promise to do what only Israel wanted. Not Egypt, not anybody else, what Israel wanted. Promise kept.
And all in Golan Heights, that was a big gift. He promised Golan Heights.
Yeah, and he illegally gave it to Israel, which they've taken and bombed into Syria ever since and stolen from Syria ever since and continuing to do. I mean, they turned it into Trump Heights. At least one of those locations was called Trump Heights. It's been, I mean, this got brought back up around the Druze bombing. Was it I forget the name of the city now. The Druze location in Syria, in the Golan Heights. That Israel either accidentally or deliberately bombed. They blamed on Lebanon. And they were like, they killed Israelis. No, they're still Syrian Druze. They don't believe they're part of Israel, despite what you yell at them. And they showed up and they kicked them out of the area. So they don't want to be part of it. It's obvious what they did was against everybody's wishes other than Israel. Promise kept.
And he recognized. And all of this he did in his first term while battling COVID pandemic, race riots, and the liberal media.
It's so funny how the Israeli side of this plays so hard into the two-party paradigm. Yeah, they then laugh at all of you when they sit at their couches and talk about how they control the United States, where you'll find many videos like that, 2 of which are leaked from Netanyahu. Not from him, but of him, where he'll tell you that. They laugh at how easy it is to manipulate you with your two-party paradigm.
I want to tell you, politicians make promises. Real leaders keep promises.
But apparently not to the American people. Real leaders do what Israel wants. Yay!
Which is why President Trump deserves the full support of the entire Jewish people.
I mean, why does Miriam Allison speak for the Jewish people? She's an Israeli. That doesn't give her any right to the Jewish people, despite what they love to claim, that Zionists claim this is all, if you're not a Zionist, you're not a Jew. There's a massively growing grouping of Jewish people, different groups of Jewish people around the world who are calling out Zionism. I know it's a constant pushback on that. I'm telling you, it is a rapidly growing amount of people that are screaming about what they can now see, what they've now changed. I mean, I'm going to go over tomorrow. I have a whole section on it. So her standing up and saying that is just trying to convince people, one, that they all represent Jewish people as Zionists, as well as trying to convince Jews out there listening that they're supposed to feel this way. It's just not true.
Anyone who cares about Israel's security and prosperity, this must be our pledge to him. This must be our promise to him, that the White House will be his again.
Oh, isn't that interesting? They're going to pledge and promise to him that we'll give him the White House as long as he does what we want. That's basically what she just laid out. He'll do this for us. We'll give him the White House. Well, tit for tat. Quid pro quo.
Israel and the Jewish people need it. America needs it. The entire world needs it. As Herzl said, "Im tirtzu ein zu agada." If you will it, it is no dream.
Ah, yeah. Theodor Herzl, the famously extremist founder of Zionism. If you will it, it is no dream. Just rape a few people and burn down villages and it's all yours. Let's support that guy.
And we commit to that dream, all of us, right here, right now. President Trump, the floor is all yours.
And then he gets up and says all the things that we already showed you. All right, just lays out all the things we have to. We'll fight for Israel against American interests. We'll fight against American constitutional rights. We'll do whatever you want. That's what we just heard. Now, again, let's be very clear. It's not a secret. Haaretz wrote this article. This is from the 3rd of June, 2024. Trump is desperate for Miriam Adelson's cash. Now, again, this is not from some left-wing internal U.S. dynamic, guys. This is Israeli media highlighting the reality that Miriam Adelson is important to Trump because he needs funding. That's obvious. Her condition, which was obviously and publicly outlined, West Bank annexation, which, by the way, is undeniably illegal. The U.S. says that. International law says that. The UN says that. Literally everybody says that. In the U.S. included, mind you. But he goes, yep, no problem, because who cares? That guys, he agreed. They've agreed. They're moving forward. He gave $100 million. Now, just to be clear, these are the people we're talking about. As Ryan Grimm is highlighting, Anthony C., who's an activist who was working to protect homes in the West Bank, not Gaza, but the West Bank. They sent this video, Drop Site News, of an American who just got shot by the IDF. Yeah, so just to be clear, this is like the third example I've seen over the last couple of weeks. Americans, not like it should matter any more than any other human being, but for the American audience, especially those that want to see this as, the Israel good versus everybody bad, there are American activists who I'm sure it'll probably make you be able to ignore it if you pretend they're somehow on the left side of the spectrum, which makes you disgusting, but they're an American activist that are fighting against illegal annexation who just got shot by the IDF. So if suddenly you're able to ignore that, then you don't care about Americans, do you? You only care about certain Zionist Americans. The bottom line is you should care as an American that a foreign government just shot an American citizen for doing something, or rather protesting something that we can prove is illegal. Sort of like Rachel Corrie and running over with a bulldozer that we all saw on video, and yet somehow nobody does anything about it. Or Joe Meters, who's a USS Liberty veteran who gets kidnapped by Israel on the flotilla and gets taken in prison for months, and nobody says a word about it. Because the truth is your government does anything that they're asking them to, especially when it's, or rather just even when it's against your interests. The full story's right here. You can read for yourself. But I keep seeing this. Or this example, as Robert just covered, Israel's horrifying mass rape and torture campaign against Palestinians. Now, this is overlapping with the Beth-Selin report, but he does a really deep dive on this and shows you what they're actually doing. Direct quotes from people that are on the ground. I mean, it's horrifying. And here's the video of the Knesset literally arguing whether it's okay to rape people, and they're arguing yes. Or the video where on the media itself, the guy is going, they should have a right to rape them because they're not Jew. It's open, guys. They are openly calling for this stuff. My point is these are the people both in the West Bank or in Gaza who all want to settle in these areas, who are actively doing the worst things on the planet right now. And Trump is willing to fight for them. I'm not. Now here is the Independent. Trump world scrambling to clean up mess after ex-president's angry tweets to mega donor. Apparently this just happened. Who knows the validity of it, because the media lies all the time. But at the end of the day, this is being circulated both left and right media, which apparently Trump sent a bunch of negative messages to Miriam Adelson. It says he reportedly instructed his aide to send a string of angry messages to Adelson. That includes having his aide send text to Adelson, the widow of Sheldon Adelson, the eighth richest woman in the world currently, complaining that the super PAC she funds, which has poured millions of dollars into supporting Trump, 100 million or probably more, was being run by rhinos, Republicans in name only. This is so important. Now, maybe this even shows you that Trump doesn't see the bigger game. Maybe he is just being played. It really wouldn't surprise me. His hubris is easy to manipulate. But the point that I'm always highlighting is that what this shows you is that they're playing all sides. It's about the bigger picture, which, by the way, is exactly why Adelson or AIPAC or the rest of them fund every person, all sides, even the ones Trump just got done calling Hamas supporting extremist radicals. But we'll fund them, though, because that makes sense. The point is they're working with these people because it's not about left versus right, but they need you to think that. As long as their pockets are filled, they don't care. But it says in 2016, the Adelsons gave more than $20 million to Trump's campaign and $5 million to his inauguration. Trump gave Adelson the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Think about how weird that is. Because he gave him money? That's crazy. But in 2020, mind you, the Adelsons contributed more than $90 million. Ultimately, through the PAC, they gave him $105 million. Now today, they gave him another $100 million. Do you not see a pattern here? Nothing's going to be different is the point. Only what you're told outwardly. Now, on the other side of it, as I said, I'd point this out in reverse. This is Louis Frankel, representative. Thank you to Biden-Harris administration for approving additional military sales to Israel. Israel's security is our security. I'm grateful to see continued support for our ally as she faces continued threats from Iran and proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi. Well, gee, doesn't that sound like exactly what we just heard from Trump? Yeah, because they're all pointing at the same thing and acting like the other one is the one that's guys, it's all the same direction. It's almost incredible to me now how this is being diluted down to like the most obvious. They're all anti-Iran. They're all pro-Israel. They're all pro-war. They just have these weird, slightly different flavors to what they're actually doing. Now you're even seeing the left-right woke side of both and doing the same things. I don't know why anybody falls for this anymore. But at the end of the day, they're all pushing this direction. Even RFK, for crying out loud. How does that not make you suspicious? Glenn Greenwald points this out. Michael McFall says, the paramount objective for Kamala Harris is to win this election, which is what they're always trying to do. They don't care what you think. It says, if a press conference helps her win, she shouldn't do it. If a press conference helps her win, she should do it. If not, she shouldn't do it. It's just that simple. Here's what he says. She has no moral obligation to talk to the press. Tone it down, folks. It's crazy. And Glenn nails it. He says, this is the mentality of the U.S. ruling class, left and right, or rather just the ruling class, guys, stated as explicitly as can be. The only thing that matters is our empowerment. We have no obligation to be accountable to anyone, to explain ourselves to any of you, the peon class. That's how they see it. If we choose to do so, it's only because it's in our interests. Exactly. What do you mean you have no obligation to speak to the press? Like, think how crazy that is. They're just being, because this is being slowly brought to where, like, this is what Matt Ehret and I have talked about in the past. These are the actual rulers, not the pretend puppets that are stepping back out of the shadows again. We've been convinced all this time that they somehow allowed us to pick. Now they're coming back around to going, you know what? You guys can't because we need to fix everything. It's happening right in front of us. Israel is obvious. Now what they're doing, I think, is exposed a lot of it, but clear that they still blindly follow it. Here is John Meschheimer, professor, breaking down an important point. Somebody sent me this clip. I had to slow it down. It was, for some reason, it was really sped up. So you hear the voice will be a little bit off. The point is what they're talking about on the Judge Napolitano show is the donor class. And the real point, just like we talked about immigration, and all of this connects. I hope you're following along because all of this ties together. The donor class are what keep all of this going. Like he says, even if all the politicians just decided they wanted to go another direction, and everybody did, the donor class would only increase their funding. Doesn't stop. So the point is, not you, not your politicians, none of this. We're not in control of this. We're not driving this bus. And until we can acknowledge that, we will never change it.
It will not be good for us, and it will not be good for Israel. What you want to understand here, and I think this is something that most Americans don't understand. Please explain. Israel is in really deep trouble. It's in really deep trouble today. And more importantly, it has no way out. They were unable to defeat Hamas in Gaza, number one. Number two, they're stuck in Gaza, right? They're not getting out. And you remember, they left in 2005 because it was a hornet's nest. They're back in there, right? Number three.
I honestly think they want that, though. I mean, it's obvious their settler leaders have been screaming that they're going to build settlements like right now, and they're already doing that. So that's one part, but just remember that.
They have no meaningful military solution against Hezbollah. They cannot defeat Hezbollah. And with regard to Iran, even if they get into a war with Iran and they launch lots of missiles and rockets and aerial attacks at Iran and do a lot of destruction, Iran will still be there. And Iran, by the way, is on the road to acquiring nuclear weapons. So they have all of those external problems. Then they have these wicked internal problems, which we saw on display earlier this week surrounding these 9 reservists who were arrested for gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. And by the way, that's just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the horrors that the Israelis have been inflicting on the Palestinians. But anyway, these 9 reservists who engaged in this gang rape were arrested. And the end result is that ultra-rightists broke into 2 different army bases to reverse this arrest. And if you look at the performance of the police and you look at the performances of the reservists in the IDF, some of whom joined with the protesters, you see that the Israelis run the real risk down the road of a civil war. And finally, you want to understand that what's on display these days is manifest evidence that Israel is heavily dependent on the United States. They cannot fight these wars. They cannot continue like this without American support. We have given them $18 billion in 2024. Just think about that. $18 billion. And we helped them in their military fight with Iran on April 14th. We are giving them all sorts of weaponry. They need us. They need us to provide diplomatic support. So this is not quite the independent country that Israel likes to think of itself as. It is heavily dependent on the United States. So
and they need your blind support, right? And that's why all the candidates are being driven for whatever their coercion, whatever their blackmail or funding or bribery, whatever it is. How do you miss that?
Take all of these factors into account. You then ask yourself the question, how can they get out of this? Attack Hezbollah in Lebanon? Are we serious? They did this in 1982. They did it in 2006. It was a disaster. Their army is worn out from what's happened in Gaza, where they haven't beaten Hamas. They would be insane to invade Lebanon, even if we were to help them. So how do they fix that problem? How do they fix the problem in Gaza? All of these problems are unfixable. They are in trouble, and they are digging deeper.
And the reason they're digging deeper, and the reason these problems keep getting exacerbated every day, in my view, can be stated in one word:
Netanyahu. Again, you don't want to blame it all on Netanyahu, and you want to remember that there are people to the right of him.
Exactly. The game is to make it about Netanyahu alone so they can keep this all going. And again, the clear, as he's going to say, the people to the right of it, or the Gavir and Smotrich, they are even crazier than Netanyahu, if that's possible.
Inside of Israel, he is basically a centrist. He is not, an arch right winger. There's no left to speak of in Israel. There's sort of a center and a far right and a right. And Netanyahu, you can put him in the center or on the right. He's not on the far right, but there are people to the right of him. And if Netanyahu were to go away tomorrow, the basic problem that I described would not change. Also, I would note to you that you cannot underestimate the responsibility that the donor class has for causing this problem or causing the set of problems that Israel faces and perpetuating those problems. The donor class makes it almost impossible for the United States to put any pressure on Israel to act in smarter for the United States to put any pressure on Israel to act in smarter ways. The government of the United States, for all its faults, has understood for a long time that Israel is pursuing suicidal policies, especially with regard to the occupation. But
So he's just simply saying it's clear that they've known for a long time that Israel's pursuing suicidal policies. I think it's obvious anyone paying attention. The U.S. government's very aware they're committing genocide now, that they've been building to this for a long time. They know all of this.
we cannot put any pressure on Israel simply because of the donor class. So you want to remember that
it's speaking fast, but he's saying we can't put pressure on it because of the donor class. That's the Miriam Adelsons, right? That is the lobbying aspect. That's all these people that are using those PACs to manipulate our policy. And they're doing so right in the open.
Israel is digging deeper and deeper and deeper. It is getting more and more support from the donor class than ever.
When the right-wingers broke into the prison, did they successfully extract the 9 IDF prisoners, or are they still incarcerated for the horrific crimes that they committed?
No, they're still incarcerated. They broke into the first base, at which point the Israelis moved the prisoners to a different base north of Tel Aviv, and then the protesters broke into that base. But by that point in time, the security forces inside of Israel had forcefully moved to shut down the protests, and therefore the prisoners remain in jail.
And after that first...
Now, as far as I understand it, that's not true. Maybe at that moment they were, but as far as I understand it, they've been released. I've seen the videos of them out and speaking on television shows, so just that's clear.
Break-in, the Knesset actually debated in immunity for IDF members who abuse and torture Palestinians, and at the same time they debated that, they debated whether or not it should be lawful to put a bullet between the eyes of Palestinian prisoners, uncharged, unprosecuted, unconvicted, because they need bed space, they need room in their jails.
My God.
What kind of a democracy has debates like that?
The question I would ask you is why do they even need to have these debates? They just do this as a matter of course. This is the way the Israelis act. All you have to do is look at the history of Israeli-Palestinian relations and what happens in Israeli prisons to understand that this is commonplace behavior.
I would guess the debate was because they wanted to satisfy the right, if this passed, and it was proposed by the Likud, by Netanyahu's coalition, so it presumably will pass when there's a vote. But if it passes, then those 9 guys are set free.
Well, are you going to be surprised if that happens?
No, I'm not going to be surprised, but my stomach is going to be turned that things like that happen under our eyes, and still we give them money. Is there anything the Israeli government could do that would cause the American government to say enough is enough?
Right.
Not that I can...
Nothing. I mean, clearly that would have happened by now. Like, it's unreal, the amount of steps and pushing and obfuscation and gaslighting we've seen from the Matt Millers and Patels of the world. Just blind adherence, just absolute feckless cowards.
I hope I'm wrong. But I just want to say one other thing on this, Judge. It is important to understand that Israel's reputation does matter. It's hard to say exactly how it matters at this point. But Israel is doing enormous damage to its reputation inside the United States and outside of the United States, around the world. We live in the age of instant information. Everything that happens inside of Israel is, almost everything of any consequence is filmed. And those videos that result are sent around the world. There are stories on the front pages of newspapers and so forth and so on. So people are well aware of what's going on here. But this, by the way, is why you have this real disjuncture between public opinion in the United States and how Congress acts towards Israel. Right? The lobby is able to basically use its leverage on policymakers or politicians to get what it wants. But it's having the devil of a time controlling the discourse because it's so obvious to people what Israel is doing. And as is the case with you, I believe it's repulsive to huge numbers of Americans and huge numbers of other people outside of the United States.
Yeah.
So this will not be good for us.
So the bottom line is that people see it. They can pay and control as many politicians as they want, and they'll still march forward. But eventually, hopefully, people like us will reach the masses, and you'll start to see that it's only the screaming partisan people at the very tippy top of the paradigm. The rest of us are going, this is gross. And just like with COVID, they really want you to think you're the one Republican that doesn't see it, or the one Republican that sees it, or you're outside the box, that you're wrong somehow. I'm telling you, everybody sees it. It's a fact. There are either people involved that don't care, that blind themselves to it because of their party, or choose to see it. And I think clearly the vast majority see it. But inside the parties themselves, it's different. The bottom line is, like he said, you can't control public opinion with what they're doing. They can fund as many politicians as they want, but you see it. Called it out. Now, the problem is that they are doing this, like we talked about, the donor class, as he discussed. Like we saw Adelson. Well, we saw this as well. Derek wrote this article about the Nashville Bitcoin conference. He said the co-opting of Bitcoin. Bitcoin Nashville, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump, and Rumble. And this whole point is about the idea of how they're influencing these massive communities. They're buying them. They're trying to get the control that he just said they don't have. That's what this is about. Here's an example of the interesting overlap of Bitcoin. Just really quick example. It's kind of a deviation, as Sal Diagras points out, as they're co-opting these communities, as Trump stood up and says that, really the opposite of the reality, which is that Bitcoin is not a threat to the dollar. Yeah, the whole point is Bitcoin is supposed to be a threat to the dollar. That's the reality of this background. But he also goes on to talk about how we're going to take the confiscated Bitcoin and make that some kind of reserve currency. No, guys, that's the exact opposite of what we should want from this. He's trying to mainstream this as opposed to use it to fight the broken system that we don't want. He's turning it into the broken system. That's a CBDC. That's where they're going with this. The bottom line here is that he's saying, I shouldn't say that is a CBDC, but it's the same game. It's the same direction. But guess what? He says U.S. government transfers $494 million of Bitcoin that they stole from Ross Ulbricht to the Coinbase wallet. Okay, well, here's what's interesting. How much you want to bet the Republicans are going to call this the Democrats and Biden's administration taking Bitcoin? Well, isn't that exactly what Trump just said? That's what they would do. Take it and move it into a location. Okay, so what's the difference? You only like that when Trump does it? It's only not a wrong thing when Trump takes it? I mean, it's just another politician putting it in control of the U.S. government. And until we can see it that way, you're going to be lost by this stuff, or you don't want to see. Your government is stealing money. It's the same thing in any direction. Now, Whitney wrote an excellent article about one of the people behind Trump, Thiel. The man behind Trump's VP pick is worse than you think. And it's an excellent article. We've already gone over this pretty in depth. The point is that these are the donor class, guys. That's what we're talking about. They are the ones actually controlling a lot of this, and most of them tie back to Israel. Now, on Kamala's side, it's the same thing. One, it's obvious she gets, like $1 million from AIPAC. It's somewhere around there. But on top of that, here's Forbes writing about this as of July 2024. Kamala Harris and Wall Street. Here's who's backing her this time. Well, guess what? Among financiers reportedly backing Harris are billionaires Jonathan Gray, president of asset manager Blackstone. That's Israel. Mark Lasry of credit investment from Avenue Capital Management, and hedge fund baron George Soros. Come on, guys. If we can't see that all these money trails lead back to Israel, then you don't want to. And the problem is that you only can see this as she's the lefty radical fighting against Israel, despite that's where her funding is coming from. You're just playing into the partisan narratives. It's just not the truth. Now, as Derek wrote on the August 13th of 2024, what role will Google's Eric Schmidt play in election 2024? Now, the overarching point of this is he usually funds Democrat. He has occasionally gone the other direction. Right now, apparently, he hasn't really thrown in with anybody, I guess, at least when he wrote this. But this is the main thing he writes in the beginning. At the end of the day, no matter which corporate party Americans vote for, a Bilderberg-backed candidate will be in the White House. Now, whether you think Bilderberg's the important aspect or just whatever it is, we're talking about nothing to do with the left-right paradigm, they're playing you. It's the elitist class, the predator class, the political class who are all playing you to be in power. That's all this is. And we can't see it. I know that's my opinion, but I think the evidence is there. I think at every other moment we're calling out one part of it, but just fail to see the bigger picture when it comes to the partisan divide. Whitney wrote this about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance owes his entire career to Peter Thiel, who helped create the domestic terror panopticon for the CIA that targets Trump supporters and detractors alike, which is true. So it shows you that the elitist class use these like anything else. And the point is you're using funding from people that have driven in the very thing that is putting specifically Republicans in jail. And it says that Thiel created Palantir to rescue total information awareness, a DARPA surveillance program created by the same people behind the continuity of government protocols to suspend the Constitution and round up unfriendly Americans during a national crisis. Now, right now, you want to pretend it's all these people supporting Palestine. 30 seconds ago, it was people in red hats. Now, you want to pretend it's because Democrats are in power. Well, what happens when they get in power next and this thing's installed? The point is that it's always aimed against people inconvenient to the power structure. And you know who's almost always the focal point? Gun owners and constitutionalists. I'm sure you can connect those dots. It says the database with those unfriendly Americans still exists, and the last report on it from 2008 stated that it contained the names of 3 million Americans. It still exists, and Thiel's Palantir, also now funding the Trump-Vance ticket directly, decides who goes on that list. Thiel helped resurrect another DARPA surveillance program called LifeLog, using his early investment in Facebook to mold the social network to serve LifeLog's original purpose. LifeLog was closed down the same day Facebook launched. Same thing we're seeing here, right? Whether Palantir or Facebook or the building of this, it's going to be privatized. And that's what we're seeing happening with Thiel, with maybe even JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, their private coin. Trump promised no CBDCs, but when you make it a privatized aspect, well, it's the same thing. They're talking about him being part of the cabinet. He says Palantir's first funder was the CIA's In-Q-Tel, and the CIA was their only client until 2008. The one CIA official involved in guiding Palantir's early years, Alan Wade, is a former business partner of Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Christine, in the company Chiliad. The other Thiel-funded and backed companies like Clearview AI used the fact that they helped ID and imprison those present at the Capitol on January 6th as part of their sales pitch. After January 6th, Clearview's business with law enforcement grew 26%. These sound like Republican supporters, don't they? It says, while Thiel has been described as libertarian or alt-right, Palantir CEO Alex Karp told the New York Times in 2020 that his long-held fear that the American far right would murder him for being Jewish propels a lot of decisions made by the company. How do we ignore stuff like this? Again, I'm of the mind that most conservatives, if you don't know this, you're hearing it now, and it might change your mind. But then you turn around and look at those Republicans who are leading the charge with these people, acting like if you don't support them, you're no longer part of their party. Blindly supporting a genocide. If you have any integrity, you must feel that these things are wrong. And I know you do. It's probably why you're watching. It says Palantir is also a major driver of pre-crime and predictive policing. Another Thiel-backed company, Carbine 911, that we just went over in depth the other day, seeks to bring pre-crime to 911 call centers. Carbine is intimately tied to Israeli intelligence and received at least $1 million in funding from Jeffrey Epstein. We just went over Carbine. We just went over the invasive Unit 8200 connected companies that are it's just crazy how obviously this is it's infiltration. It's exactly what we just started talking about today. They said that she finishes by saying there's a lot more in the article, but Thiel is, and that's the article we were pointing to earlier, Thiel is due to be hugely influential in a second Trump administration, especially now that Vance is his VP. The fact that Thiel built the tools for the CIA to target dissident from left and right based on online activity should concern everybody. Here he is telling you that their recent chat GPT aspect passed the Turing test in 2023. And what do you know? Right after that on Twitter, we saw this bot explosion where they go, we can't even tell them from human anymore. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what the Turing test is.
Surprising and strangely unexpected thing that happened is that in some sense, what OpenAI with ChatGPT 3.54 achieved in late 22, early 23 was you passed the Turing test, which was not super intelligence. It's not godlike. It's not low-tech surveillance, but that had been the holy grail of AI for 60 or 70 years. And it's a fuzzy line. The Turing test is you have a computer that can convince you that it's a human being. And it's a somewhat fuzzy line because sometimes, but it pretty clearly hadn't been passed before. It pretty clearly is passed now. And that's a really extraordinary achievement. It raises all sorts of interesting big picture questions. What does it mean, what does it mean to be a human being in 2024? The sort of the placeholder answer I would have been tempted to give a couple of years ago would be something like, the Noam Chomsky idea that, something very important about language. This is what sets humans apart from all the other animals. We talk to each other, and we have these rich semantic syntax things. And so if a computer can replicate that, what does that mean for all of us in this room? And so it's an extraordinary development, and it was also somehow, even though it had been the holy grail, somehow in the last decade before, it was not expected at all. And so there's something very significant about it and very underrated.
Yeah. What does it mean to be human now? Well, Courtney and I were just talking about this, and a lot of these people, Thiel was the focal point of that conversation, at least started it, about these elitists in the background of technocracy who are actually driving us on a direct. Matt Arrett just wrote an article about this, right? Something called, basically driving this ideology that it's kind of devoid of moral reason, and the idea being, if you're redefining, I think he calls it the deification of self, devoid of moral reasoning. I mean, these people are presenting themselves as, that's more abstract than I want to get into today for this conversation. But at the end of the day, what he's saying right there, posing the question that the very existence of this makes you question what it means to be human. Guys, this is technocracy, and they're driving you in this direction to normalize, very anti-human concepts. We saw this during COVID-19 as well. My point in bringing it up today is not to get into that right now, but the idea that what he's highlighting there are bots that can act like humans and you can't tell the difference. Well, that's exactly what we were just discussing. That's literally what we were just discussing on the 13th of August. The Israeli election interference and psychological operations industrial complex. This guy's name is Tal Hanon, who was made famous by The Guardian and Haaretz in 2023, discussing this exact thing, being paid to successfully manipulate, putting people in power they want as opposed to what the people vote for. 27 worldwide presidential elections, 27, discussing how they have entire teams of 30,000 strong bots they can use online to manipulate what you think and cause riots and cause chaos and even potentially kill people should you pay them enough. That's what they're talking about. He is an Israeli spy. It was all broken down in corporate media, but weirdly enough, we can't factor this into the conversation about whether, and on the record, that's not like in court of law, but he claims that he has influenced U.S. elections. I don't know why we would question that, whether it's funding or whatever else. It's obvious. Now, make sure you watch this. It's an in-depth breakdown of this whole conversation, as well as all the tangential parts to this, all the different ways we can prove that Israel is absolutely manipulating this stuff. Now, I'm going to include this. James Lee, who we just had an interview with about the ADL, the obvious, as it says, the true nature of the ADL and how it spies on Americans for Israel. Here, let me just grab this for you real quick. There we go. Oh, wait, no, I don't have James. That's the full interview, I think. Let's do ADL. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I have this here. Here we go.
ADL is an Israeli spy organization masking around as a supposed civil rights group and doing real harm to the Jewish community writ large in order to run cover for the state of Israel. Have the power to monitor social media activity across all major platforms and change social media algorithms the way they see fit. Don't believe me? Well, here's Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL.
We work with YouTube to get them to change their algorithms. We work with Facebook on trying to use a redirect method, so when you search for Holocaust, you get directed to like a Yad Vashem page.
We opened a center in Silicon Valley back in 2017. And the woman who runs it, she's an ex-Facebook executive. I have software engineers and data scientists working at ADL. We're monitoring all this stuff, and we're working with all the platforms, by the way. Google and
think about how brazen that is. Like the point is that's impunity, what you're looking at. Knowing he could just brag about how that's crazy. It's changed today. It's changing anyway. But that's impunity right there. He's literally monitoring Americans. Like that's not what any ADL or otherwise is not supposed to be doing. Not even the social media companies are supposed to be doing that. Not the way he's describing it, but doesn't matter. You say about Israel, you're racist, apparently.
YouTube and Meta and Twitter and Reddit and Steam, and
you get the point. So we had this great interview. Make sure you check this out. Now he did a little clip on the discussion we just had. He put this out on the 14th, and about Tal Hanon and the breakdown. I did a little TikTok clip of this, so I want to play that so you get the gist of it. Here's a story that's gone under the radar. Tal Hanon, aka Jorge, a former Special Forces operative. Here's the clip.
Guilty of running one of the largest disinformation operations in history. The Marker, Radio France, Haaretz, and The Guardian says that a team of Israeli contractors who claim to have manipulated more than 30 elections around the world using hacking, sabotage, and automated disinformation on social media has been exposed in a new investigation. The unit is run by Tal Hanan, a 50-year-old former Israeli Special Forces operative who now works privately using the pseudonym Jorge and appears to have been working under the radar in elections in various countries around the world for more than 2 decades. We're talking about countries all around the world. Europe, Asia, a bunch of African countries, even the United States. The investigation goes on to also expose that Hanan controlled a multinational army of more than 30,000 avatars, complete with digital backstories that stretch back years.
We have thousands of profiles. Each and every one of them multi-layered. It means they have Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube channel and Telegram and whatever you want.
Yeah, you get the point. Make sure you watch the full interview, or my full show on that, because what's, as usual, demonstrating our value. Now, I saw that shared by somebody else online who I shouted out in my show, but we were ahead of the curve because right now it's as of the 14th, 15th, and today it is populating all over social media. Like Ian Carroll going, look at this story that nobody's seen. It's like, well, yeah, we broke it down on the 14th, very much more in depth, but we don't get included in those share circles apparently. But either way, it's important to see that typically we are pretty far ahead of these stories because of because of your support, period. Now, on top of that, the point about the AIPAC aspect of this. So James Lee and I discussed his breakdown, his investigation of the ADL, which is, as I played you, it's very clear. The ADL acts like it's not. It's an extension of the Israeli government. It's on the record. It is a spy agency for the Israeli government. They've explicitly stated this in many cases. Here is AIPAC, the lobbying group we just got them discussing. I'm not going to play this clip again. It's about 5 minutes long, but it's even on MSNBC, which doesn't matter who says it. I don't trust NBC now. The point is that they say it, or rather the statement that they're saying aren't easily provably untrue. I've shown you this many times in the past. AIPAC is influencing policy. And even he says it in the interview, or the point of the clip here, that they made a shift recently into direct policy as opposed to just more abstract funding. Why? Because they're failing. That's why. And so AIPAC literally on the 14th tweeted this out. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. AIPAC is proud to have helped 111 Democrats. You mean all those extremist, racist jihadists that Trump just told you we shouldn't be? Yeah. Or not at all, really just other parts of our government they support in any way they can because Israel is desperate to control the government. The point is it's left and right, doesn't matter. And they're constantly, yeah, look at this. I simply said, thank you for admitting it. Play this clip, AIPAC's influence. It's a shocking clip if you haven't seen it. And this is just back and forth, the same thing. Learn from MSNBC? I said, no, it's not learning from them. It's the facts that are presented, which doesn't matter who's presenting them. The truth is the truth. I think that's important to consider. I'll include this thread, the Censored Man breaks down, showing you that on Twitter, Elon Musk personally is working with a company, CHEQ, that he got personally asked to bring on by Netanyahu. He went there and saw him, met him, came back, instituted a group that's supposed to fight Israeli bots, but is literally a group that uses Israeli bots, just like we just showed you. And what's even more interesting is, as we've all seen Israeli bots explode in the platform since that, Censored Man points out that he was able to see these bot farms using the likes because they had this weird way with they like he says, they would have 60 likes, but 5 views. It was an automated thing. Then almost on a dime, the next day after he pointed this out, they made likes not visible anymore. And just like that, he was unable to see the bot farms. But if you listen to Elon, he's turned them all. He's removed them all by hiring an Israeli bot farm, right? Telling you guys, I've never seen an easier example to see how obviously we're being played. Now we've already passed 4 hours. I want to show you this, but this wasn't the most important part. Well, I'll bring this up tomorrow more so, but I just think this is actually absolutely mind blowing. Because what I was going to go over is this part. I'm going to quickly show you the part of this thread, this list of the most popular, important truth tellers. I was going to highlight the monkeypox, COVID-19, Trump overlap. We're going to go into that tomorrow. I just don't have time. I want to go through this in depth. It's an important overlap. My general point, in case you're right now on the worry about it, is, I see where this is going, the declaration of emergency and all that. I see it being hyped like usual from the typical manipulators on the right. But I don't know if I'm still not convinced this is going to go the direction of the COVID rehash. for multiple reasons, especially with the monkeypox. This is not the first time they've even declared this emergency. I mean, they didn't do anything with it last time. Not to say that they won't this time, but just temper yourself, because I'm worried that these just like I told you, the very same people you might expect out there, the People's Voice and the Stu Peters, they're, oh my God, it's all real this time and we can prove it. It's all around. And maybe they said the same thing last time at the start of the last hype, which they all benefited from. So just be careful. Wait for the facts. Worry about. I mean, I'll highlight the worries of where this is going. I've already done a lot of breakdown. I'll include all the links, by the way, if you want to go through it anyway. But I will talk about it more tomorrow. I'll include the interview with Taylor Hudak and Cristian Perrone, professor, breaking down the monkeypox and the true nature of the public health organizations way back in May 28, 2022, and the breakdown around this and what we should be concerned about and so on, as well as the flu vaccines they're currently pushing for the bird flu aspect, which don't forget that the influenza vaccines they're giving actually increase your risk of other illnesses, in particular coronavirus, but let's not talk about that as they push this right before the next hype. So it's very possible. But a lot of these hyping platforms are pushing the idea that they're pushing what he's calling mega lockdowns, and they're all ordering everybody. It's not true. It's not happened yet, and they're not doing that. I would not be surprised for a second if it happened, but it still matters that they lie about these things. I know I've taken an issue with that one platform, but they are lying to a lot of people, and a lot of them will. It's what they do, whether left or right. The point, though, is that they did declare an emergency, so we need to keep this on our radar. But I can show you a lot of emergencies so far that have amounted to nothing, but it's all about tools. They have the tools at their disposal. They could declare an emergency for this, then use the emergency actions for something else. So it's just important to be careful, especially with the possibility that I'm sure that a lot of the no virus crowd are coming after them and saying, well, that's not even real. Maybe they're right. Consider the fact that it may be nothing at all, as opposed to the big next dangerous thing they're actually going to do this time, which is also possible. Now, all that's to say, I'll cover that in depth tomorrow. This is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. I said a few here do some good work, and I mean that, albeit very partisan, which, for me is a big problem. But many are outright deceivers who've repeatedly been caught lying and or misinforming due to either a shocking lack of due diligence or simply an interest in misleading people for their own political agenda. Musk being one of them, by the way. But what's funny is it's put on by Tara Bull, and she lists herself on the list, which is number one, apparently. That seems strange to me. I don't know. It's a weird thing to do, but typical for this kind of partisan hubris mentality. But the point is, if you go through the clown world, really, she frames this as 30 accounts with integrity that you want to follow. Real journalism. Clown world? Cat turd? Libs of TikTok? I mean, come on, guys. Like, nobody genuine in this field could take this seriously. Now, I'll point out, like during COVID or during the trans conversation, for example, they put out, it's because they had an interest in going after it from a partisan angle, but I've shared some of the stuff they put out. But if we're going to genuinely pretend like these people are objective, nonpartisan journalists, they don't even pretend nonpartisan's necessary anymore. That's the part. The left's the good, bad side, the right's the good side, just like childishly binary. The point is that these are partisan first, secondarily, have been provably shown to share things that are embarrassingly wrong and never followed up to correct or knowingly lied, some of which I've shown you that you'll recognize. I mean, some of these people are notorious for doing this. Someone like Loomer, for example, Chuck Costello, I've called out a couple times recently, one about COVID, around the dead bodies during the beginning of the Israel. He said they were dead babies burned in a dumpster. No, they were Hamas members, and we later proved that. But where'd that come from? How could he have known? Or he's the one that shared the fake crowd conversation that Trump got taken by around Kamala. And never did I say that they wouldn't fake a crowd or that they wouldn't pay people, but it was easy to prove that that was a crowd that was there. And yet somebody even got caught saying I was just being a satire account and say I get deleted it. But nonetheless, he shared it, Trump shared it, and it became a viral sensation. I bet you there are people in the chat right now telling me that I got played and it was a fake crowd, because that's how this works. Forever, it becomes a thing, even though it was easy to prove. There you go. I mean, it's just kind of embarrassing, but there's a lot out there. And here is Fiorella Isabel saying pretty much every single one of them are sensationalist grifters who don't do news, but just post news from actual journalists. Well, that's actually the main point. Now, almost every single one of them on there are simply reposting, which is, there's a good part of this field for people that collect I mean, that's largely what I do half the time, is aggregating information that I think is important. But the point is that but I also do my own personal long-term investigations on things that my own work. So that's all part of journalism. But the point is to frame all these people who are collecting mostly corporate media stuff and repopulating it in certain partisan ways. That's not, she says that's why Elon promotes them. I think this is about the creation of, this is like the Twitter files next part 2. You're creating the new, as Steve and I have been talking about for a long time, the recreation of journalism, Twitter files, based on the opposite of it. Blind statements of partisan interest, or blindly showing screenshots without doing due diligence, like they did many times throughout the Venezuela conversation. Oh, she has it right there. Mario Narfall, one of these weirdly out of nowhere sensations after the Twitter files dynamic, when, by the way, if you just look, he's wrong all the time. Half the time he just repackages the corporate media narrative in a slight slant towards the right, and they all love it. And Elon goes, exactly, and jams him up to the top, or goes, wow, or yes, in these one-word responses, which, as BX pointed out, I think are bots for Elon. But it's what it says. Elon, citizen journalism outpaces legacy media, which I agree with, but not what they're pointing at. He says citizen journalism from actual domain experts, so hardly the people we just pointed to, and people actually on the ground, none of the people we're pointing to, maybe other than the ones that go to certain situations to misrepresent, in my opinion, is much faster, more accurate, and has less bias than the legacy media. I agree with that statement, just not directed to the people they're highlighting there. But here's the point. Source, Dogecoin account. Well, guess what? That is not from Dogecoin. That is from wherever they got that data from, whatever that little icon at the bottom is. But yet it gets framed as the source is whoever posted it on Twitter. Now, here's a really important thing to see out of this. This is another extension of Twitter files. So the source is the source. That's what I talked about during Twitter files illusion. Not just the screenshot and somebody's clout around it, whether you trust them or not, but the actual source material that you could comb through for context, for nuance, for the full picture. We never got that. So in this case, if you post this online and go source is this person's Twitter account, well, that's not the source. The source is where you got the data from. The source is where the quote came. That's the game that's being played. So now we're removing the source. Twitter file, you don't even need source material, but now we're going to repurpose that and go, well, the source is where you saw it. That's Twitter. No, it's not. I'm telling you, these are all long-term manipulations, whether they even know it or not. And to act like this is the new citizen journalism is something we should all actively lean into. But the game of trying to collect this is some kind of, it's like these are like little toys he's collected on his shelf. All these people that mindlessly go, yay, Elon, you're doing the thing that we can all prove you're not. They're being promoted. They're making lots of money. And at the end of the day, if you look at that list again, very few of them are sharing things. Like I would argue at the best, some of them are sharing what they think ultimately can be misled by the partisanship, but sometimes share some good things. The vast majority are willful deceivers. And yet this is supposed to be your new citizen journalist. My bigger point is that he is driving them into the position that they always said they would become. Not even remotely the vast majority of people on this platform who are just doing what they think is right or breaking down it the way they see it, even if they end up being wrong. But what he's doing, in my opinion, whether intentionally or not, is the Pied Piper of exactly what they told them they would be. You are making them spread misinformation and then turning around and going, they're lying about us spreading misinformation. Well, no, you have a right to. That is free speech, but you are in fact doing that. And I'm not coming at a left position. I think the left and the right, rather the game is colluding to push you into a position where they manufacture just what they need. Just like I said in the beginning, where the right is being played with January 6th, right? Or the right is being played with whatever we're talking about here. Remember, I told you they're trying to frame you as white supremacists and Nazis. It's the same damn thing. You're now being framed as the misinformers, but they're turning you into it just like I told you they were trying to do during that time. Taking the people that were and highlighting them as what the right was, even though it wasn't what you all were. God, I just wish people could take a step back and see how obvious this all is, how you're being played. Casey Wright makes a good point. One of these major accounts that Elon in particular always brings to the top, I meme, therefore I am, who's, I showed you, put up a lot of false things during Venezuela and plenty of other conversations. I think that was him. Point is, right now, the account is featured at the top of 4 different trending topics. Just to be clear, by the way, so I'm accurate on this, I've seen this account share a lot of partisan-leaning misinformation. But that's free speech. He has a right to do it. My point is, I'm pretty sure, which I shouldn't have said if I'm not sure, but I'm thinking about the Venezuela overlap. I'm 90% sure that this was one of the ones that was surfacing the point about Elon. But anyway, the point is, he says, this account is featured at the top of 4 different trending topics. Inflation is the only one that contains the word. The rest of them have him at the top of the topic, but don't have any words that would relate him to the topic. You look at the picture and you'll see what I mean. So inflation, look, the word inflation pops up. When he searches for the Logan Act, well, look, there's no mention of the Logan Act. Over here, whoopee, no mention of whoopee. Over here, endorse Trump, no man. But weirdly, he's still at the very top, which is probably like a million follower count or whatever it is, hundreds of thousands. To me, I think it's very obvious. I think these people are being algorithmically driven because it's probably against what's their interest. They may think it's benefiting them in the moment, but you're being used. They're driving you up to present you as the leading examples of what's happening here when all they're trying to do is lead you. Go, look, here's the misinformers. We're convincing them, or we're bolstering them, they're profiting more when they share the fake information. So the left, or whatever you else want to call this dynamic, turns around and says, look, they're lying. And they are. I can prove to you that what they said was false. But they push back. And all you do is frame everybody on Twitter as being these massive misinformers. And what does it lead to? Suppression, censorship, digital. Elon's driving you there. He's the one that told you himself that we're going to verify everybody on Twitter. So how do you stop the misinformers? Well, you make sure we know who you are. It's amazing that people can't see how this is playing out. This person says the entire media is running a misinformation campaign. Well, it would technically be a disinformation campaign if you're doing it deliberately against Elon, but different conversation. As X continues to grow, these attacks on Elon and his companies will become more frequent. Well, let's be clear about this again. And he just responds by, it's wild. That's what I'm talking about. The point is that Elon is, as I've shown, I can't even count how many times, sharing things that I've shown you are false. Now, I can't prove to you he's doing it on purpose. Venezuela was constant. Things that the Twitter itself, community notes was like, that's fake. Nope, those are air conditioners. Nope, that's not the right location. Nope, over and over during Venezuela, and he never cared. He didn't follow up and say anything, only deleted one of them. So he is spreading misinformation. But let me be clear, as again, for the 1,000th time, this is what free speech is a part of. Now, to be clear, Twitter itself has allowed people back on, myself included. But what I've always pointed out is it's not so much about the suppression. Israel conversation is being outright censored. We've already seen that, as much as a lot of the right doesn't want to acknowledge it. But my point about what's happening is social engineering right now. The whole point is allowing you to be on here saying all these things so they can then frame that in a certain way. My point is, though, that it doesn't matter. Free speech includes misinformation. That's the whole point. So the more you allow the platform to become actual free speech, the more you're going to have elements of misinformation. But I think what's actually happening is the massive suppression of honest content and the massive inflation or raising up of the ones who are actually not doing due diligence. So it creates that impression, like he's making you into what they want you to be. That's how I would see that. But it's all my opinion. At the end of the day, from my perspective, no matter what's happening, nobody should be calling for censorship. We just need to be engaging with this honestly and recognize that the dynamic is still not, you're not on Elon's side. If my opinion's correct, and I think it's pretty clear, you feel like you are up until the moment that you're actually put in that position because of the fact that he put you where, the misinformation field. Like you're going to create the very technocratic gulag that we're all being pushed into. I'll leave it there. Now, on top of that, as Casey Wright points out, and here's, what's his name again? Mike Ben speaking with the Real America's Voice. And I won't play it for you. The point is, he's outlining how GARM was shut down, but that it was essentially meaningless because the system they built can operate without them. And I said, well, what do you know? It's exactly the point, because the overall reality of this is that Twitter on July 1st re-partnered with GARM. And then they make this weird lawsuit, which most people told me seemed pretty toothless. with, based on what they were really aiming at. And at the end of the day, they just went away. This $1 billion really? I mean, come on, it didn't make any sense, as Casey pointed out as well. And I agree with him. But now, and my point was, this doesn't add up. They're working with GARM as they realigned with. Nobody pointed that out. And as they're doing that, Elon's out there going, yay, fight them. And you guys partnered with them. Then as a part of them, you sue them and then they dissolve. To me, that seemed wildly manufactured, but I could be wrong. But my point is, guess what? The actual apparatus didn't go away. And how much you want to bet? They're still in it. I mean, and I don't think I have this off readily accessible, unfortunately. It just popped into my head. But I remember that the lawsuit itself, inside the lawsuit that Twitter filed, it explicitly states that they're already adhering to the GARM standard, if not exceeding it. It said verbatim that. So then what's going on? Why are you pushing back if you're already meeting their obligations? Because I think it was a manipulation. That was all to make you think he was pushing back against it, when in reality, they're part of it, guys. They're part of it. Linda Yaccarino, for crying out loud. She's from the World Economic Forum. I know you guys see that. Now, I'm thinking I might just leave it there. Yeah, this last part was going to get into misinformation. This ridiculous video. Yeah, I'll circle back to this tomorrow. End of the day, Jimmy Dore just simply points out CNN's the biggest spreader of misinformation about every single important news story in recent history. But I would simply argue, and then you got this clip down here of CNN calling X, Twitter, a haven for misinformation. We'll end on this point, but I think the important point to make here, I agree with Jimmy, but so is Fox. And even, I mean, what's funny about it is most Republicans started pointing that out during and after the COVID conversation, that Fox just went rhino or whatever. Well, the point is that the corporate media, all of it, left and right, are all the biggest, because they're all the same thing, in my opinion. They come from a different flavor, just like the left and the right. But to point out that only CNN, not saying that Jimmy's doing that, he's saying it because they're calling out Twitter, and I'll make that point next, but that CNN is a deliberate propaganda platform. So is Fox News, in my opinion. So is groups like OAN and these different sub-corporate media platforms, all of the mainstream alternative media. But the point is that X is a haven for misinformation for two reasons. One, because like I just said, I think that's being deliberately manufactured. But two, because it always will be when you allow people, in some cases, because it's very selective right now, to express what they want to say. So who cares if it's a spread? Because that's free speech. If we leaned into this and made sure people just had discernment and, personal responsibility, then you don't need to be the protectors of what we think and feel, because that shouldn't be a thing anyway. The problem is we should want that. We should acknowledge that things are allowed to be, that people are allowed to lie, people can be incorrect, but to reflexively jump in and go, no, it's CNN. I think we're being baited. It's not CNN versus Twitter. It is the corporate media all lying to you, and Twitter, in my opinion, being part of the establishment. I mean, Whitney just laid it out for him in the last interview. I hope this stuff sticks with him, but I know it's hard because Whitney lays out so much information. The reality, though, I think it's quite obvious that they're all against us. All of them. And the last things I think I want to include, and I'll go over this tomorrow. You'll enjoy it. We'll get into monkeypox and the overlap. The conversation from Trump talking about, this one's him talking about more lockdowns, wherever that is. Right here. Recent. Anyway, we'll come back to it. Unfortunately, I do have to go. We'll leave it there. 4.5 hours. Didn't intend for it to be this long, but I am going to do a show tomorrow. That's my plan, unless something crazy happens, because I know I've got the time. So I'm going to try to break this down with whatever new stuff. That's what I like about it when I actually get a show every day, is that I don't have to recap the things that I've been organizing, but I just look at the information on the day. I cover whatever, kind of ongoing research I've been doing, and I break down some of the newer points. I'd love to get in that habit. It's just about timing for me right now. And on the way out, guys, as you know, we're under more attack than I think I've ever seen. Not think that I've ever seen in the process, in the time that TLAV has ever existed. So we need the support. You're out there listening and you've got the means. We need support right now. We really do, because at this point, and like I said, I'm going to get more into it. I briefly mentioned the other day, and I probably said more than I should, because my lawyer is, now that we're going to take a little bit of different action, we're kind of back in the same point where it's not wise for me to lay out what direction we're going to take, but I'm not going to just lay over for this. And I'm going to try to, either way, it's going to cost me money is the point. And more action with my lawyer is going to cost more. And my lawyer is convinced as well, but I am convinced that this is weaponized, that they are abusing, this is lawfare against TLAV. I mean, it's all completely in line. I mean, two of these law firms it's all about Israel content, and one's literally based in Jerusalem. And I find it impossible not to see that. And I think it's obvious that what's happened, we're going over everything that shows you these are the things that they weaponize. The Israeli Zionist manipulators. Not all Israelis are all Jews. The point, though, is that as this continues, it's going to take time away from what we need to do. And I'd like to be able to grow in ways that we can maybe stop that from happening. I'd love to be able to bring on more people. I'd love to be able to, bottom line, I'm not going to stop, as I always tell you, no matter what. I'm going to keep doing this, no matter where I'm doing it from, no matter how I can. But the continuation of what we've built here, what we have built here, is so important to me. And so if you're out there, again, if you've got the means and you want to help us, now is the time. I mean, and as always, nothing you do is going to be able to influence, like my point, if somebody out there is like, here, we're going to give you $1,000. Now let me tell you what to say tomorrow. It's not going to happen. Period. I will never allow donations or funding or backing or whatever else to influence my ability to honestly break down what I see as the truth. But my point, though, is that we definitely need that support. If you know somebody out there that is interested in this and believes in objective, nonpartisan content and wants to help us grow, reach out to me. We need it. Now, hopefully we got some new things coming, like with the above book and different things that we can use to help generate revenue for this platform in ways that we believe in, like with privacy devices. But right now, it is an important time. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing this work. Make sure you break it down in clips, share it with your friends, talk about it, have conversations about this stuff. Try to reach people with this that need to hear it, but in very objective, nonpartisan ways. And most times if you want to reach them, come from a position that's not partisan. Align with them in something and break this stuff down and add it to the conversation, because people they're being guarded. They're being driven to be on guard against anything that's perceived as the other side. And that's the problem in and of itself. We're not able to have constructive conversations with people that think different than we do. I mean, that's the whole point of how civilization works. We need to be able to have this conversation, diplomacy, whatever else it is. That's what we're always trying to build. So help us build the world that we all know we want. We see it. I see that glimmer of hope. I see the possibility. Help me get there. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.